Says this event will begin in 26 minutes.
All right, y'all. So, yeah. Once again, yeah, we do apologize for the technical difficulties. Yes, we are live. All right, I see it. So, we apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll go ahead and jump into the reading. We had already did the prayers and everything, so we'll just jump into the reading. It's already 11, so let's get the first reader up. Elijah Shabbat Shal Yashkar Ban Yashar Allah Benavizer Amadim Barak
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shabrak
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shabrak.
No. Hop down. Yeah, switch out. Yeah, switch out. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Alrighty, so we'll be picking up at Numbers chapter 30, verse 2.
Real quick, let me say this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 grown men that usually read. Y'all got to make sure y'all step up to read before these kids. Okay? Con? Y'all are trying to be priests, right? Right. So y'all got to make sure that y'all are being the example. All right? The kids can't be the ones stepping up before y'all. Noah's pissed off because he can't read. He stepped up to read before y'all. Y'all got to make sure y'all are stepping up and showing them the initiative. Okay? Con. Let's get it.
Numbers chapter 30 and verse 2. If a man vow a vow unto the Lord, or swear an oath to bind his soul with a bond, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceedeth out of his mouth.
So y'all see that, right? So when you vow a vow, you're supposed to keep that vow that you have vowed. So you got to watch what it is that you're vowing. Back then, your vows meant everything. Your word was bond. But now people's word don't mean anything. That's why people be like, put it on something. I swear to this, I swear to that, right? The new thing to say now is on God. That's what the young kids say. They'll be like, yeah, I'm going to do this on God. So they're putting it on the Most High. So the scripture says if you vow a vow, you bind your soul. So everything that come out of your mouth, you got to do it. All right?
Yeah, at one point in life, believe it or not, all you had was your word. That's all you can stand on was your yea or your nay.
Yeah.
Right? The scriptures say, let your yea be yea, your nay be nay. Everything else is what?
Evil.
Everything else is evil. Everything else is unnecessary, right? If you say you were going to do something, you didn't have to, like you said, put it on something. You just did it. You didn't have to overcommit and one of the problems with us today is that we try to oversell. We try to oversell our commitment. And yes, we swear to God, we put it on something, we put it on everything, we put it on our dead mama, right? And then you don't follow through for whatever reason. You don't have to oversell the commitment. Just either I can do it or I can't. I mean, who you trying to convince, man or God? The Most High, right? It ain't about us. It's about just doing what you say you're gonna do, right? I mean, let's go there. We have to go to Ecclesiastes 5. Ecclesiastes 5 in the Bible. Got to go to the precept. Somebody's phone, or is it? Right? Ecclesiastes. Yep. Might as well. What? Verse 1? Is it?
22. Reading out Rush with that mouth.
The point is verse 5.
Verse 5?
5 and 5, because it goes into dreams. Just go straight to verse 5.
No. Go start at verse 1.
Ecclesiastes chapter 5, verse 1.
Right?
Keep thy foot when thou goest to the house of the Most High.
Right. What does that mean, keep thy foot? And why am I starting here when it comes to vows and the things that we speak with our mouth? What does our feet got to do with our mouth? Anybody?
Keeping a standard.
Okay, keeping a standard. What else? Magun.
To be careful.
Right. Right. Be careful. Be careful. And what are we being careful for? What are we dealing with? What's the topic? What's a vow? What's another word for vow? What?
Promise.
Promise. What else? What?
An oath.
Oath. What else? Huh? Commitment. Right? What were you going to say? Commitment? Right. Be careful what you commit yourself to. Because there's high self-damage that you can cause when you over-commit, when you overstep what you're capable of. So watch your step. A lot of the times we overextend and overcommit to things, and the Most High don't give a damn about your excuse. Does he?
No.
Most High don't care. You said that you was going to do it. Whatever it was, based on whatever circumstance, so follow through. But what is he warning? Why did I start here? Well, the first thing you got to do is watch and be careful. Watch your step. Tiptoe. You better walk on eggshells before you just start letting your mouth dictate how you're going to move. Go ahead.
And be more ready to hear.
Be more what?
Be more ready to hear.
Yeah, be more ready to hear than to what?
Than to give the sacrifice of fools.
What's that? What's the sacrifice of a fool? Huh?
Running your mouth.
Running your mouth, man. Committing and overcommitting to things that you know you can't hold yourself to. You know you won't hold yourself to. You know you can't keep that commitment. How do you know? Well, track record. Right? Track record. You can't commit to doing 4 or 5 different things if you can't even complete one task. Right? Does that make sense? But that's how you get caught up, right? That's how you overbear yourself, overburden, overwork. And then you get caught up trying to do what? You playing catch up. Trying to get this complete, then this complete, then this complete. But no, all you have to do is take on one task, commit to one thing. It's like the Bible says a man got to be a husband of a first wife. Why? Because you can't take on 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 30, 1,000 if you can't commit to one the right way. Y'all get it? The commitment, you got to be able to uphold your commitment. So what's the commitment of a soldier? What's the commitment of an officer? What are those commitments? You got brothers that I'm trying to take my test. Okay, Khan, but are you upholding the commitment in the office that you're currently in? What's your communication like? What's your following orders like? What standard are you upholding in your current office? And does it make sense to jump from one office to the next if you haven't fully showed that you can be committed in the first office? Would it make sense to jump to the next? What's the main purpose or the main duty of a soldier? Is to do what? What?
To follow.
To follow orders and execute orders, right? We need you here. We need you here. We got you. concert, right? But if you're not, if you haven't fully embodied the proper way to follow and execute, because it's not just following and executing, then it's reporting what's been done. It's doing things the right way. If that hasn't been done, how can you be an officer? Don't make sense, right?
Right.
It don't make sense. So there has to be a mind state that, wait a minute, let me not overcommit and try to move too fast and too rash in my mind and my thinking to move up in these positions. Because the commitment only gets what? it only gets harder. It's only more work that you got to take on. It don't get easier. The same thing with you sisters. You moving up in different things, right? But if you're not committed to simple, basic things like studying, communication, then how are you going to move up in these other things where now it's, I have to administer correction to the next sister if you can't take correction? If you don't communicate well, I'm going to use the word for y'all because y'all are soldiers too. You sisters. If you don't take orders and correction, then how are you going to be able to give it when it's time? So the commitment and the mind state has to be, let me watch my step in the position that I'm in to make sure that I'm upholding the standard. And nobody's perfect, but let me uphold the standard in the position. That way when I get to the next position, I'm not looking back at what did I miss? What did I not get? What was I not doing? Y'all get it? Go ahead.
For they consider not.
They did what?
For they consider not.
They did what?
For they consider not.
Yeah, where's the consideration? Who's considering? Wait a minute. Am I too rash in my thinking and movements? There's nothing wrong with trying to grow and wanting to grow. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with having that fire that burns to want to accomplish things in the spirit, right? We all supposed to have that flame, that eternal flame that don't go out. But isn't there still a thing of doing things the proper way and decently and in order? Doesn't that still, right? Doesn't that still take precedence? Or is it just we throw a t-shirt on every brother and now you got to camp, you got to camp, you got to camp, you got to camp, he got to camp, right? We might as well give a camp to Noah. Think about Noah running his own school. What would it be? It'd be the Fortnite school, right? Think about it. Just think about it. Because he hasn't went through the proper things as a young boy to reach maturity and manhood yet. He's not there, right? But a lot of brothers haven't matured spiritually because you're not doing the things that you're supposed to be doing in your current office. Soldiers, raise your hands. Your life should be constant study and application. Study and application. Study, and I don't give a damn about free time and what y'all don't got. The time you do have, it should be study and application. That's it. How do I accomplish the goal? Brothers that are not, that need to take a test, same thing. Same thing. What's going to happen when he's ready to take his test? How old are you?
11.
So he got 2 years. He got a year, actually. You been studying your test? Okay. But what happens when he starts studying his test and he start blowing by you brothers? It's going to show what? That you're not upholding your commitment. Is that what y'all want? To take orders from Elijah? A 12-year-old?
Nah.
Wouldn't make sense, right? It'd be out of order, right? Right. But y'all got to understand, what did I commit to? You didn't commit to me. My name ain't on the shirt. Right? What does it say right here? Yahweh, right? It don't say Quadazah, Kazakia, Zion, Ari. It don't say that. You didn't commit to me. So whose standard and commitment are you not upholding when you don't consider? Well, go ahead, read on.
Not that they do evil.
Right?
Be not rash with thy mouth.
You see, you don't consider the evil you do when you don't uphold your standard and your commitment. The commitment is what? It's more than just a test. It's more than just some rank. The commitment is the outward standard, the inward standard, the continual putting off the old man, putting on the new man, right? Putting off the old woman, the continual fight that every day in this life, I'm going to fight to shed that old person, that old mentality, that old mind state. But are you upholding that commitment within yourself? Rhetorical question, right? Who's fighting daily? Like Paul said, I die daily. Who's dying daily in that commitment? That's the only thing that you got to kill is the old man. But what does that take? Renewing your mind daily in Christ. Washing yourself. Holding the mirror to yourself. Meditating on yourself. Meditating on others. What's needed. Or we can continue to do what we've been doing and just sweep things under the rug. Act like, I know I said that, but I'll get to it later. Putting the Most High on the back burner. Read on.
And let not thine heart be hasty,
Right.
to utter anything before the Most High.
Before who?
The Most High.
Before who?
The Most High.
Who's listening?
The Most High.
Who's keeping account of your commitment?
The Most High.
And so are we. So are we. We're keeping account. Why? Because remember, when you commit, when you say you're going to uphold a commitment in whatever office, you're saying that you're going to be there for the body. That we're going to be there for each other. Right? Ain't that why we do it? We do it towards the Most High in Christ, but we're here with each other, fighting for each other. Most High is keeping an account. Go ahead.
For the Most High is in heaven,
Right?
and thou upon earth.
Right?
Therefore let thy words be few.
Meaning what? Can you do that? No. We don't need the excuse. We don't need the why you can't. Just yes or no. And if you can't, or if you can, and then things don't pan out the way they do, then the explanation is in order. And can we beat you? Can we stone you? Can we chastise you? No, we can't. We could just say, look, remember what the scriptures say. You committed. You committed to this. You committed to your family. You're here making this commitment to the Most High in Christ. Jump down to verse 4.
Verse 4. When thou vowest a vow unto the Most High.
Actually, no, read verse 3.
Verse 3. For a dream cometh through the multitude of business.
Go ahead.
And a fool's voice is known by a multitude of words.
Right, so what is he showing about this multitude of business and words? You ever had those dreams where you flying like Superman? You 1 minute you're in one place, the next minute you're in another place? And you're like, damn, why did that happen? Well, all that confusion throughout your day, just now you're in a dream doing that. But all those confusing words that brothers come with and excuses that sisters come with, why things can't happen, why this can't be done, why that can't be done, why I'm still doing this or doing that. All those multitude of words, the Most High don't care about that. He said that multitude of words is evil. Let your yea be yea or your nay be nay. Read on.
When thou vowest a vow
Right.
unto the Most High.
Unto Quatazab.
Unto the Most High.
Lakarab.
Unto the Most High.
Kazakia.
Unto the Most High.
Your husband.
Unto the Most High.
Your family.
Unto the Most High.
Your children.
Unto the Most High.
Read on.
Defer not to pay it.
Go ahead.
For he hath no pleasure in fools.
Right. Run in your mouth. Just pay up. Just do what you said you was going to do. Find a way. Find a way. That's the problem with us. We don't want to find a way around the problem. We're ready for class. The cord breaks. What do? Oh, you know what? Class canceled. What if we did that? What if I just canceled class because the cord broke and we couldn't go live right away. Y'all be like, what the hell? There's other ways to do it, right? Do we just cancel class? We find a way, right? But everybody should be thinking, wait a minute, let me find a way around my problem, around my obstacle that's keeping me from fully keeping my commitments, right? And there's many commitments. If you're a husband, then you got a family that you're committed to. So what does that mean? What does that mean? I don't got time to BS around in the streets. I don't got time to be on my phone scrolling. I don't got time for the side chick. I don't got time for that. Because I'm trying to build my family. If I'm a wife that got a husband and children, what does that mean? Well, I got to be committed to them. Right? I don't got time to be on social media. I don't got time to argue. I don't got time to feed into the negative that's going to pull my house apart. Too many times we're committed to the negative, man. We're committed to the things that destroy rather than what's going to build. Can y'all agree with that?
Come.
No, can y'all truly agree with that?
Come.
Yeah. Too many times we cater and we'll give in, because to commit just means to give in to something. You're giving in to what is going to promote the destruction of your consistency, the things that keep you consistent. So what is it? Well, I know I've been studying for a week, but something came up, so now I can't study. Then you go on this path of no study, and then what happens? Here comes these spirits attacking you, knocking right at your door because they always been there. But because you didn't keep up your commitment because something else came into play, now what tends to happen? Come on, man. Y'all know what happens when y'all don't study? What happens? Somebody, anybody. What happens?
You just you're basically allowing Satan to come in and enter into your mind, because with studying is you're putting your focus, if you're actually sitting down and studying and meditating, you're putting your focus, your mind state on the Most High. And once you let that distraction get in the way, that's you letting Satan come in, and those spirits, it's like you opening those doors for those spirits to enter in.
Right. Absolutely right. Who else had their hand up? What happens? What happens to you personally when you don't study? Forget about the generalization. I want to know personally. Let's keep it real.
I don't know how to handle whatever's coming my way.
Right. You start to lose a firm spiritual grip and insight, the foresight of what's going to happen, right? The problem solving tends to slip out of your fingers. Damn, I don't know how to, damn, I don't feel like communicating. Damn, I don't feel like talking, right? What else, sis?
That's what I was gonna say. I began to, where I started learning how to handle the situation when I was staying in the word. It was good, but the minute I get knocked off my focus, wow, it seems like the old me rose, and I handle it my way instead of.
And that's what the old us wants to do. Handle things our own way, not talk to nobody, hide in a corner. Oh, it's going to be all right. I'm going to just let it blow over. Don't y'all get there ain't nothing blowing over? How many times you said that and the same ugly issue popped up maybe months later? Because you are so passive aggressive. You get so angry and pissed off in one instant, and then you just let it pass on by. But you really didn't fix anything. All you did was just get angry for no reason. Or angry and not actually come with a solution. Too much passive aggressiveness. Too much damn crouching down Jews, man. Too much of us just want to sit back and let problems just fix themselves. Show me a problem. Like, when you jump in your car and you hear them brakes squeaking, does that fix itself? Or does it tend to get worse? To now, you go from fixing brake pads to the whole damn rotor. Brake pads, rotor, calipers, Now you went from a $100 break job to a $1,000 break job. How is that better? Don't you think that spiritually that happens too? It ain't fixing itself because it just tapered down. It's just waiting to come back even worse. Don't y'all get it? But the commitment is to constantly be dealing with issues, constantly fixing ourselves, constantly examining. That's what you committed to. Don't y'all get that? Do we get it? You committed to fix yourself, to be a perfectly fitting brick. Right? That's gonna world, kingdom. In the world, you were just stone. And as you're saying, I want to get into the kingdom. Okay, well, look, we're going to get you in there. But look, we got to chip this off you. You gotta chip this off of you so you can fit. Boom. The commitment is that I'm going to go through the process from just some stone that gets tossed at the wayside to a perfectly forming gold brick that builds this wall of the kingdom. Don't you think that takes work? Doesn't it take a commitment? Doesn't it take a promise? Don't you got to promise yourself? That's the first person you got to promise. Man, I promise that I'm not going to renege on my commitment. Right? You got to be real with you. Didn't you talk about that who said that the other day about lying to themselves? Oh, no, we were on the council. We got to stop lying to ourselves first and foremost. I've been saying it for the last few classes about knowing what's in you. And stop acting like you're perfect. Stop acting like the issues that we deal with aren't there. We got to stop doing that because then you won't get nothing accomplished. If you constantly just, oh, no, that ain't happening. Oh, no, that ain't true. Oh, no, that's not going on. I'm not like that. No, but you are like that. You are like that. And the more you deny and act like you're not and don't acknowledge, guess what? The longer it's going to take for you to transition from here to here. The longer you're going to be stuck in the middle trying to figure out, okay, what do I commit to? What do I give myself to? Read on.
Pay that which thou hast vowed.
Go ahead.
Verse 5. Better is it that thou shouldest not vow.
You hear what the scriptures are saying? What is that noise? Oh, my bad. Better it is that you just kept your mouth shut and didn't commit to anything. Better it is that you didn't put your hand to that plow and say, yeah, I'll do that. Go ahead.
Than that shouldest vow and not pay.
Right. Because this is the thing. The one thing that we forget and fail to realize is this. You're going to pay. You're going to pay. You're going to pay somebody. You might not pay today. You might not pay tomorrow. But you're going to pay. You're going to be held accountable on one side or on the other side. You're going to be held accountable. Now, the scriptures say what? We should rather suffer as what? Murderers? Do we want to suffer as murderers, killers, liars, cheaters, stealers? Or suffer for what? Righteousness' sake, right? So what does the scriptures tell you? You're going to pay. You're going to suffer. You're going to give it up. You're going to give it up. The Most High is going to take it. Or Satan is going to take it from you. The world is going to strip you. But I'd rather suffer for the righteousness' sake, suffer trying to fulfill the commitment, than suffer for reneging, being a reneger. A renegger. Right? Reneging on the commitments, man. The commitment to the Most High, the commitment to Christ, the commitment to your family, the commitment to the brothers, the commitment to the truth, the commitment to the word, to the spirit, the commitment to the nation. I'd rather be under this side going through it here than going through it here. There's no mercy over here. There's no mercy on this side. Don't y'all feel that? Who in the world is giving y'all mercy? They're unmerciful. At least in the spirit and being around the spirit, there's mercy, there's understanding. There's a level of consideration. Who in the world is considering anybody? Where's the consideration in the world when the whole entire world is taught to not consider what the hell you're going through? We've had brothers that committed, and then we had to revamp the way we did things to try to help them fulfill their commitment. Right? Have we not done that? Change times, change this, change days to try to help brothers fulfill their commitment. And it either works or it don't. Because why? Our consideration. Because why? The love, the charity, the brotherhood, the sisterhood. Not wanting each other to fail. The world don't give a damn if you fail. They don't care out there. So shouldn't you care more about yourself and pushing yourself past having to be held accountable by them? The world, the people in the world, that mind state. Right? Read on.
Verse 6. Suffer not thy mouth to cause thy flesh to sin.
Right. Suffer not your mind. Think about it. You talk it and then you don't do it. You talk it, then you run to the wrong thing. You can't commit over here and then run over there. You better watch your step. What are you moving towards? What are you walking towards? Yeah, I'm trying to be, I'm ready, but I want to be an officer. Okay, but then shut the damn TV off, officer. Put the phone down, officer. I want to be a good wife and a good mother. Okay, get off damn social media. That ain't teaching you nothing. Get around sisters that are mothers, that have raised children, that can give you pointers. Right? Cut your pride off and stop acting like because you pop some babies out your belly that makes you a mom. That don't make you a mother. And because you can impregnate a woman don't make you a father. Nobody in here was taught how to be a father. We're learning. Right? We're learning. Nobody was taught how to be a mom. You're learning. But if you let pride tell you, like, no, I got this. I know what I'm doing. Okay, well then, prove it. Prove it. Where's the fruits of your labor? Where they at? Where your children at? What are they on? They're the proof. They're the proof that you didn't know what the hell you were doing. I'm guilty too. I'm guilty too. I'm no better. Trust me. I got a 20-year-old daughter that loves to smoke ganja. She loves it. Right? So I'm guilty also of not being what the Bible shows us to be in my former days, right? But we're here now to do what? To not be right, to turn it around, but you can't let pride dictate what you know. Too much of us are prideful as hell, man. And because you're aged, because you got a few gray hair, I got gray hair too. So what? So what? What does it mean? So what? Gray hair don't mean a damn thing. Are we able to apply this to our lives daily? Youth don't mean nothing. Are you going to be humble enough to apply this and take the experience from the aged? And take the wisdom for the age, or because you're young and you just know something. You a young dummy. You got young dummies and old fools. But we shouldn't be any of that. But you're only a young dummy because of pride. You're only an old fool because of pride. Don't let pride dictate how you move. Read on.
Neither say thou before the angel that it was an error.
Right? Because you can't, oh, my bad. That don't work. My fault. I didn't know what I was committing to. You know what it sounds like? Wah, 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 wah. Remember Charlie Brown? You couldn't understand a damn thing that was coming out. Who was that? Mom's mouth? That was that Charlie Brown's mom? Who was that?
Teacher.
The teacher. Yeah. Wah, wah, wah. Sometimes I feel like that's how I sound to y'all. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah, wah. You said what? I don't know who that is. Too young. What it, I don't know that. I don't know that. Go ahead, read on.
Before my time.
Yeah, Shabala, you might got us beat on that one. You got me beat. Go ahead, read.
Wherefore should the Most High be angry at thy voice?
I'm not going to be angry. You know what I'm going to do? He asked me a question the other day. We were dealing with a situation with a brother. And he asked me, he said, how come, he said, how do you stop from getting mad at these situations? And I said, it ain't my job to be mad. It ain't my job to be mad when brothers and sisters play their part. It ain't my job to be mad. Did Yahushua get mad at Judas? Did he get mad at Israel that killed him? Did he get mad at Herod? Did he get mad at Pilate? Did he get mad at the high priest? Like, did he get mad? It ain't my job to be mad at y'all or mad at anybody when they do what they do. It's not my job. Whose job is it? Read it again.
Wherefore should the Most High be angry at thy voice?
Yeah, that's who's going to be pissed off at you. That's who's going to be angry. My anger don't do nothing for y'all. Does it? Me being angry at y'all, what does that do for you? You looking at me like, what the hell is he mad for? It's my life. But guess what? That's what I say. What am I going to be mad for? This is y'all's life. I can't be mad at how you want to live your life. I feel bad for a lot of brothers and sisters that make certain moves and I can see the impact in the future of what it's going to have on their life. It hurts, but mad and angry, no, that ain't my place. Because that's the Most High's place. He's going to be the one to show you through his anger why you should be careful in these matters. Go ahead.
And destroy the work of thine hands.
Yeah, that's who's going to, when you finally figure out that you're ready to commit, because what tends to happen? You get in the camp, you get around the brothers, you want to do everything the brothers is doing. Con, okay, cool. You down? You ready? Cool. But then you fall back on that commitment, and then somehow you have the consistency to go do your own thing. You have the diligence to go do your own thing. Now you've developed a level of commitment to go do your own thing. The Most High said it's not going to work out. Y'all get that, right? He said it's not going to work out. And let me say this. This ain't got nothing to do with working the mall, working the truck. This ain't got nothing to do with that. I don't care about that. That's not what I'm talking about. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the spiritual commitments that brothers make. I want to be a teacher. Oh, okay, well, let's go through it. I want to be a leader. I'm a husband, but I suck. Well, let us show you how to be, through the Bible, a better husband. But if you're not around to fulfill that commitment, now when you try to go at it on your own, what happens?
Fails.
Con. Yep. It's going to fail, brothers and sisters. It's going to fail. Not because we want you to fail, not because I hate y'all, not because I don't like you to succeed. The Bible is telling you that it's going to fail and that you got to be careful. And then, all the times that I've seen it, he's seen it, Kazaki has seen it, Zion has seen it play out. We're like, damn, this is like the 50th time we've seen this happen, right? Where we fire the warning shot and say, no, don't do that because it's not going to work. No, I got this. I hear you, but I got this. Okay. And what happens? You lose your grip. He said it. The sister said it. The handling of situations, the foresight, the ability to affect situations properly in the spirit. It's gone from you. And what tends to happen, man? We're back to contention. We're back to fighting. We're back to cheating, stealing, lying. We're back to giving in to what the world says the way to handle problems is. In any avenue, I don't care, husband, wife, children, right? It doesn't matter, because there's something that's going to lack. You might have all the scriptures, but what do you lack? Balance. You might have all the balance, but what do you lack? The scriptures. You might have both, but what do you lack? Discretion, discernment, foresight. This, how do I do this? How do I do that? It's going to lack because you didn't stay committed through the process that's supposed to bring about the proper way to do things. Think about if a doctor didn't stay committed to the how many years of school a doctor got to go through? 12? I don't know. 8 years of school. But, oh, you know what? Man, I'm good after 4. I got this. And then he comes trying to operate on you. What the hell are you going to do? I want a new doctor. Imagine if you were able to pull up the record of your doctor, because you can. But imagine if everybody did it and you're like, damn, but he went to community college. Wait a minute. But he about to operate on my brain? Hold up, cuz. You gonna say what? Wait, you haven't committed yourself to this craft. I need somebody that went through the 12 years. Right? The high school, the grad, the undergrad, the internship, right? The whole 20 years of being a doctor before you're a doctor. Whatever, how many years, it's a lot of years. Right? You ain't gonna take the cat that went 2 years and committed himself for 2 years. You're gonna get the person that went through what we know as the standard to be a doctor. But we gotta hold ourselves to the same esteem. What is the standard of being a husband? How long does that take? How long does that take? Give me a time.
To death.
Thank you. The standard of being a wife, the commitment, how long does that take? Till death. You'll never have it perfect. To be a mom, to be a dad. So if you think you perfect now, you tripping. Oh, I'm the perfect wife. Okay. He'll tell me all the flaws. Why are you having so many counsels? Why is there contention if you perfect? I'm the perfect mom. Okay. Then why you look unhappy around your kids? Why your kids always crying? Why they always looking mad? Why is it just straight discipline all the time and never no nurture? You the perfect mom, perfect dad, right? No, there's all, what I'm trying to show y'all is that the commitments that we've made, they're eternal. They don't stop. They can't stop. Because as soon as they do, you're right back in the mind of the world. The world tells you, oh, you're the best dad. Why? Because you took me to Chuck E. Cheese on my birthday. Because you showed up to my game and you watched me play basketball. You're the perfect mom because you cooked meals and you cleaned and you did my laundry. Right? So when she ain't doing that, what is she? See, the standards are different. And what we've committed to, we got to keep. Chugging away. Right? Keep burning away those impurities. Keep dipping ourselves in that fire. Pull out. Look at ourselves. Oh, no, I ain't there yet. Let me go back in. No, I'm getting there, but damn, no. Let me get back in there for a little bit. And if you don't want to do it, the Most High is going to do it anyway.
It's true.
He's going to refine you one way or the other. Right? So, go back. Go to go to Deuteronomy 23 and 21. This is important. There's a reason why I'm hitting on this. It's important because too many times, man, it happens too many times through sheer ignorance. The overcommitting, the overextending, I'm going to do this and do that to try to fit in. You ain't got to fit in here. You don't have to force yourself in to fit in. The Most High will make a way for you. But you don't have to destroy yourself trying to fit in. This ain't a boys club or a girls club. This is a understand what you need to do and do it club. Right? You're already in. Don't you get it? You're already in. You're a part of the body. It's all inclusive, baby. But in trying to be included, you actually uninclude yourself. You remove yourself. Because now, when you say you're going to do something and we're holding you to it, who do you look at? They're too demanding. They want too much. It's not what I agree to. And then what do you tend to do? You draw yourself back. And your attendance and everything becomes scarce. For whatever reason. For whatever reason. Whatever reason you have in your mind, that's why it happens. But I'm trying to show y'all how to prevent the longer, everlasting damage to yourselves, man. By just understanding that where does my commitment start? I got to work on me. You're no good to nobody unless you start working on you.
Gone.
And your outlook and the way you see things and the way you view things and the way you feel. It matters, but it doesn't matter. It matters because it's destructive. And it matters if you change it and are able to use those now positive, pure point of views and pure outlook to help the body. To push and keep propelling yourself in Christ. But that negative outlook don't matter. It don't matter to me. It's not profitable. Right? Go ahead, read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 21.
Right?
When thou shalt vow a vow,
Right?
unto the Lord thy power.
Unto the Lord, man. Remember, you're always committing to the Most High. Study to show thyself approved unto God. You ain't studying for me. But then again, you are. You know why? Because if I don't remember the scripture, hey, what's that scripture? You better know it. Because you're studying for me. But you're studying for yourself. But you're showing the Most High that you're doing it. Hey, what's that scripture? I didn't study last night, so I don't know. Damn. Right? You got to see. We do it for the Most High, but we do it for each other. The hell are we doing it for? We sitting amongst each other. What else is it for?
True.
To be able to teach your worldly friends? To be able to convince the gainsayers? Stop. They already convinced.
Yeah.
They already convinced. You ain't going to convince them. You ain't God. You ain't, only the Most High can have men saved. And a damn thing you can do, what? Fix you. Control you.
Gone.
Read.
Thou shalt not slack to pay it.
Uh-huh.
For the Lord thy power will surely require it of thee.
He will do what?
Will surely require it of thee.
Yeah, and you want to go kicking and screaming or willingly? I mean, willingly hurts a lot less, right? There's comfort in willingly.
Gone.
When it got to be stripped from you, when it got to be stripped from you, usually what? You don't see it coming? You weren't prepared. You couldn't anticipate it because you're so caught up. And that's usually when you get hit the hardest. That's it on that. Go back.
Numbers chapter 30 and verse
Yeah,
3.
we get that, right? I'm going to say this. This ain't to make nobody feel bad. We don't sit up here to make y'all feel bad about what y'all dealing with. We deal with things too. It's not to make you feel bad or to make you not want to be around or to make you not want to commit. But somebody has to say it. Somebody got to tell the truth, right? Who in our what family member is telling you the truth about what things you got to work on? Who in our families is doing it for us? Nobody in my family is telling me the truth. The only brothers that tell me the truth is brothers up here and y'all. They're not showing me the things that I got to work on and fight for. So this is not to beat anybody down or to make anybody feel less of a human or less of an Israelite. This is not what this is about. But it is about, what does the word say? And I know sometimes it's like, damn, why is he so angry? Why is he so, I'm not angry. Or why is he so sharp? Yeah? Because you've been getting it real soft your whole life. Somebody's been catering to that mind. We've all been catered to for so long. Somebody got to give it to us plain. So remember, this is love, right? We do it because we love y'all. We go through the same things because we love y'all, because we see the issues, and this is one of the biggest issues that we deal with here in this school, and just with black people and Mexicans and Indians, right? Alike. This is our biggest issue is commitment. Look at our households. Look at our families, right? You can't even commit to the offspring that comes out your body. Think about it. Divorce rate, single parent rate is the highest in our communities. So what is it? It's commitment. It's fighting through the issues to get to the next step in your commitment. Fighting for and understanding what you're fighting for. But a lot of us get children not understanding, damn, this is what I got to go through. Yeah, your time's not your time. A lot of us get spouses, damn, this is what I got to go through. Yeah, compromise, condescending, right? Compromise, one of the biggest words that we hate doing. Because it's my way or the highway. But you got to compromise. You got to condescend. Y'all see this? So, I mean, again, we love y'all, and, you know, it ain't always going to be smooth. It ain't always going to be smooth words. Read on.
Numbers chapter 30 and verse 3. If a woman also vow a vow unto the Lord, and bind herself by a bond, being in her father's house in her youth, and her father hear her vow, and her bond wherewith she hath bound her soul, and her father shall hold his peace at her, then all her vows shall stand.
Think about binding your soul. Talk about soul ties. So think about it. When you don't fulfill your commitment, what that does to your soul. How now it's almost like a thing that taints your soul. Your soul is like your soul is what allows, is the thing that animates you. It's what allows. Remember, there's a difference between soul and spirit. Spirits are the things that come in and affect your soul. You got negative spirit, positive spirits, right? You got the Holy Spirit, right? But that's what comes in and it affects your soul, your being. So if I'm constantly not committing or fulfilling my commitment, what is that doing to my being? What is it turning me into? What is the outlook from people? Think about a person that's non-committive, that don't commit, non-committal, right? Usually that word is an infidel, right? What's the outlook on that person? What's the first word that comes to a person that's an infidel? What's the first word? You know what it means to be an infidel? Who knows what it means to be an infidel? What? Right, that's a non-believer, right? What, like, let's say in a relationship.
Not committed.
Not committed, right? A cheater, right? He committed infidelity. He's a cheater. She's a cheater. So a cheater, besides the word cheater, what's the first thing that comes to your mind when you think about a person that's a cheater? What is it? I know what comes to my mind. What comes to y'all's mind? Huh? Untrustworthy. Untrustworthy. In some way, shape, or form, they're going to try to get their way and screw me out of the what is right and what is just, right? The equitable thing. So Who wants untrustworthy people in their parameter? It's hard, right? Isn't it hard to deal with a person that's untrustworthy? Because you don't know where to put them. They say you can only trust a person as far as you can throw them. I still don't get that.
That's not very far.
I guess. I don't get that saying, but it's like, why would you keep that person even around? Right? The whole point is that we're supposed to trust one another. I should trust that when if he needs me in any capacity, that I should be able to be there for him. And guess what? He should have that same trust. That whatever capacity it is, I should be there for him and vice versa. Right? He shouldn't have a question in his mind like, damn it, man, I know I need to borrow a vehicle. And I don't be like, nah. I'm like, bro, here's the keys. I need somewhere to stay. Okay, come on. I need some food. Oh, come on. I need this. I need that. It doesn't matter. Everything within the law that's lawful, right? If he asks, I should be able to. He should have the confidence before he asks me that if I have it, he got it. Right? He should have that trust in me. Really, it's the trust in the Most High that the Spirit is going to be in me to administer those things, right? Because that's what we got to trust in is the Most High. Trust not in man, right? But we should all have that trust in one another. I should have the trust that brothers are going to be where they say they're going to be in the morning, on the truck, at the mall, whatever the case may be. That Shaddak's going to do morning class in the morning. I trust that. Unless something pops up. Right? But I have that trust. Don't y'all trust that on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, y'all going to have class? Y'all should. How do you trust that? Can you show up, right? Right? With nobody saying, hey, there's class today, guys. And then you got, oh, there is class. Let's go. No, you show up knowing through past experiences that we have class on these days. You trust that we're going to be here. Now imagine if you showed up and we weren't. Light bulbs start going on like, damn, what happened? And you start waiting for the text message for us to tell you what happened, and we didn't text nothing. Then you might ask, hey, we didn't have class. What's going on? You might go to the next person. Hey, we got class. What happened? I don't know what happened. They didn't say anything. Then you might show up again and then like no class. Like, oh man, wait, hold on, what's going on here? Are you gonna show up every single time, or are you gonna stop showing up because you can't trust that the doors are gonna be open? Right. You stop committing to the untrustworthy. Think about it. Who's been in you ain't gotta raise your hand, but who's been in relationships? Just think about a relationship that you've been in where you couldn't trust your significant other. Didn't that put you in the mind to not continue to commit on the level? Even though you still might have, it made you more reluctant. You have more reservation. Right? So think about the untrustworthy and the infidel and the person that doesn't keep their vow and their spirit is their soul is binding but now being affected. It's hard to deal with that type of person because now you're looking for the holes in their character. Now you're looking for the excuse. Oh, let's see. Watch for the excuse they come with. And you just waiting for the excuse. It's sad. Watch. You gonna watch. Bet you. Watch. Bet you. You gonna do. I guarantee you. I'm gonna foresee the evil. Now you gotta over prep for this person's excuses. What does that do? Takes everybody off their game. So you gotta see, man, this is deep. This is deep. It's a soul. It's soul changing, spirit altering, the things that we say and that we don't do. Go ahead, read on.
And every bond wherewith she had bound her soul shall stand. But if her father disallow her in the day that he heareth not any of her vows of her bonds wherewith she had bond her soul shall stand.
So think about this. Why can a man hear his daughter's vow and disallow, like, nope, she ain't doing that? Why can a husband hear his wife's vow and say, nope, she ain't doing that? Why can he do that? He's her head. What else? You're absolutely right. What else? Come on. What else?
Answers to Christ.
The order. God, Christ. Right? Man, woman. So think about it. What?
Because he should be able to understand his wife, or the father should be able to understand his daughter, to know what she can handle in the vow and what she can't.
Right. Perfect. That head, that cover, he's supposed to understand. Right? Wait a minute. What can she really undertake? Why is she committing to this? Why are you overcommitting? Right? Some of the ribs have the problem of overcommitting and taking on too many tasks. Then what happens? Who do you come crying to? When your husband's like, wait, you're doing too much. No, I got this, babe. And then when it all starts crumbling, who do you got to run to? The same one that said, no, you shouldn't have overcommitted. But he's able to disannul those vows because when you look at it, it's going to affect the household. The household will be held accountable. Don't you get it? Not just the woman, but the household is now accountable wherever that woman is at. That man that heard and knew, she ain't gonna do that. She's tripping. Nah, babe, listen, you cook, you wanna cook 18 meals for the feast? No. You're gonna cook one meal for the feast. How you gonna cook 18 meals when you don't even cook 18 meals in a month? No, you're gonna cook one meal and you're gonna get one thing under your belt, and then we're gonna see going forward how you do. But you can't expect to I'm gonna cook a 4-course meal when you don't even do that on the regular. Where's the experience? Sometimes you gotta get a win under your belt. You know how that feels to get a win, to accomplish? And then once you've accomplished, you're like, oh, well, I know I can do this. So now I can commit to a little bit more, little things at a time. But if your husband sees you're overcommitting, he can shut that down. Lie, sis, you ain't doing that. Now, that's not an excuse for you husbands or for you ribs to run to your husbands like, they're making me clean the school today. No, that's your duty. You can do it. But I got the kid. No, we're going to work that out. But there are levels where sisters will overcommit, and there's no way for them to accomplish the things that they have to do. Y'all see that? Read on. And I got a perfect example. Read on.
And the Lord shall forgive her because her father disallowed her.
The Lord is going to forgive her because the head of that household, father, husband, he examined the situation and knew, wait a minute, she's not capable. Go ahead.
And her husband heard it and held his peace at her in the day that he heard it. Then her vow shall stand.
Right.
And her bonds wherewith she bound, her soul shall stand.
Go to 1 Samuel chapter 1 and verse 11. This is the perfect story. This is one of the perfect stories to show a woman making a vow and her husband allowing the vow to stand. 1 Samuel chapter 1, right? So, quick backstory. We're going to deal with, obviously, Samuel. And this is, Hannah, before she was pregnant with him, what did she do? Well, she's seeing her husband's other wife have these kids. And she's like, man, I want me a kid, right? And the husband's doing everything, he's giving her the bigger portions at the feast. He's trying to do all these things to appease her spirit, knowing that she ain't having no baby, right? Trying to make her happy, trying to fulfill that void. But what does she go do? Well, let's read 1 Samuel 1 and 11. Read.
The book of 1 Samuel, chapter 1, verse 11.
Right?
And she vowed a vow.
Right?
And said,
O Lord of hosts,
Right?
if thou wilt indeed look on the affliction of thy handmaid,
Go ahead.
and remember me,
Go ahead.
and not forget thy handmaid, but will give unto thy handmaid a man child, then I will give him unto the Lord all the days of his life,
Right?
and there shall no razor come upon his head.
Right. So, no razor on his head, and I'll commit him to the priesthood for his whole life. Just give me a son. Jump down to verse 20.
Verse 20.
Now, mind you, she was there by herself, right? Eli was like, wait a minute, what the hell, you drunk? How you drunk right now? You know what's cold about this? You know what I like about this?
That's right.
The way she was talking, he was like, wait a minute, why are you drunk? She's like, no, I'm not drunk. He didn't say, why are you drunk at the 3rd hour of the day? Why are you drunk at the 5th hour? Why are you drunk? He said, why are you drunk? Because it wasn't a woman's place to be drunken and to be battling in the damn streets.
Wow.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to be a woman wino. Men neither, right? Men neither. We weren't supposed to be drunkards. But it was really out of place for a woman. Just read the story. We're not going to go over it. But it's in verse 14. He said, how long wilt thou be drunk and put away the wine from thee? Right? He didn't say, why are you drunk in the 9th hour? Remember, they're at a feast. But the women in feast weren't just... I got to point this out because some sisters got the damn issue where they think every time there's a little liquor, they got to pour up and get sloppy-mouthed and start blabbing. Nah. Standard. Jump down to verse 20.
Right. Verse 20.
Right?
Wherefore it came to pass, when the time was come about after Hannah had conceived,
Right?
that she bare a son, and called his name Samuel,
Right? Shema Allah. Go ahead.
saying, because I have asked him of the Lord. And the man Elkanah and all his house went up to offer unto the Lord the yearly sacrifice and his vow.
Right?
But Hannah went not up, for she said unto her husband, I will not go up until the child be weaned.
So obviously, the vow that she made, her husband was made privy of. So she had to have communicated. Even though the story don't tell us that,
Right.
he's going up. She lets him know, look, I'm going to come up, but after he's weaned. So usually the weaning process, 3 to 5 years, right? 3 to 5 years, usually when you wean them off the breastfeeding. Go ahead. Listen,
And then,
Yashikar, don't pay attention to them. Stick with me. If they got to go to the back, send them to the back. But don't focus on them right now. Go ahead.
and then I will bring him, that he may appear before the Lord,
Right?
and there abide forever. And Elkanah her husband said unto her,
Right?
Do it seemeth thee good.
Yeah, he said, that's cool. Do what you want. But do what you want according to what you vowed. See that? He could have said, hell nah, you ain't going to give up my son. Right? He could have disannulled her vow when she made it back with Eli. But he said, okay, you know what? Do what seemeth right to you. You're going to bring him when you say you're going to bring him when, first of all, you said you was going to give him to the Most High. Now you're going to bring him when he's weaned. Okay, cool. But just do what seems right to you because you're going to be held accountable. But why did he entrust her? Think about it. Think about the mind state she was in to want this baby. Right? Think about a woman that she gets pregnant and then she's I'm putting the baby up for adoption. Carries the baby 9 months, baby pops out, and then she's like, psych! Keeping the baby. Right? Think about it. She wants this baby bad. She gets pregnant, 9 months carrying, right? Baby pops out, and then she keeps the baby for another couple of years. But think about her character and her husband. He knew what was in her. He knew that, she's going to follow her word and her commitment. She's not going to let emotions. She's not going to let maternal instinct. My maternal instincts kicked in and all of a sudden I got to keep this baby. My emotions kicked in and I got to keep this baby. No. He knew that she was going to put her vow and what she vowed to the Most High over everything. You see that trust? But he knew that was in her. You see that? She knew that was in her. That's the cold part. Like he said, do what seemed right to you. But him saying that wasn't like, oh, do what you want. It was, do what seemed right to you within what you promised. Right? Go ahead.
Tarry until thou have weaned him. Only the Lord established his word.
He what?
The Lord established his word.
Right, and what is his word? Well, we just read it. Either he's going to destroy the works of your hands, or what you put your hands to is going to prosper. The Lord is going to establish his word according to what you do. You see that? Only the Lord, like he was like, I can't do nothing. Just like me. What can I do if you don't keep your vow? Right? Only the Lord is going to establish his word. The Lord will be angry or he'll be pleased. But he'll establish his word. Go ahead.
So the woman abode and gave her son suck until she weaned him.
Right?
And when she had weaned him, she took him up with her.
Right?
With 3 bullocks and 1 ephah of flour and a bottle of wine, and brought him unto the house of the Lord in Shiloh. And the child was young.
Right. And we understand, right? And then what was she able to do? She said it. I let my son to the Lord, right? But what was she able to do? She was able to go visit him yearly. Right? She was able to go visit him whenever she wanted. He was a priest. That was part of the thing that we did. Where we would go eat with the priests. Go visit the priests. Go show love to the priests.
That's awesome.
So she didn't lose nothing. She wasn't caught up on, oh my God, my baby, my only son. She was caught up on, wait a minute, what did I tell the Most High? What did I vow and bind my household to? Not just herself, but her household. Y'all get it? What did I put my husband in? And how come he didn't excuse me from this? Well, because he expects me to hold myself accountable. You see that? Let's jump back. So everybody get that, right? Good story, good example, right? One of my favorite, this is one of my favorite stories because there's a lot in this first chapter of Samuel that you can read and you be like, damn, there's a lot in here, a lot of laws being established or being followed. Go back to Numbers.
Numbers chapter 30 and verse 8. But if her husband disallowed her on the day that he heard it, then he shall make her vow which she vowed, and that which she uttered with her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, of none effect, and the Lord shall forgive her. But every vow of a widow and of her that is divorced, wherewith they have bound their soul, shall stand against her. And if she vowed in her husband's house, or bound her soul by a bond with an oath, and her husband heard it, and held his peace at her, and disallowed her not, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her husband hath utterly made them void on the day he heard them, then whatsoever proceeded
Rosa.
out of her lips concerning her vows, or concerning the bond of her soul, shall not stand. Her husband hath made them void, and the Lord shall forgive her. Every now and every binding oath to afflict the soul, her husband may establish it, or her husband may make it void. But if her husband altogether hold his peace at her from day to day, then he established all her vows or all her bonds which are upon her. He confirmeth them, because he held his peace at her in the day that he heard them. But if he shall anyways make them void after that he hath heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity. These are the statutes which the Lord commanded Moses between a man and a wife, between the father and his daughter, being yet in her youth in her father's house. Numbers chapter 31 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Avenge the children of Israel of the Midianites. Afterward shalt thou be gathered unto thy people. And Moses spake unto the people, saying, Arm some of yourselves unto the war, and let them go against the Midianites, and avenge the Lord of Midian. Of every tribe 1,000 throughout all the tribes of Israel shall ye send to the war. So there were delivered out of the thousands of Israel 1,000 of every tribe, 12,000 armed for war. And Moses sent them to war, 1,000 of every tribe. Then and Phinehas the son of Eleazar, the priest, to the war with the holy instrument and the trumpet to blow in his hand. And they warred against the Midianites. And the Lord commanded Moses, and they slew all the males, and they slew the king of Midian, besides the rest of them that were slain, namely Eli and Rachem and Zor and Hur and Reba, 5 kings of Midian, Balaam also the son of Beor, they slew with the sword. And the children of Israel took all the women of Midian captive and their little ones, and took the spoil of all their cattle and all their flocks and all their goods, and they burned all their cities wherein they dwelt, and all their goodly castles with fire. And they took all the spoil and all the prey, both of men and of beasts, and they brought the captive and the prey and the spoil unto Moses and Eleazar the priest, and unto the congregation of the children of Israel, unto the camp at the plains of Moab, the camp of the plains of Moab, which are by Jordan near Jericho. And Moses and Eleazar the priest and all the princes of the congregation went forth to meet them without the camp. And Moses was wroth with the officers of the host, with the captains over thousands and captains over hundreds, which came from the battle. And Moses said unto them, Have ye saved all the women alive? Behold, these caused the children of Israel through the counsel of Balaam to commit trespass against the Lord in the matter of Peor. And there was a plague among the congregation of the Lord. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath no man, by living with him. And all the
By what? By lying with him.
By lying with him. But all the women, children that have not known a man, by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. And do ye abide without the camp 7 days. Whosoever hath killed any person, and whosoever hath touched any slain, purify both yourselves and your captive on the 3rd day.
He said, where you at?
Verse 19.
Right, purify both yourselves and your captives. So what will we do with the captives of the women? Pare their nails, change their garment, right? Remember that? Right. the men, what would happen? Circumcised, change their garment, all that stuff, right? And remember why this was happening. Remember, we read it about the Midianites in the Josephus, what the Midianite women plotted against the men, and really how Balaam, he gave that insight to Balak on how to get us caught up. Just send the women in there and then they'll do the rest. That was the counsel. That was the counsel. Just send the women in and they get caught up in the women. These dudes is lustful. They're young, they're youthful. They out here in the wilderness, right? Just send those beautiful little Midianites and that's going to get them caught up. Now, just think about it. You think that America don't know that today?
That's true.
Yeah, just put them in lingerie. Just parade Beyonce and Megan Thee Stallion and Nicki Minaj and Lil' Kim and just parade them on your TV and these dudes are going to get caught up and then make all the women look like them. And they're going to get caught up in that. In the long hair, the eyelashes, the weave, the attitude. They'll get caught up in that. They'll actually get overran by that. So the agenda, the stage has been set for a long time, for thousands of years, on how to deter our men. The Israelite man, you get too caught up in his woman. You get caught up in the wrong part of the woman. Huh? Oh, give him a white woman. Oh yeah, that's it too. Come on, wasn't that a fad? Wasn't that a thing? Like that was a thing. Like man, you gotta get you one of them snow bunnies. It was like new car, house, snow bunny. It was almost like a woman carrying a handbag at one point. If you didn't have a snow bunny on your arm, you was tripping, especially if you had money, right? If you was a black man with dough and you didn't have a Becky, you wasn't living life. Right? Yeah, Becky, you wasn't living life. So yes, they made it a thing. They made it an agenda, is what I'm trying to show y'all. Well, when we read in Psalms, and it says that the nations were confederate, and they all came into this one mind to destroy us. There's so many ways that they go back into history, knowing who we are, and knowing what destroyed us in the past, and all they do is just replicate that. And they just put it on a media scale and they make it look good. And they give you the white woman with the butt injections, right? They give you the Kim Kardashian. Every woman looks like Kim Kardashian with the BBL, right? And the big lips and the full breast they tan her skin to make it look almondy, right? She got that almond brown. But you peel all that back, she's just a pasty white woman with a 12-year-old boy body. You know what I'm saying? Peel all that surgery away from the Kardashians. And they're pale like this piece of paper, man. And flat like it too. But they got our men chasing that. Look at all the men that done ran through Kim Kardashian. All black men. She ain't dated not one white boy. Chris Humphries? Was he white?
Humphries is white.
Really? Is he mixed?
Nah, I think he's just white.
Oh, really?
Pete Davidson white.
And then Pete Davidson, yeah, she finally getting back to reality. Right? But think about all the black men that ran to that and got destroyed by that. Right? Look at Kanye. That nigga's mind is gone.
Oh,
Ray J finished.
Nah, Chris Humphries was black.
See, Chris Humphries, black man. He does look like a white boy.
Yeah, his dad's black.
Yeah, he looked like a white boy. But I'm like, nah, he had to be Judah because that dude is huge. His features too, right? He like a Blake Griffin type. Yeah, but just think about the agenda, man. Look at OJ, right? Look at all these men that chase these. Look at Bill Cosby. All them white women that accused him.
Yep.
You mean to tell me all them crusty ass white men accused that man, and he was rubbing elbows with Felicia Rashad? She is still beautiful today. But them pasty boy looking white women was accusing him of rape? Come on, man. The agenda to destroy us. You see that? To get us feeling like we're equal with them, or that they're on our level, and that we can get with them. But then the agenda is to destroy the image of the black man. Same thing here, man. So what is Moses doing? Well, we're gonna eradicate that. All the women that done dealt with men, kill them. And all the virgins, remember, virgin unused. right? By definition, one of the definitions, unused. Not used, not influenced. Put them for the captives, right? Put them to be the servants, the slaves, whatever you want. But all the ones that are tainted with this mentality, we gotta take that away from us. Wipe them out. So here goes Midian being wiped out. Go ahead, read on. Was that it? Oh,
Verse 30.
verse 30, yeah.
Read to verse 30.
Oh no, so you're at verse. Right.
Verse 20. And purify all your raiment, and all that is made of skins, and all work of goat's hair, and all things made of wood. And Eleazar the priest said unto the men of war which went to the battle, this is the ordinance of the law which the Lord commanded Moses.
Right. All the law when he goes through this, like purifying the skins, washing out the blood, you touch a dead body 7 days. You know, if you killed somebody 7 days, why? To make sure that there was no disease and things like that. So imagine all these men that had to be separated. Then they had to do the water separation, right? The heifer with the dung, its fur burnt outside the camp, the ashes on their head. All those things they had to do in the ordinances of the law to purify themselves. Go ahead.
Only the gold and the silver, the brass, the iron, the tin, and the lead, everything that may abide the fire, ye shall make it go through the fire, and it shall be clean. Nevertheless, it shall be purified with the water of separation, and all that abideth not the fire, ye shall make go through the water, and ye shall wash your clothes on the 7th day, and ye shall be clean, and afterward ye shall come into the camp. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, take the sum of the prey that was taken, both of man.
What verse you at?
Verse 26.
Right. Go ahead.
Both of man and of beast, thou and Eleazar the priest, and the chief fathers of the congregation, and divide the prey into 2 parts between them that took the war upon them who went out to battle, and between all the congregation. And Levi a tribute unto the Lord of the men of war which went out to battle, 1 soul of 500, both of the persons, and of the beasts, and of the asses, and of the sheep. Take it of their half, and give it unto Eleazar the priest for a heap offering of the Lord. And of the children of Israel's half, thou shalt take 1 portion of 50 of the persons, of the beasts, of the asses, and of the flocks, and of manner of beasts, and give them unto the Levites, which keep the charge of the tabernacle of the Lord.
All right. Sis?
I have a question on chapter 30, on verse 9. Could you give me a little bit more understanding of that verse?
30 and verse 9.
Yes.
Read that. Read 30 and verse 9. Yep.
Numbers chapter 30 and verse 9.
Right.
But every vow of a widow and of her that is divorced, wherewith they have bound their souls, shall stand against her.
Right. So since a widow or a woman that's divorced, basically a woman without a man, right? Whatever vow she commits to, she has to hold herself accountable.
Yeah.
So let's think about that. Does that mean she just goes around making vows? No, that means that because she doesn't have a husband, what she would do now is still communicate with what? The priests, right? In this setting, the brothers, that woman would communicate and counsel, just like a wife would do. Just like a wife would do, right? Think about it. Babe, right? Babe, I'm the wife, he's the husband. Right, babe, I want to, I know we haven't had, we're trying to have a baby and da-da-da-da, but you know what? If we have a baby, I want to give him up for adoption. Right? What you going? Hell nah! That's our baby, right? Because that's how that works. She would come and counsel to her husband about what she's thinking of doing to affect the situation. And he's going to either say yeah or no, right? So in that case of a woman not having that husband, she would go to the priest and say, I was thinking about such and such and such and such. And they would say, well, okay, sis, have you considered this? Have you considered this? Have you thought about this? Did you think about this part? What about this part? How are you going to, financially, spiritually, da-da-da-da-da? You know what? You're right. I'm not going to do that. Or you know what? Well, I got this set up and I got this set up. Okay, well, you know what? You should do that. You would counsel. That way now, whatever vow you go into, it's almost still like you're having that woman in that situation is still having that covering. It's just not a husband, right? So she's still having the same access as far as counsel and communication. You see that? So remember, did Samuel's mom communicate to her husband about what she was going to do? Yes. He heard it. He heard of it. They communicated. That's why he didn't disallow it. He allowed it to go on because he understood, right? So it would be the same thing. Like, my rib can't commit to something without her letting me know before she commits. That'd be out of order. So yeah, the idea pops in her head that she comes, babe, I'm thinking about doing this. And I'm like, okay, right, but what about this, and this? Or I'm like, you got that, go ahead. But I'm still gonna throw things out there for her to consider her commitment. Remember, you're doing, remember, you got work coming up in a few days. You got this going on. You're running this department. You got to make sure you're on top of this. You got to make sure you're on top of that. So we're not going to add more to you if you're still trying to get the things you're doing currently up to par. But it would be the same way with a sister or a widow or a divorced woman that doesn't have that man. She would deal with the priest. That way, there's counsel, so now whatever she commits to, she's held accountable. Same thing with a woman that's married. There's counsel with her husband, so whatever she commits to, she's accountable. Y'all see that? So it kind of works the same way. But this tends to be the issue. A woman that's married has direct access, right? Well, we call it pillow talk and bedroom talk, right? Where you could pop right in the house with your wife and she's like, yeah, babe. And she gives you the rundown of her day. And by the way, I was thinking about da-da-da-da. He's right there. A woman that don't have a husband or have that man in the house, what tends to happen? Well, they gotta push themselves to go to the next step of communication. But what tends to happen? I got this. I don't want nobody to know my business. I'm a grown woman. I can do it myself. I should be able to handle this myself and think through this. So, I'm a grown up. I should be able to do it. Con, you're right. But that's why the scriptures say there's a safety in a multitude of counsel. It says endeavors are not accomplished through lack of counsel. Let counsel go before all enterprise. Right? Safety. And being able to accomplish, because all it is, did you consider this? Did you consider that? We're not going to make the decision for you, but did you consider? Same thing with brothers. We're not going to make the decision for you, but did you consider the different things that can come and challenge what you're trying to do to make it harder? And are you equipped to get past those rough times? That's all it is. So you get that, right? Everybody else get that? Counsel. So counsel here is, even this is, vows are deeply embedded in counsel. Commitment is deeply embedded, and it's brother and sister with counsel. Y'all see that? Yeah. So remember that. The next time you vow or want to endeavor into something or enterprise, counsel. Go ahead. Where we at?
Let's read it.
Yep. Dessert.
Magana War, Shabbat Shah, Yahara, Ban Yasharala,
We're going to war. Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Bani Yash'ala, Benevizer, Amadim, Barak.
Yahaba Shem Al Shah Brakdam,
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shah Barakatah.
Alright? This is Numbers, chapter 31, verse 31. And Moses and Eleazar the priest did as the Lord commanded Moses. And the booty being the rest of the prey which the man of war had caught was 600,000 and 70,000 and 5,000 sheep, and 312,000 beeves.
Beeves, yeah. When you look up beeves, look it up. It's going to tell you it's like a deer or some type of antelope. If I'm not mistaken. Let's look it up real quick. Can you hear? You'll hear. Oh, it's cattle.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's cattle. What am I thinking about? Badgers. When it talks about badgers, that's like an antelope, another name. So beeves is cattle.
Yeah.
Beeves, and 61,000 asses, and 32,000 persons in all, of women that had not known man, by lying with him, and the half, which was the portion of them that went out to war, was in number 300,000, and 30,005 sheep. And the Lord's tribute of the sheep was 615. And the beeves were 36,000, of which the Most High's tribute was 312. And the asses were 30,500, of which the Most High's tribute was 301. And the persons were 16,000, of which the Most High's tribute was 32 persons. And Moses gave the tribute, which was the Most High's heave, offering unto Eleazar the priest, as the Most High commanded Moses. And of the children of Israel's half, which Moses divided from the men that warred, now the half that pertained unto the congregation was 300,000, and 30,000, and 7,500 sheep.
Now, think about this. It said that they gave, what, 30,000 people?
Yeah.
Damn.
Right? So I know you, sometimes we look at this and we're like, damn, they just went and wiped out a whole nation and kept the women. Right? But think about it. Wouldn't it be better for those women to be in the temple, serving the temple, than being without a country?
Yeah.
True.
Most High was showing them grace.
Yeah.
Those little girls, imagine a little 5-year-old girl, her family got wiped out. What do you do with her? Just leave her to the wolves? No, she would come to the temple and be a servant in the temple. Or she could be sold to a righteous family. You know, she could be sold as a slave, as a servant. That would be a better life for her. You know, obviously, keeping the law, doing the things righteous, that would be a way better life for her than even being with her family. Think about it.
Yeah.
What laws was they keeping? We get her dietary right. We get her spirit right. We get everything right about this woman or about that man. They lived a better life than they did in their own country. Think about it. Why do you think some of the Egyptians left with us? They saw how we was living. They would have lived a better life with us than they lived in Egypt. They knew it. That's why they roll with us. Mixed multitude. You see that? But that's why they even do it today. They better off with us, man. They better off with us around. They better off having our babies and being up under us and stealing our genes and stealing our hearts and using our stem cells than their own because it's worthless. We're the only thing worth anything on this earth. Y'all get that, right? We're the most valuable commodity on this earth, man. They know it. That's why they'll use us for our brain power. They use us for our brain and our brawn. We the muscle and the brain behind everything in this society. We're the driving force. We're the buying power. It ain't hot unless we say so. It ain't whack unless we say so. It don't fly unless we push it. Right? Unless we give it wings. That's just how it is. Right? So they know that. But again, they use it for their benefit. They use it for their benefit, and they've known these things since the beginning of time. You see that? So, again, another thing to keep in mind about your enemy. He knows you better than you know yourself. And he knows how to manipulate you and use your talent and your abilities better than you use them for yourselves. Go ahead.
Verse 45. And 30,000 asses and 500 and 16,000 persons, even of the children of Israel's half. Moses took one portion of 50, both of men and of beasts, and gave them unto the Levites, which kept the charge of the tabernacle of the Most High, as the Most High commanded Moses. And the officers which were over thousands of the host, the captains of thousands, and captains of hundreds, came near unto Moses. And they said unto Moses, Thy servants have taken the sum of the men of war, which are under our charge, and there lacketh not one man of us. We have therefore brought an oblation for the Most High, which every man hath gotten of jewels of gold.
How many men went to war? Did it say how many men went to war? This is important.
16,000. Or 6.
And they warred against the Midian and they slew the king.
That was 1,000 for each tribe.
Right, 1,000 throughout all the right. 12,000 men went to war and 12,000 men came back. That's 100%. That's 100% survival rate. Think about that. Come on, bruh. You better give it up to the Most High. You better got something to give and show that you thankful.
Yeah.
So at least they were smart enough to say, man, let's thank the Lord.
Right.
You know what I mean? Let's thank the Most High for bringing back all 12,000 men. Imagine you go to war and 12,000 go and really kill people and shed blood and 12,000 come back. Bro, who else is that? That ain't your sword. That ain't your bow and arrow. You know what I mean? And it wasn't that the Midianites were punks either. Because they weren't. They weren't just chumps and people that we just rolled over. They had military, they had might. Remember, they were Abraham's son. Abraham had how many trained servants?
300.
So you think he didn't train his son or show his son something that he delivered to his people? Come on now. Abraham went there and destroyed 2 Sodomite kings.
Yeah.
Come on now. Rescued Lot with 300 men. Ran through 2 kingdoms. So just think about it. How much the Most High was really rocking with us. Go ahead.
Verse 50. We have therefore brought an oblation for the Most High, what every man hath gotten of jewels, of gold, chains, and bracelets, rings, earrings, and tablets, to make an atonement for our souls before the Most High. And Moses and Eleazar, the priests, took the gold of them, even all wrought jewels, and all the gold of the offering that they offered up to the Most High, of the captains of thousands, and of the captains of hundreds was 16,750 shekels. For the man of war had taken spoil, every man for himself. And Moses and Eleazar, the priest, took the gold of the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and brought it into the tabernacle of the congregation, for a memorial for the children of Israel before the Most High. Numbers chapter 32.
Questions on that? Go ahead.
Now the children of Reuben and the children of Gad had a very great multitude of cattle. And when they saw the land of Jazer and the land of Gilead, that, behold, the place was a place for cattle, the children of Gad and the children of Reuben came and spake unto Moses and to Eleazar the priest and unto the princes of the congregation, saying, At Ataroth and Dibon and Jazer and Nimrah and Heshbon and Alil and Shabam and Nabu and beyond, even the country which the Most High smote before the congregation of Israel, is a land for cattle, and thy servants have cattle. Wherefore said they, If we have found grace in thy sight, let this land be given unto thy servants for a possession, and bring us not over Jordan. And Moses said unto the children of Gad and to the children of Reuben, Shall your brethren go to war, and shall ye sit here?
That's how. See how it goes about vows and commitment? As soon as you see something that diverts your attention, Gad and Reuben, bro, come on. Reuben being what? Who was Reuben?
Simeonites.
No, but Reuben was what? Firstborn. The might of Jacob's strength, right? His mind automatically, he's like, oh, comfort. This land looks good, but what was the commitment? First of all, what did the Most High commit to the people? The promised land, the land of Canaan, right? And all we had to do was what? Follow Moses.
Right.
Follow the path, right? That was what we committed. You know what? Yeah, we're going to follow the path, right? Most High did his job, freed us from Egypt. All we got to do is our job, commit to following the path.
Right.
And as soon as we see some land that ain't the land that the Most High gave us, what do these two niggas want to do?
Forsake their vow.
Yeah, they want to get up and give up their vow, give up their commitment. Look, this right here looks fine for us. We don't want to continue to fight. Right? That's why Moses said, wait a minute. So everybody else got to go through this and you get to sit back?
Sit here.
And be comfortable? That's all it was.
Yeah.
It was about comfort for these two bros, for Gad and Reuben. Shame on Reuben, bro. Shame on Reuben. Looking out for his comfort and for himself. Right? What did he forget? When one suffer, we all suffer. When one reign, we all reign. What about baby Benjamin? Right? What about baby Benjamin, man? Damn.
Right.
He was so gung-ho, but what about baby Benjamin? What about all the other brethren?
Right.
So we gonna lose Gad and Reuben because they just want to be comfy. Now instead of the 12, now we got 10 brothers that are committed. But what does that tend to do? Oh damn, they found their land over there and didn't have to go all the way and were comfortable.
Right.
Where can we look to not have to keep following the path to be comfortable? Where can we break our commitment? Where can we be renegas?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Where can we renege and be comfortable?
Right.
So that negative thought starts to spread through the camp, through the body, through the brothers, through the sisters, through the nation. Remember, this was you know what the coldest part about it? We're reading these things. This was the entire nation of Israel at this time, here dealing with all these things. So imagine one negative idea runs through the whole camp. We use the word camp, right, in this setting. But this was the nation of Israel at the time. Think about how many of the nation were dying. It's hard to fathom because we're so spread out. But it was easy to see when we were in the wilderness, temple in the middle of us, and we 3 tribes on each side. It was easy to see. Damn, the nation is dying. We're withering away. We're being picked off because of ideas, because of thought process, because of things like this, laziness, selfishness, willingness not to fulfill your commitment, willingness not to fulfill your vow out of your own comforts. These dudes wanted to be comfortable, man. Watch, read on.
Verse 7. And wherefore discourage ye the heart of the children of Israel.
Wherefore do what?
Discourage ye the heart of the children of Israel.
Yeah, that's why I said don't bring a coward to war. Why? Because you're going to discourage your brethren. You're going to make their hearts melt through your fear. That's why he said anything that's doubt is sin. You can't go into war doubtful. Man, I think I'm going to die today. Hell nah, you got to go in there knowing, look, I'm going to go battle. I'm going to battle. And if it is my time, I'm going to go battle. But I'm going to make it out of this.
I'm going home.
Who the hell wake up in the morning talking about, yeah, today's going to be the day, Lord? Hell nah, you praying, Yahweh, look, keep me going another day to fight.
Right.
Protect me, guide me, remove evil. Right? You're not praying to the Most High like, yeah, I guess it's my time.
Right.
No. You're not waking up doubtful. You're waking up preparing for the battle, knowing that anything can happen. The Most High controls it, but that you want to keep moving forward. Right? Go ahead.
Wherefore discourage ye the heart of the children of Israel from going over into the land which the Most High have given them.
Right.
Thus did your fathers, when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to see the land.
Right. Same thing that your fathers do. Same thing that those 10 men do. They discourage the hearts. When I sent them to spy out the land of Jericho, what did they come back with?
A bad report.
Bad report. Negative. Doubt. Right? No belief in me. They doubted me. They made me a liar. Right? Same thing that your fathers do. And what happened to them? Well, they ain't going to make it. They're going to walk through this wilderness and die. Go ahead.
Verse 9. For when they went up unto the valley of Eshcol and saw the land, they discouraged the heart of the children of Israel, that they should not go into the land which the Lord had given them. Numbers chapter 32, verse 10. And the Most High's anger was kindled the same time. And he sware, saying, surely none of the men that came up out of Egypt from 20 years old and upward shall see the land which I swear unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob, because they have not wholly followed me.
Because what?
They have not wholly followed me.
You didn't keep your vows, man. You didn't fully commit. You didn't give in to me. You didn't buy into my ideas. Yeah, that's what the Most High wants you to do, right? Yeah, you buy into Bitcoin, you're like, oh man, I'm gonna invest. About to get this Bitcoin up. And by the time, I'm gonna invest at 23,000 in, 6 months, it should be at 40. I should have return on my investment. Most High just wants you to buy into them, just like Bitcoin. Just like the gold prices. The difference is his stock never goes down.
Ooh.
Yeah, you ain't gonna lose nothing. But you think you're losing. You think you're losing because the discipline, because of the fetters, because of the putting yourself in the chains. You think you're really losing something not being out there in the world. Like, you think you're losing something not being around family and not being able to party and not being able to sit around and not being able to do what you want. When you did that stuff, you were already losing. Don't you get it? You were already losing. You were losing time to show the Most High that, wait a minute, I got to pay back what Christ gave. We all lost time sitting around, bidding for the nations, doing their bidding and doing their building, and building up their society and infrastructure and businesses and enterprise. We lost. We're losing. But when you invest in the Most High, there's no loss. There's no loss there. No. You got to invest the right way, though, just like anything, right? You can't go too heavy. You can't overcommit. And you got to be patient, right? You got to be patient to see the returns. It's the same thing. Go ahead.
Verse 12. Save Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, the Kenizzite, and Joshua, the son of Nun, for they have wholly followed the Most High. And the Most High's anger was kindled against Israel, and he made them wander in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation that had done evil in the sight of the Most High was consumed. And behold, ye are risen up in your father's stead, and increase of sinful men, to augment yet the fierce anger of the Most High toward Israel. For if ye turn away from after him, he will yet again leave them in the wilderness, and ye shall destroy all this people. And they came near unto him, and said, We will build sheepfolds here for our cattle, and cities for our little ones. But we ourselves will go ready armed before the children of Israel, until we have brought them unto their place.
So here goes the compromising now. Well, okay, we'll leave the sheep and the children behind, and we'll go to war. But then what about the sheep and the children for the other tribes? Did you consider that? They want to be safe. How does it look when you get to prop your children up in safety while another man got to bring his child through the damn fire? Well, you get to prop yourself up in safety, but everybody else got to fight their battle, but you think your safety is in what? Go to Haggai 1. Go to Haggai 1. I'm sorry. Go to Haggai 1. Go to Haggai 1:3. Haggai 1 verse 3.
Haggai, chapter 1, verse 3.
Right.
Then came the word of the Lord by Haggai, the prophet, saying, Is it time for you, O ye, to dwell in your sealed houses?
Yeah, man, it's like Israel just want to seal themselves up. You want to seal off. You know the sad part about it is? Think about Reuben and think about Gad, right? Reuben being the firstborn. Damn near everything was committed to him, right? From Jacob. Like all the potency of all the knowledge and all those different things. Think about Gad. They said they was expert. They were like lion-like men, right? Think about what they were taking away from their brothers, not wanting to be around. The experience, right? The know-how, the expertise in different fields, sealing themselves off. But that's what we do to each other. When you got an expertise or when you got a know-how or where you got something that you could commit to the body and you want to seal yourself off and be comfy, what do you do to the next man? What do you take away? What gifts and what talents do you have? And think about you sealing yourself off physically and spiritually. I don't want to talk. I don't want to be around. I don't want to commit myself. I don't want to give myself, right? What do you think about what you're doing for the younger generation of men? The disservice. Think about it says the aged women teach the young women, right? The aged men supposed to be in the gates, right? But if I'm sealed off as an elder woman, what am I teaching? Nothing. The disservice that you're doing. If I'm an elder man and I'm sealed off, think about the disservice that I'm doing to the younger generation of men, women, and children that should be learning from me. You see that? You do your nation a disservice by not letting your talents be out there. No one light a candle and do what? Yeah, but if you're that candle, if you are the lights of the world and you hide yourself, you seal yourself off, shielded. Because I want to be comfy. I don't want to go through what you got to go through. I'm going to sit back and look at you go through it. But you might have some expertise on how to get through certain things. You might have some know-how, some experience. But I'm shielded, because I'm good. Look at the disservice that we do to the younger generation. Read on.
And this house lie waste.
And this what?
And this house lie waste.
And that's the mind state. I'm going to take care of me while the things around me fall to crap. Read.
Now therefore, thus saith the Lord of hosts.
Right.
Consider your ways.
Do what?
Consider your ways.
Yeah, man. Don't be like Reuben and Gad. Consider your ways. Don't be like the generations before us. Go ahead.
Ye have sown much.
Right.
And bring in little.
Yeah, why are we still broke as a society? No matter how sealed off you are in your home and how good you are, the people around you are suffering. So guess what you're going to do? You're going to suffer too, because they're going to affect you.
Yeah.
They're going to affect you. Go ahead.
Ye eat, but ye have not enough.
Why? Because there's always going to be somebody there to take and need, because you didn't look out for the others. Go ahead.
Ye drink, but ye are not filled with drink.
Go ahead.
Ye clothe you, but there is none warm.
Because the Most High is going to make sure that you're not going to be comfortable. Sucks, don't it? I'm going to try my best to be comfy, but the Most High is going to make sure that you ain't. He's going to make sure that you gotta go out your way to spend your money on something frivolous, because you didn't want to use it appropriately. So now, guess what? Now you got to go fix 4 cars. Now you got to go fix this. Now you got to go pay to fix that. You got the money, but now you got to go blow it on something that you didn't have to. Right? Bro, there's no escaping the Spirit. There's no escaping the Most High. He's going to get what he wants. He's going to take what he wants. And either you're going to give it up to the oppressor, or we're going to do it for each other. Either you're going to get used and abused by the oppressor, he's going to destroy you and leech your talent, or you're going to you're going to get leeched by the Most High, but have return on that investment. Go ahead.
And he that earneth wages.
Think about this, man. Think about this. Let me show you where my mind is at, so y'all can understand what I say about talent. Right? Imagine if everybody just in this room alone put all their talents together and said, we want to build a society. I guarantee you we can do it. Because I think everybody in here has at least one component that is needed to build a society. Right? Don't we got nurses in here and doctors? Right? Don't we got construction workers in here? Right? We got people that can do math, that know how to do science, that know how to read, that know how to write. We all understand the scriptures. Who's that?
I got you.
What is that? Cocoa? Oh, no, coffee? No. You got sugar in it? No, I'm good. Right? But imagine if what I'm saying is we all put our talents, everything that we know, all our business sense, right? All of our experiences, and said we want to build a society. I think that society will flourish just off of the experiences that we all have. Right? You know how to do certain things. You know how to do certain things. You know how to do certain things. We might know how to do all the same things, but certain things different. I don't know how to drive an 18-wheeler. Right? You know how. What was your, if you don't mind me asking, what was your profession?
AC refrigeration.
Bruh, come on. So now we got AC on the compound. Right? HAZVAC, right? HVAC. And oh, really? Oh, we need you for
Refrigerator?
We need to talk to you.
You can change a compressor?
Yeah.
Or you can teach, right? See? Bam.
Gotta talk to you.
See, we need your talent.
We really need your talent.
Right? My brother, what was your profession, if you don't mind me asking? Yes, sir. 18-wheeler, right? So we got 2 brothers, 18-wheeler, AC, right? And just all the construction, right? All the different things, right? That sisters that were nurses, teachers. Come on, man. You mean to tell me we can't build or start a society just off what's in this room now? right? We still got Derek, who could be a mechanic. He could fix the 18-wheelers and fix, right? We got all these different things. And then not to mention other brothers in the other schools, right?
That's true.
The things that Zion knows and Kazak knows and REI and all them other brothers, right? And all them other sisters. You mean to tell me we couldn't have a flourishing society? Think about it. We're partly doing it right now, right? We cook our own food. We make our own clothes, right? We orchestrate. We teach our own children to an extent. She's a teacher, right? You mean? I mean, come on. You mean to tell me that we could? But the point is, who's sealing themselves off? Like the scripture is saying, who's cutting off that talent from the rest of the body? Who's not 100% committed to say, you know what? Damn. Okay, y'all need me? Cool. I'm ready to. I might not be able to do it anymore, but I can teach it. Right? I might not be able to do it. You still driving 18-wheelers? No. But I'm sure you can throw a young cat in the wheel and say, listen, this is how you shift gears. Right? Easy on the clutch. You see what I'm saying? I'm sure you can show somebody how to replace a pump, fix an AC, do all those different things, right? So if you can't do it, are you teaching the next set of people, the next generation how to do it? Are you handing down your talents? Are they rusting and rotting under your belt? That's the question. But again, who's ready to sever themselves from their ceiling of themselves and the cocoon that they put themselves in and ready to spread your wings and fly and benefit everyone? That's the key, right? I mean, think about it. White people do it. That's why they build college, so they can teach white boys and girls how to keep doing what makes money. So you're going to go to an Ivy League school to learn how to be a financier. Oh, now I'm on Wall Street. Oh, now I'm in JP Morgan. Now I'm working for this company. Now I'm working for this company. Now I'm an expert in credit and finance. They teach their children how to keep enterprise going. While we do what? Man, I ain't messing with my son. That nigga's rude. That nigga's rude. That nigga's rebellious. I can't wait for that nigga to get out the house. You 18 yet? Damn, he didn't even learn nothing. You kick him into the world and what? He fails, and by 25, Dad, I messed up. But now he's coming with a girl, baby, twins, triplets, debt, police record, drug addiction, and you like, damn, I gotta fix all this? Well, that should have been worked on before he left, before she left. See the problem? We got to stop cutting ourselves off and stop. We're the access. Whatever talent you got, we're the access. The information that you have. The one thing I always say, man, and life has taught me this, that experience is the best teacher. Why? Because if you look at your experiences, and obviously if you compare them to the scriptures, that's wisdom. To know what to do and what not to do. That you made a mistake or you didn't. I can never take away your experience. I can never take away your experience. As young as he is, his experiences matter. Right? As old as you are, your experiences matter. And knowing what works and what doesn't according to the scriptures, no one can take that. But it's our job to share it. Share your experiences. Right? With the younger. I share my experiences with my son to an extent. You don't want to do this, son, because in my experience, this is what's going to happen. But it's up to him to take it. You see that? But we can't be like this, worried about ourselves. Go ahead.
And he that earneth wages, earneth wages to put it in a bag with holes.
Yeah, well, I'm about to store this up. Okay, cool. But then you died and you ain't committed that to nobody else. The government takes that. The state takes that. That's their estate now. Go ahead.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts.
Right.
Consider your ways.
We could consider. He keeps telling us to consider the way we're doing things. Go ahead.
Go up to the mountain and bring wood and build a house.
Right.
And I will take pleasure in it.
Right, but wisdom buildeth her house. Build your house and build it on the foundation that's already laid. We read that in Corinthians, right? So you can't lay on a foundation that's already laid down. All you can really do is build on the right foundation. What did Christ do? What was his whole 3 years with the apostles? Giving information, giving himself, giving them the access. He said it, and he came to give them the understanding of the scriptures. So he was their access into understanding what they already had read. I'm going to give you the understanding. I'm going to give you the access. It's our job, man. That's our job. But you can't cut yourself off and cut away the access that's needed. Y'all get that? Don't be like Reuben and Gad. Don't be like what they was doing in Haggai. We got to make ourselves available to each other for the greater good. I mean, if we don't do it for each other, then how are we going to do it? We already tried slavery. That ain't work, right? Like, we tried slavery a lot of times. That ain't work. We tried religion. That ain't work. We tried drugs. We see that's not working. We even tried the opposite sex. The same sex, excuse me. Let me try that. That ain't working. We try to cut it off and flip it inside out and make it something that it's not. That ain't working. All you getting is monkeypox. So, I mean, I'm just saying, like, we're trying everything. We're trying other gods. Let me try out this God real quick. Let me see what this other religion is looking like. Let me see what Buddhism is doing. Let me try pork. Let me eat this. Let me try that. Let me pray for this. Let me do this. Let me be spiritual. We tried everything under the sun, and nothing has ever worked. Except for the Most High. Except for the process that He's trying to put us through. Jump back to Numbers.
Numbers.
Microphone check up. Yashikar.
Question. Just considering what you was talking about, us not sitting ourselves in the house and everything like that, and not necessarily moving as Reuben and Gad did. Would Proverbs chapter 24, verse 27 go with that?
Read it.
Proverbs chapter 24, verse 27. Prepare thy work without, and make it fit for thyself in the field, and afterwards build thine house.
Proverbs 24 and 27. Hold on. I feel like there's more to that. Proverbs 24. Prepare thy work without, and make it fit for thyself in the field. No.
It's like, that's like,
No, this wouldn't go with that.
read that. What's it called? Or like, where do you have it?
What? The annotated?
Yeah.
It's right here. It's up there. Watch. Great. Watch.
That's right.
Oh, get it.
Oh.
When I use this, when I use this scripture for my house, it'd be in the context of like whatever task is being presented for you. If you're in the mall, focus in the mall, and then afterwards, whatever's concerning the house, then take care of the house.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Prepare that word without. Wow, he's gonna get it in the annotated real quick.
24:27, correct?
Yeah.
It says, Proverbs 24:27, prepare your work outside. Get everything ready for you in the field, and after that, build your house.
So it's like, which one of you intending to build a house didn't make sure you had sufficient to build it? So think about it. Prepare your work without, and then go build your house. So gather what you got to gather, the material, because that's how you built your house back in the day. You would go chop your wood down. But you wouldn't go to somebody else's forest or field to go get the wood. You would look inside your own field to see, what do I have? Right? Well, I only got 4 trees. That ain't gonna cut it. So I can't build no house. So let me go plant some trees. Let me prepare the things I need to go build this house. right? So think about all the things that's needed to build a house. Prepare your work, prepare your relationships. It's like David when he needed to build, when he knew Solomon was going to build a house. Think about the relationships that David prepared beforehand. And what did Solomon do? He just went to who he needed to go to get the materials. He kept those relationships going. I need the wood. Well, we don't got that wood here. Let me go to Hiram.
No, I'm not sure.
Starts with an H. But he had the hewers of the wood, right? The gold, the this, the that. So that's what that's saying. Before you build, make preparation. Count the costs.
Good link.
You see that? So it wouldn't go with the Haggai, because the Haggai is talking about, it's a different idea.
Right.
Yeah, build but count the costs, but this is like, okay, comfort, right? You worried about you only. So still building, but it's different aspects. Anything else? Oh, 6.
As I know, it's always said, seek ye the kingdom of every person, all these things, and of course all these other things will be added unto you.
Right?
And a lot of times that's used, or what I've heard it being used, where people will do other things outside of what they're already responsible for.
Okay.
So meaning like, if you have your household and it's in this earth,
Right.
per se, but you can go to different places and help, clean someone else's house. You know what I mean? Is that how do you explain that? Because I know we all have to be in a position of serving and servitude. So what is the correct, proper application of that scripture?
Of seek ye first the kingdom?
Right. When and just like what the brother was saying about in Proverbs, you're gathering things not on the outside so that you can still build your house, but not negate the fact that you have other responsibilities outside of your own house.
Well, it goes back to Timothy's, right? He said if a man can't guide his own house, how can he guide the house of the Lord? So in actuality, what is the Haggai, when you read this Haggai, obviously they try to go into this about money, right? It's more of a money scripture and a finance scripture, but it goes deeper than that, because if I am holding everyone in my household accountable for a standard, right? If I'm holding my wife accountable, if I'm holding my children accountable, then that accountability is going to go outside of my house. I'm going to hold everyone around me, right? I'm talking about me, right? So think about it. If I'm the head of the camp, right, and I decide that sisters ain't got to wear dresses. I just decided that. No dresses. Y'all good. Wear pants. Or if I let my rib, if I let that be a thing with my rib and my daughters, and y'all come to the house, you're like, oh, they in pants. What's going to happen? That idea is going to take hold, and now y'all are going to be in pants, right? Even though I might have not said it, you're going to grab a hold to what is being done. So why do I make sure that the girls are in dresses? My rib, she ain't got no pants, right? Well, first of all, it's the Bible, it's the scriptures. But you have this idea that when I'm at home, I could be in pants. So that means that your righteousness is subjective to home. You see that? Or not, but no, your righteousness is not subjective, it's across the board. Like, am I an Israelite only at home or only at the school? No, I'm an Israelite across the board. So that standard has to be kept across the board, right? So I have to do it at home before I can expect to charge others to do what I expect to be done. You get it? So the standard starts at our homes, right? Building that up. And then now when we get out into these settings, class, whatever, feast days, just the world, the more you do it at home, the more that standard is going to be a part of you anyway. You're going to just go, it's going to be natural, right? Now, if you're talking about being able to deal with your home and deal outside the home, now that is what you would just call multitasking. Like, I don't neglect my home to deal with the school, because what do I know? My house is part of the school. So if it started in my house, whatever it is, I'm going to say, wait, hold on, this can affect the body. So I eradicate it at home, or I keep it going at home, and then now understanding how the spirits move, it's eradicated in the body through class, through talking, through counsel. I check with him, hey, what's going on in your house? Check with your thought. Things trickle down, things go up, right? Y'all might be affected by certain things, and we deal with it. But my mind, because Zion, our houses are the school, right? Our houses are the school. Like, my life is not a separation of my house and the school. Whatever is affecting here is going to affect there, because we're always here. We're a part of it. So once you start to adopt more, not saying that y'all haven't, but once that mentality, even that thought process of school and house is the same, it's easier to be able to deal in both settings. And you're not now having to make the distinction between my house and the school. You see what I'm saying? Now, why do some have to still make, well, what about my house? Well, because they haven't really, again, fully understood, they got the full understanding that your house and the school should be, they're interchangeable. You see what I'm saying? Whatever the school needs should be able to, if it's at my house, it's part of the school. Whatever's at the school, if it's at the school and I need it, I should be able to get it from the school. It's interchangeable. To me, it's just two different buildings with the same things going on.
Yep.
You see that? That's all it is for me. Like, if the school was flattened and we had to do school class in my house, what's the difference? It's all the school. Or your house, or his house, or his house. It's all the school, right? Shatak's house was the school for a while. Yeah, right? And we treated it as such. We cleaned it, we did this, we did that, whatever spirits was up in there during watching kids or whatever the case may be, those spirits could linger and stay up in his house. So our minds are never in a separation mode. It shouldn't be.
Yeah.
For the ones that are, you got to reevaluate your mind and your commitment and say, wait a minute, why am I thinking? It's not a matter of how to dissect your thoughts. It's why am I thinking like that?
Yeah.
Really, that got to be checked. Why am I thinking that there's a separation? I'm part of the school, right? What's that?
Because I know the majority of the people that are here, most of their whole families
Are here, yeah.
And I know most of my family is not. It's just, you know.
I see what you're saying.
So it's just kind of like, it's things like that.
Well, so are you asking, and maybe I misunderstood, are you asking okay, re-ask your question. Now that I kind of got an idea of what you're saying. Re-ask your question.
Well, I was going to the scripture, it says, to seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, all these other things will be added.
Right.
And then I brought in Brother Yashika's scripture, the one he said in Proverbs.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was trying to understand how is it, because we hear that scripture a lot, especially, you know, I came from a Christian church.
Mm-hmm.
And people would, I'm just going to give the pastor as an example.
Mm-hmm.
He would be at the church all the time, you know, always at the church,
Mm-hmm.
and never at home.
Mm-hmm.
And so now his home life is being affected, but the church could be flourishing.
Right.
So,
But is it?
you know,
And based on what?
well, that's the thing.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. That's about perception. Because if his house is falling into chaos, remember, it's all spiritual.
Right.
That means that there's something that he's not, his binoculars are not seeing the decay of his house, but then that decay is going to creep into the church at some point or another. Yeah, it's going to leak over regardless. That spirit is going to find a way to infiltrate. So, but that's why it goes back to the Timothy's, right? Go there real quick. Where it says if a man can't take care of his own house first, he's not going to be able to take care of the church, because one is bound to affect the other. If your house, like, it's like this, like, let's say me and my rib got into it, and she's mad at me, right now, like, she could be mad at me right now, but y'all wouldn't know it. Because her mad at me or her issue with me is not gonna, it shouldn't bleed off to y'all. Because the steps that I've taken, right, in the spirit to ensure that, wait a minute, remember, whatever things we're dealing with, but that shouldn't affect brothers and sisters, right? Your relationship with them shouldn't affect what we're doing. Like if you have an issue, a gripe with me, just like if I got a problem with Michael, it's not gonna affect him. You see that? Or if you got a problem with her, it shouldn't affect the whole body. We deal with the issue and then we move on, right? But if I do see that there's an issue with my rib and that she's mad at me, but now she's taking that on y'all, what do I got to do? I got to sit her down and say, listen, if you're going to be like that, you can't come around the body. And she's cut off from the body, right? Until her spirit changes, and then it won't affect the body. But that it's up to that man to be able to sit back and say, well, what's affecting my house? And then how is it going to affect the people around? You see that? So if my kids, just use my kids. If Noah was just coming in here and just beating on all the kids all the time, and I'm sitting them down like, okay, son, you got to stop doing that. Bad example. It's abusive. It's wrong. It's this. It's that. And he's not doing it. What do I got to do? I got to stop him from being around the kids, because his ways are going to influence the younger Max and all the other young boys and girls. They're going to think it's okay to hit and beat and smack and do all these different things, right? Yep. I got to look at my house first to see, wait a minute, what's going to affect the body? So you can't do the reverse. Well, let me look at the church first to see what's going to affect the house. No. If the pastor is up there, the bishop, right? He's the pillar of the church. He's also the spearhead of all the ideas. He's supposed to be the upholding of all the standard. So really, whatever is affecting the church is coming in from him, from his house. You see that? Or it's coming from underneath the house, the weaker vessels, right? And he's not keen enough to look and say, wait a minute, this is coming in. But he still has to take the time for his house. You still got to take the time for your children. You still got to take the time to sit down with your wife. I mean, as much counseling as I do with brothers and sisters, I still got to do it in my house. No, go ahead.
I think that was more what I was leaning towards as well, because, you know, of course, I do have children, children as well, too. And to be honest, sometimes I do feel guilty by not, you know, being with them or imparting certain things into them. Mm-hmm. You know, because I see, you know, a lot of these things, a lot of you guys more than I see them.
Right.
So, you know, for me, I was just asking, how do you...
Mm-hmm. How do you balance it? Well, how old are your kids?
Well, they're not actually kids, but I have a...
But you got
21 year old,
right.
25, and then I have grandkids.
Right. So you got kids that are sensible enough to understand right and wrong, and you can have certain conversations with them that are grown-up level, right? Now, I'll show you something. Y'all know that we do a lot of, we'll leave for 3 months at a time. I can leave for 3 months at any time, right? But what's going to happen to my house if I leave for 3 months? Does it just implode all of a sudden? No, right? It can't. There's a constant maintenance. But when I am around, because even now, trust me, I be home, but I don't be home. I'm in the mall most of the time. Most of my days I go to the mall, right? So I don't have time to sit around with my son and do all that. But the example when I am there, right? That's the difference. It's the example. What am I doing when I am there? So, like with your kids being older, they got to look at your example. They got to want to follow you, not you cater to them. You did that already. So you should be able to administer information and them say, hey, wait a minute, this is benefiting mom. Let's see what she's on. So it starts with your example, at the way you carry yourself at home, the way you move, right? It's getting a little toasty. Oh wow, who did that? See, I didn't do that. Somebody put it on 78. Real tropical up in here. Really loving it.
It's very comfortable.
I was really loving that right now. I'm like, ooh, and I see y'all fanning. Y'all fanning like y'all in church. Y'all fanning like the AC broke.
The AC
Yeah. So, but it's example first. Again, we always talk about it. How is it working for you? Why should they want to be around? What's the difference? And then, really, when you have those moments, you got to just seize the moments to talk to them, to encourage them. And it always got to. It don't always got to be a bunch of scriptures. You know, the difference is, do you live with your kids?
No, one is
One
right now.
right. So take the opportunity. But we live think about it. The family that's here is here. I got cousins that live in Texas. They're not here. I see them once a year, and I don't feel bad about it. I don't feel bad about it. I'm just like, that's what it is. They got my number. They got me on Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, text. Anything they want to know, they could ask. Yeah.
If I can speak on your question too,
And he's perfect. Also, because he got mom and dad here.
Yeah. So I got my mom, my dad, my two sisters.
Yep.
They definitely know what I'm doing. But just if we go back to the scripture you pulled, Matthew 6:33, but seek ye first the kingdom of God and of his righteousness, and all these things shall come unto you, right? When you look at, I was going to go into this actually on the last class, right, that I had there on temptation. When you go into this chapter 6, it's all about pretty much doing for the Most High, right? So when you look at, if you start at chapter 1 down to 7 or 8, verse 1 down to 7 or 8 is talking about doing your alms, and when you're about to pray, right? That's towards the Most High. When you go to verse 9, you go to verse 9 down to 18. It's about you praying to the Most High, right? Verse 19 through 21 talks about you laying up your treasures. Then verse 22 talks about the light. All that from verse 1 down to verse 21 is talking about doing for the Most High, the things that you're going to do. Verse 22 talks about the light of your eye. The light of your body, which is your eye, which now it starts to shift towards your focus, towards your mindset. Then when you go to 25, it starts talking about the raiment, the clothes, and how the Gentiles, they seek after these things, but we're not supposed to be that way, right? And then after it goes into all that, it finally says, seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High. So it shows you the focus. So with your question and how would you balance it out, it has to be, let me put the Most High first.
Yep.
With everything. So who's here is who's here. So when you put the Most High first, you realize certain things some of your family members, they're not going to come. Many are called, few are chosen. You see what I'm saying? So some is not going to be chosen, but then you got to remember too, 2/3 of our people is not going to be saved. A third will be saved. So some of your family members who are not here right now, who knows, in the future they may be saved when that time does come. But what is gonna get them to that? Well, you're the beacon of light. You're the beacon of light to all your grandkids. You're the beacon of light to all your family members, your friends, the people you work with. Yeah, they may not be here going through the battle and the struggle like you are, but that's not what the Most High wanted. Many are called, few are chosen. You were the one chosen to go through the struggle and to go through the fight and to battle your temptation and to battle your mind. Because they're battling it too, but you're battling it now on a different level. But remember, the everything that you're going through it not just for yourself, but for your nation. So what ends up happening now is this: when they really need help mentally, spiritually, if you're consistent in the way that you're moving, in the way that you're carrying yourself, then what will happen is they'll start to come to you for small things, and then you'll give them an answer. And sometimes you'll give them an answer without them even asking you. You see what I'm saying? They'll just see the way you move and your mentality. And you'll give them an answer without them asking you. But once you answer that one time and they see it works, they're going to come a second time and a third time. You see what I'm saying? So I give you that example for my parents. My mom comes to me for counsel for my dad. Then my dad now, he's always been on African this,
Marcus Garvey.
Rastafari, this, right?
Yep.
But now he knows I'm an Israelite. There's times when I shared stuff he wasn't really feeling. I just stepped back. But now he's starting to watch street speakings of brothers out street speaking and asking me questions. You see what I'm saying? My sisters come to me for everything. Anything they dealing with mentally, they come to me because they don't go to my parents. They come to me or they go to my rib. But why? That's because of the example that's set. And I understand in my mind already, even though they've been to a couple of classes, like the Most High, yes, like it says in Numbers, Moses had said the Most High would that everybody, that all his people were prophets. But that's not the case. We would that everybody were the prophets. We would that everybody was here. But that's just not the case. You see what I'm saying?
And can I add just one thing just to what he's saying? The seek ye first the kingdom. I always throw this in there when it comes to this family topic.
Yeah.
So let's use him as a good example, because it is a good example now. Imagine now that he did all this whole 10 years in the truth, right? The example of his family, being the example to his family, his own mom and dad, giving them counsel, doing all these things. His dad walks into class and he's not here because he didn't have enough in the tank. And now he's gone and his dad is like, where's he at? Oh, he fell off because he didn't seek the kingdom. He didn't keep seeking the kingdom daily, weekly, monthly. He was more focused on who I can get in or who I need to be around. The whole point is, the more you do what you got to do for yourself and the Most High and keeping yourself in the race. Remember, we can't save nobody. The only thing that can save is the Most High. Your example helps, right? And, you know, people will see, oh yeah, you're here, so let me go see what you on, right? That helps too. But that only lasts so long where the Most High will start to shut that down, where a man got to be convinced in their own mind. But just imagine you fight so hard for your family to be where you are, and then you're not there. Like, I look at myself with like even my son, we fight for our children, right? But then imagine if we follow the truth, then they got to be the ones to pull us back in. Or they got to be the ones to check us. That's scary. It's a crazy thing, right? You did all this work. You put all this discipline on me. You had me in class, right? Waking me up in class and making me not play video games and making me practice my reading just for 10 years down the road for me to have to check you. Right? So why is it important to seek ye first the kingdom? Well, because the more I'm trying to change me and better me, the longer I'll last for the ones that I want to come in anyway.
That's my backup plan, actually.
What?
My son. So if I lose it, my son will be right there. You know what I mean? By the time I do lose it, he gonna be big enough to knock me back into place. You know?
Right? But the point is not to lose it. The point is to keep your. I mean, y'all see my point, right?
That's what I'm saying.
But y'all see my point.
Yeah.
That just imagine his 10-year commitment that he's made to the Most High, and then his father sees that and walks in the door, and he's not here to continue out his commitment. He screwed himself. That's first and foremost. But just imagine that. Yeah, how much things he went through with his dad. He's like, man, my dad, he's tripping. He's talking about this and that. And I'm like, bro, we had many a conversation. Bro, don't worry about that. Right? Well, dust off your feet. Do this, do that. But you know how much things they see in him? His relationship, his rib, his kids. And they're like, damn, how's he doing it? How's he doing it? Just him alone. Get off the weed, right? Committed to something. Unity, brotherhood, all these different things. You know how many times his mom rolls by us on street speaking? Damn, there every Saturday. She's headed to work and we on street speaking, and she's like, damn, they still out there. And she wave from the car, and we all like, oh, hi, mom, right? And we just, how many times they roll up on him in the mall? They're like, damn, y'all still, yep, we still here, we doing it, right? What's up, how y'all feeling? Like,
even my ribs mom has seen me street speaking.
Yeah.
I was like, what the hell are you doing here? You're on the north side. You live by 5th Ward, close to Tidwell.
Yeah.
And
but he's doing it for himself, but also for them. But imagine now they're ready to commit, and he's not showing the long suffering and the longevity of his commitment. What are they going to think? Why? They're going to automatically think, like, why you ain't around no more?
It was a fad.
It was yeah. You were at boys club. You were just so you was on our ass, but you didn't stay on your own. You was all up on us about pork and this and this. Now you back eating pork.
You want to know what's funny? I'll give you something else that I'm dealing with now with my dad. Because right now my dad is like into watching street speaking videos and not necessarily watching the whole class. He's just watching street speaking videos to be entertained.
He's in Isaiah 58:1.
He's seeing a lot of different brothers and how they roll, a lot of different camps and how they roll, a lot of different ideologies that different camps and different schools is coming with. So he's seeing all that, and then he comes to me with the questions. But you know what I'm able to do when he comes to me with the questions? I'm able to answer all of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm able to answer all of it, but not only that, when he comes with something that's off, or something that I see can be a stumbling block, because that's a stumbling block with a lot of different Israelites, one thing I'm able to tell him, because even if he don't want to listen to me, when I'm bringing the information, the one thing I'm able to tell him is this, is I've been doing this for 10 years. We're going on 10 years. Consistently studying, going to class 4 days a week, 2 days a week. So what I told him is this, I'm not following no man. This isn't no cult for me. This is what I do. I've been studying this for 10 years. So when you see somebody on a street speaking and somebody comes up and says this, or they're saying that, one thing I'm able to tell them is, for the last 10 years, I've studied this for myself. I'm not following nobody. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one that I put the study in for myself. So when I tell you something, Dad, I know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? But not only that, I tell them, I was like, all you got to do is look at my family. Look at how I was before the truth. I would have been down the same road you went down. But then look at me now after the truth. The results speak for itself. You can see what works for me. Y'all watch me quit my good paying job, and y'all all were like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you doing this? But like, y'all see how the Most High is blessed. So I was like, if you have any doubts in any of this, all you have to do is just look at me. And you'll see that whatever it is that I'm doing works. You can see my mind. And then you can look at all the other family members and all the other cousins and look at who's better off. Just when you look at the carnality of things. You see what I'm saying? But something else I wanted to say too is, just back on the seek ye the kingdom of the Most High and his righteousness. Because we all want our families to be added onto us, right? We all do. All our friends and all that. But how does seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High is going to add the family members that you barely talk to, or the friends that don't want to hear you talk about this truth? How is it that you seeking it is going to help them come in? Well, it's very simple. If you just want to break it down to the simplest method, the Most High said, seek him. And then something's going to come on the back end. So a lot of the times, it's just our job to just do what he says. And he'll make things work on the back end. I always think about the walls of Jericho, right? You're about to go to war with these people. Jericho was known for the wall, right? And you can approach that. Think about approaching that back in the day, and you're like, man, how are we going to destroy these people? First of all, how the hell are we going to get in with this wall? Most High just said, walk around the wall. Just walk around the wall. I'm gonna do the rest. A lot of the times, all we got to do is just obey. So what he said to do is just seek him. So in seeking him, this whole chapter 6 gives you the whole way of how to seek him. And it starts with your mind. He has to be first in everything. And yes, sometimes you're gonna be there walking around the wall like, how the hell is this gonna work? He says this is gonna fall, but I've walked around many walls and I've never seen them fall. But it's not about that, it's just about doing what he says. A lot of times that's it.
Because while you're on one side of the wall over here, something's happening over here. You know,
see it.
The same thing. I always talk to my cousin that lives in Katy, and it's funny because the last time I seen him was 2 years ago. I seen him a few days ago, but I only see him when like another cousin comes to town. It's weird. She has a crazy way of linking us up, right? So, seen him the other day, and he always makes a joke. He's like, man, I only see you when Alicia comes to town. And I'm like, Yeah. But he ain't mad about it. He ain't upset. But we do talk. And, I've shared a few things with him, not being pushy or anything like that. But then he went to North Carolina. It was funny. He was there when I was there, maybe a few days after. And he's like, man, I ran into one of your brothers. And I'm like, really? What'd you run into? And he's like, I think his wife's sister is an Israelite. She's married to a brother, like an Israelite, or a brother that knows he's an Israelite. And he's like, man, he's like, because he started the conversation like this. He's like, are you a bishop? Are you a deacon? That's what he said. Are you a deacon? I said, deacon, bishop, yeah. And, I showed him the Timothy's. And he was like, man, I learned a lot of things that I didn't know. Now, remember, my cousin's older than me. He's 42, church lifer. I mean, like, church guy. My whole family, church. They live in the church. But he admitted that he learned a lot of things that he didn't know through the Bible, through having a conversation with another man that was an Israelite, right? And he was like, man, I met one of your brothers. I asked him, how was the conversation? He was like, oh, it was good. And I was asking, like, what did he have on? And he was like, I don't remember, we were at the house. And I'm like, man, that's what's up. But then when he asked me certain things, we went to go eat, and he was like, so you don't need bottom feeders, right? And I'm like, no. And we started getting into this conversation of health. And then he started to confess, like, yeah, I have to stop eating this and stop eating that, right? He showed me a picture. He lost like 30 pounds, just cutting back on the BS foods. And I was just showing him, like, it ain't even about, think about how much bad food you eat that's lawful, where you have to cut back. And still showing him the Bible, the scriptures, still teaching him without having to go here, read, hold that, right? Seeking the kingdom is also seeking. I'll give you another example. Check this out. I was out in the front yard, doing my little fake gardening. UPS dude pulls up. Now he looks like he's in a camp. You got the beard, thick brother, like he just been eating, right? But I've had conversations with him. He's like, nah, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian apologist. So he's like a vocab Malone type cat. He'll go to war with you. And he told me yesterday, he's like, I seen this is what he said. He said, I seen your Lasha One Quadash name. Because Shalomaya will send me boxes, Quadazah. And he's like, I wanted to ask you, because I see you with the fringes, but he's like, but I see you out here and you look happy. I'm like, am I supposed to be angry? He's like, well, every time I run into brothers, the first thing is, what's your nationality? I'm like, well, who you dealing with? And he told me who he's dealing with. And I'm like, yeah, after 20 years of dealing with people, you learn how to approach. Seeking the kingdom is learning how to deal with people and different people, and understanding that. Did Yahweh Shai walk up on people talking about what's your nationality? What doctrine you on? What's the chip? No. What camp you with? No. Right? Nah, you shalom, right? Cordial, brother. I'm saluting a brother. I'm a brother saluting a brother. Right? When he pulled up, he was like, shalom. I'm like, shalom. Now remember, he told me straight up, he's a Christian. He don't believe in Israelites. He don't believe in Hebrew, but he shalom me. Shalom him back. Shalom, brother. And then we rapped. And he's like, man, you different. And I'm like, how so? He's like, you just different. You different from all the Israelite cats I ever met. And I'm like, bro, well, what do you mean? And he's like, basically, I can conversate with you. I'm not on guard. And I'm like, bro, I did that. I learned through seeking the kingdom that it's not about going to war in every situation. I go to battle. I know when to go to war, right? I know when to go to war. And I know when to not go to war. I know when to just let bygones be bygones. Everything ain't got to be some knockdown debate, right? The scriptures say be at peace. You see what I'm saying? So, but in seeking the kingdom, if the kingdom is within you, remember, it goes back to what are we changing within us? What are we putting in ourselves? I was the 19-year-old kick your door down during Christmas and everybody in the house was wicked. That was me. That was me and my brother. I remember we went into that house, we went into my aunt's house, and everybody was condemned, according to us. And then we couldn't show back up there. We wasn't invited to no feast days. We didn't give a damn. Right? And it's funny because my aunt will remind me of that even to this day. With not no bad, not like no hate or anything like that. You know, because I've definitely been to her house and spent even time at her house when I go to Colorado to visit. You know, she's the Airbnb. You know what I'm saying? But I look at those situations the more I seek the kingdom, the more I look at how did Yahweh Shai roll? How did Abraham deal with the nations? How did he deal with his own people? How did Paul, Peter, right? How did Moses deal with people that didn't believe, right? The more I look at those relationships, the more I say, okay, I got work to do, right? The more I understand, okay, pick your battles. It ain't wartime. It's time for peace. It ain't this. It's time for fishing. It ain't time to kill and slaughter and slay. And you see what I'm saying? Or it is time. There's a time and season. But seeking the kingdom is understanding time, opportunity. What am I supposed to be doing? Am I constantly changing? And people are going to see that. You see that? People are going to see that. So really, it goes back to, remember, seek the kingdom in the Most High's righteousness. What's right in the Most High's eyes? Stand up for the law. Stand up for the scriptures. Stand up for what you believe, right? And I understand that nobody's going to shake me from my belief, no matter what they believe. But I'm not going to convince anybody either. It's a delicate balance. It's a delicate balance of understanding. Yeah, we can discourse. We can talk Bible. We can talk weather. To you, it might rain today because it says 10%. To me, I'm like, it's 10%. It ain't gonna rain. We just got to wait and see, right? I'm not gonna convince you either way. But example. Well, it might not rain, but I'm prepared for the rain. I got an umbrella. You think it's gonna rain, but where's your umbrella at? See that? Like, example is always the thing. And that's gonna go forth and teach who it gotta teach and grab who it gotta grab. So don't get so caught up. Then you got to remember what Yahweh Shai said. If you're going to prefer those people, the family that's not doing the work over the ones that are doing the work, that's the real issue. Who's battling and laboring with you? Who are my mother, my brother, those that labor, right? So it's all those things to keep in perspective. Yeah, what you got?
Can I get one? Can we go to Job real quick? Can we go to Job chapter?
Let's hit this and let's jump back to Numbers. We got a lot more to cover. But y'all get it, right? Like, nobody's saying to crap on your family. Nobody's saying to crap on your family and act like they garbage. Nah. Your family actually needs you. They need you. But we talked about it yesterday. Are you strong enough to sit around your family and not let them drag you back to what you were? Are you strong enough to lift them and put them on your shoulders and pull them out of their crap? You see that? That's that's what it is. Do I have the mental fortitude to be rejected and not take it personally, right? And then do I have the ability to keep going back and deal with? Listen, my cousin wrote a whole book on the things that I've shown her through the scriptures, just on relationships. She sat on the phone with me for hours and we talk about relationships. She wrote a whole book, a whole workbook on relationships based off the Bible, but based off the things that I've said through the scriptures. Now think about that, right? Now I don't sit there like, oh, you got to give me credit and this. I don't do that, right? But I get it. I know what she's trying to accomplish. But I'm not offended if she don't want to sit in this class. This is the same one that came to visit. She's here in Houston. She could have came to class, right? I'm not offended if they don't come to class. I get it. That's not where they're at. But am I going to not talk to her? Well, I'm going to talk to my family. Of course I'm going to call my pops. Of course I'm going to call moms. They need me. That's the thing. They need me and they don't know they need me. They don't know the level that they need you at, right? But then when they start to use the things that you say and see you use them, they're like, oh, damn, Angela was right. Mom was right. Right? And what do people start to do when things go right? They want to be around that if they're smart. Right? Well, Tanya.
I was just thinking, me living with my daughter and her family, and it's like I was at a point in the very beginning of coming into the truth, wanting to, share what I'm learning and have them jump on board. And so now, present day, they're not moving like that. But me being around them hasn't, deterred me from, like, living in the truth. I still keep the standard, keep the, laws to the best of my ability around them. And they see that too. Even my daughter, she had cooked something unlawful. And I've learned now not to say anything. I just, I use the scripture. I don't answer a fool by their folly. I turn away wrath with kind words. I just kind of was walking the spirit around them. And so when I see that, I disregard it and just keep moving. But it's just still keeping that standard around them. I love them. I see that they're not. The Most High is not allowing them to, just be here right now. They're not hungry for it right now. They see me, they see I haven't changed. I'm still, and it's strange being around them. It's not hard. It's strange. It even motivates me more to keep the standard and keep the law, being around them that, they just move however they, by the wind,
Yep.
any way they want to, so it's like, just being around that, I thought, it'd be hard for me, but it really motivates me to keep going.
We should be like Neo in the Matrix, man. When we go in there, we should be doing things that we never thought we could do. When you go back in that world, you should be flying like Superman above all the negative. You should be able to not let anything affect you.
Yeah.
Because of the wisdom. But again, we talked about it yesterday. Are you strong enough to put yourself back in that setting just now? Right? Have you done enough in the word and in the spirit? Have you applied enough in your own self? Have you applied enough with the body? Have you applied enough with your husband, with your wife, with your children that are in the body, in the household of faith? Have you done enough with them to qualify you to go back into that world and try to pull them out? Remember, we're supposed to be doing the Bible towards us, the ones that know first. Have you done enough? And then now I'm qualified and strong enough to go and reach down and pull somebody out the mud and not get pulled in. Did I get my weight up? Am I rooted enough to be an anchor? And those are the things that you have to make. I'm not saying that nobody isn't or is. What I'm saying is you have to make sure that you are rooted enough to not let what you're surrounded by pull you. Pull you in. And it might not pull you out the truth, but just even a little bit of double-mindedness, that can go a long way. Just a little bit of, damn, you know what? They got a point. Ooh, Satan loves that. That's all he needs is, man, they got a point. That's all he needs is a little bit of leeway in. Are you strong enough? You know what I mean? To not succumb to the peer pressure, not succumb to this, not succumb to that. And really, that's what it is, So you were going to go.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Go to Job 1:5 real quick. 1:5.
The book of Job, chapter 1 and verse 5.
So are we setting records today? We going to do the 10-hour Sabbath? No, I'm playing.
So just real quick, because this is something that all of us, deal with. You know what I'm saying? So check this out. Job 1:5, read.
And it was so when the days of their feasting were gone about.
So this is Job. This is talking about the people that were feasting was his kids.
Yep.
Right? So go ahead.
That Job sent and sanctified them.
Go ahead.
And rose up early in the morning. And offered burnt offerings according to the number of all of them.
So this is the point that I wanted, where it said that Job rose up early in the morning and offered burnt offerings according to the number of all of them. Right? A burnt offering is a sacrifice.
Yep.
So what are we doing? We rise up early and we put in this work. And why? Because this right here is our sacrifice to the Most High. We ain't slaughtering animals right now, but this right here is our sacrifice. It's a Saturday. It's a Saturday. The whole world is at the park, at the beach, sleeping, doing something on a Saturday.
I got invited to a fish fry at 3 o'clock. Probably catfish too.
But what are we doing? What are we doing? We here?
Nah, we about to end class at 2:30, so I can. Nah, I'm playing.
Second late.
I'm joking.
Think about how much the world looks forward to on Saturday when they work Monday through Friday.
It's true.
And then a Saturday comes, they cannot wait for the Sabbath. Friday, their work week is over. Friday, Sabbath starts. They can't wait. Get paid Friday and then do what they want on a Saturday, sleep in, and then do whatever. What is our sacrifice?
Class. And street speaking.
And street speaking, and we try to keep, you know what I'm saying? We try to keep the laws to the best that we can. But not just on a Saturday, but every day. Every day we sacrifice them for the Most High. When you walk in, when you come to class, when you log in online, when you try to keep yourself pure, like Sister Tanya, like they all around you and they doing that, but you doing this. You separated from them, but even though you living with them, you in two different mindsets. This is your sacrifice, but it's not just for you.
Yep.
It's for them. You see what I'm saying? So that's what Job was doing. They out there doing their thing on their day. They all had their day that day. And what did Job? What did it say? It said that Job sent and sanctified them, washed, cleansed, and set apart them, and rose up early in the morning and offered burnt offerings according to the number of them all. So when you sit here, you work.
They weren't doing it themselves is the point.
It was him.
Yep.
He did it for them. And that's what we doing too. We doing it for them. They don't even realize it. Read on.
And let me say one thing. I always, you know what's crazy about that? I continually tell myself that. I'm like, man, if y'all only know the things that I'm doing for y'all. I say that to myself about just my family. I'm like, man, I got a lot of family, bro. I got aunts that I didn't even, like, listen, there's aunts in my family popping up that's my age. My grandpa was running them streets. So every family get together, there's like a new aunt, a new daughter he had. I'm like, damn, where'd she come from? It's like, oh yeah, that's the new aunt that we found out we had. And I'm like, damn, okay. But what I'm saying is my family is so damn extensive, and it's just me as far as I know, right? And I look at the things that I committed to, the things that I sacrificed to not go to weddings, not go to family gatherings, not see them, right? Which is, it's fine for me, because I look at what I'm doing can have a greater effect on them than being with them and being in their negative. You see what I'm saying? Hanging out at the barbecues and the fish fries and the kick-its and the this and that. What I'm doing here with y'all can have a greater effect on them in the long run, or even now.
It's like, you know what's crazy is that's actually my motivation and why I do this. It's the nation. It's the nation, but I think about like all my family, all my friends that's back home in Jamaica that don't got nothing. Like everybody in here, I'm sure has hot water. Ain't no water heaters back home. Got washing machines, dryers, microwaves.
Ain't none of that out there.
None of that back home. You know what I'm saying? Kids Noah's age, Jada's age, don't have no shoes. Like he was talking about walking around barefooted and getting, I think he was talking about it with Shadak. Like that's common back home when we walk around barefooted.
Yep.
No bikes. We was talking about the little
making the wheels and catching lizards for pets.
Why? Because we don't get toys like that. I remember we was at your house the other day. Noah had a little toy car. Every time I see a toy car, I always thought about.
We had to make our own toy car.
I always thought about like, damn, that was something that I always wanted as a kid was a toy car.
But we had to make ours.
Family couldn't afford it. Always wanted Legos to build the little blocks. Family never could. I don't even think I ever saw Legos when I was a kid. We never had that stuff. But I always think about like their struggle and what it is that they're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? What it is that they're going through.
Yep.
The comforts that we take for granted here that they don't have, but it's not just Jamaica. It's Haiti. It's everybody. It's everybody in the Caribbean. It's everybody in South America. It's our people even here in America that's messed up. There's some apartments. I always see them on the news. Y'all watch news. They're called the Timber Ridge Apartments off of 610 and like I-10 East. This is in Houston. The apartment people never come and get the trash. Rent's like $500 over there. I looked it up. They never come and get the trash. There's news stories about women talking about how they got to kill 10 rats a night. They can't sleep because they're up killing rats in their apartments. But they're living like this here. So when you look at what we're doing, yes, do we have $1 billion to go and help them? No, we don't. But $1 billion ain't gonna help our people because the mentality is gone.
Right.
The morality and the civility of our people is just gone. So how do we help? How do we make a change? This is the only way to help him make a change. So we do what Job did. Because remember, Job was a rich man, so his kids got money too. So, but how? What was Job doing to help them? It said that he woke up and he offered sacrifices for them. Read on, Mike.
For Job said, It may be that my sons have sinned.
You see that? Because around us, the family members, the friends, the kids, they're not going to show us their wickedness. Their wickedness, they're not going to, we don't know what's going on in their minds. We don't know what's going on when we're away from them a lot of the times. But all we see is this, they try to be good for their parents, like I tried to be good for my parents, a certain type of way, living like a double lifestyle, right? But Job said it may be that they sinned against the Most High. And we know that they're in sin. Why? Because they're in the world. They're not keeping the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandments. Read on.
And cursed God in their
And
hearts.
it may be that they're cursing the Most High in their hearts. So he sacrificed for them. Read on.
Thus did Job continually.
So he did that continually. Not just on their day, but he was always sacrificing for his kids. You see what I'm saying? But that's what we doing here. He's sacrificing not just for the family, not just for the friends, but the whole nation. The whole nation, man. Y'all got to go online. Go on YouTube. Stop watching the BS videos that y'all watch and watch documentaries of how the 12 tribes is living.
Yep.
Look at people. Look at how people live in Cuba. Look at how people live in Haiti. You know what I'm saying? Look at how they live in South America. Look at how your people's living here. Look at how they're living here. And see, and let that be the fuel to your fire on why you need and why we need to keep doing what we're doing. Because a lot of the times, like imagine living poor, but your mentality is screwed too.
Yep.
Remember, the scripture says, "For an oppression make a wise man mad." That's not always talking about they're just angry. A lot of our people, the oppression has made them crazy. They're insane. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And when you look at our people, like I'll give you a good example of how people are insane. When you look at Jamaica, poor as hell, but Jamaicans bleach their skin a lot. You got to be insane to do that. But the oppression did that to them. You see what I'm saying? Where they think it's okay to do that. But even here, the oppression has drive our people so crazy that we do a lot of just filth. I don't even got to name it.
It's true.
So, how do you help? How do you seek the kingdom first? Well, you understand that as a nation of kings and priests, what do the priests do? They offered sacrifices for their nation. We're called to be the priests to offer sacrifices for our nation. You see what I'm saying? So,
Big word in that scripture right there. Read that again.
Look at Job chapter 1 and verse 5. And it was so, when the days of their feastings were gone about, that Job sent and sanctified them, and rose up early in the morning, and offered burnt offerings according to the number of them all. For Job said, It may be that my sons have sinned, and cursed God in their hearts. Thus did Job continually.
That's the big word right there, continually. That consistency is what your family needs, what your people need. They need to see you doing that all the time, like they've been saying. We've been doing this for years. I've been doing this 20 years, classes I've been up here about, 15, 20 years, if not more. Lakara been here for years. They need to see that continually. Why? Because our people need that consistency. They need to be able to see, oh, you know what? That's not a fad. It's not a phase. It's not a part of his life that he was into, a midlife crisis. You know what I mean? Some little gang he was trying to join. No, he was doing this continually. It was all the time. It was nonstop. And you know what that does? What does that consistency do? What does it do for you? Huh? It builds you in what way? Yeah. It builds a habit in you. You understand? It builds a habit in you. So when Job was going through his crap, right? When he was getting doodled on by Satan and all his family got wiped out, when you read on later in the book, what was Job still doing? he was still giving the sacrifice of praise. He didn't have no crops no more. He didn't have no herds no more to sacrifice or nothing. But he was still giving the sacrifice of praise because it was a habit now. It was like, when people start smoking, you smoke one, right? But after your first few packs, now it's a habit, right? Now you wake up in the morning, okay, I grab my smokes, I start smoking, right? Any kind of habit you have, if you exercise the habit, you have to push yourself to do it about that first week or two, but they say after a month, your body is programmed into a habit.
21 days.
So what happens? You wake up in the morning, you instantly start strapping on your shoes, right? You ain't even got to think about it. You on autopilot. You just strapping on your shoes, you go outside, you hit your little 10 miles, you go home, right? You do it on autopilot now. And that's what Job was doing, so that now he done programmed his body so that even when I'm going through my worst situations in life, my body is still going to do the sacrifices. In my body, I'm still going to give praise to the Most High. Y'all see that? So that's the thing, is we got to habitually do these things so that no matter what's happening to us, we're still giving our praise to the Most High. We're still seeking after his righteousness no matter what. It's programmed into us. Huh? You can trick your body into doing that stuff. Why not? Satan tricked you into doing it in the world. He made you a slave to your body in the world. He made you a slave to drugs in the world. He made you a slave to overeating or lust in the world. Yep. Right? Some cats were so lustful they wake up in the morning and couldn't do nothing until they got their rocks off. Some people were so much on drugs you couldn't even function until you took your drink or got your drugs in. Why not do it in the truth? Why not program your body that it desires the Most High, it desires to study, it desires to go teach, it desires to do or to pray. It desires that so that you ain't even got to think about it, you're just doing it. In the morning, you're already on your knees before you even get your first wicked thought. You already, oh yeah, I can't think about that, I'm praying right now. You know what I mean? It's like if you're in the car, you know what I mean? Like if you're on autopilot, you got in the car, oh, I can't drink right now, I'm in the car, right? Well, if you're on autopilot and you're already on your knees, oh, I can't be thinking about what's on the computer, I'm praying. What's that?
Oh, and I know what you said is true. My brother, he kind of talks to me kind of haphazardly, but I know what you're saying is true because he kind of texted me a few weeks ago, and he was telling me something negatively, but he added on there with Tribe of Judah, this is what's going on. So obviously, whatever it is that he says that I'm doing, he's inquiring about it on his own.
Oh, yeah.
Because he said, well, it's Tribe of Judah, this is what's going on. I'm like, oh, okay.
Right.
But, so I just wanted to add that. Throw out a-
Nah, it's beautiful because what we got to think about is when you look at those curses, and I always say this when we're going over the curses in Deuteronomy 28, those aren't something where the Most High got to descend down and sprinkle curse dust on you or organize things to make bad things happen to you. They're natural consequences of bad actions.
Right.
You understand? But on the flip side of that, because remember Amos 3:7, surely the Most High will do nothing, right? So he ain't the one coming down to destroy you when you do something bad, right? Those are natural consequences to your actions that he already knew about and he just wrote it down. When you get the blessings, if you want to live in the blessings, those are also natural consequences to good actions. So if you're consistently doing good, you can't get nothing bad back. Think about it. If with Christ, all he was doing was walking around, healing people and doing all that, right? Nothing bad, nobody hated him. Wherever he was at, it was Hosanna to the highest, and here comes the Son of God and all that, right? Mm-hmm. It wasn't until, this is when you get into the James part, become not many masters, when he had to become a master of Israel, because remember, he didn't start his ministry until he was like 30. So all the other times it was water into wine, heal this guy, help that guy, fish and bread, right? But when he turned 30, it was, you making my house, my father's house a den of thieves, right? All you hypocrites, right? When he started checking people, when he started becoming a master, That's when they turned on his ass. That's why he only got 3 years worth of that. Right? When he was 30, he started turning over tables, checking people, and calling people hypocrites. And he got about 3 years worth, and then they hung him on a cross. Right? That's why he said, become not many masters, see, we will receive the greater condemnation. That 30 years was just helping people. All you got to do is be a righteous man. Abraham lived to what, 100 and something? 200 something almost?
770.
170.
170, right? Why? Because he wasn't running around checking everybody, doing all that. When it said when he went to Egypt, he discoursed with the people. Yeah. He didn't go in there checking them, throwing over their statues and everything like that. He just talked to them. He discoursed with them, exchanged ideas with them, right? And everybody loved him everywhere he went. You didn't go in there trying to topple. You don't got to go around trying to topple a whole kingdom and get yourself killed. You could just be a righteous man, a righteous woman. Y'all see that? And what will follow is the natural consequences of always doing good things. Everyone will love you. Everywhere you go, like when Abraham's wife died, right? Did it say he was on GoFundMe trying to get burial expenses?
No. Already had that set up.
The king was like, nah, here, take this.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Take this land. Take the best of our land. He was like, no, I'll pay for it. Right? But he was gifted that land, pretty much. You understand? Yeah. Why? Because he was a good man. He didn't go into their kingdom talking about, oh, y'all filthy Hamites are disgusting and I can't be around you. Here, look, let me buy this section of the city and y'all stay out. Right? He didn't do all that. He just was a nice guy. He was good everywhere he went. Y'all see that? Those are natural consequences to good actions. When you seek first the kingdom of the Most High and His righteousness continually, consistently, then all you can get is good back. Y'all get that? Where you at?
Is that good? All right.
Numbers chapter 32, verse 17. But we ourselves will go ready, armed before the children of Israel, until we have brought them unto their place. And our little ones shall dwell in the fenced cities because of the inhabitants of the land. We will not return unto our houses until the children of Israel have inherited every man his inheritance. For we, Numbers chapter 32, verse 19. For we will not inherit with them on yonder side Jordan or forward, because our inheritance is fallen to us on this side Jordan eastward.
And you know, if I could say this real quick, because this does go with your question too, right? Like, think about it. This was Gad and Reuben. They found a land that was suitable to them. You know, they had a lot of cattle. The land was perfect for them, right? So they pretty much came to their inheritance. So they were like, let's chill. But Moses was like, nah, you're gonna go to war and fight with the rest of your brothers and sisters until they get their inheritance. So when you look at us in the truth, a lot of us have gotten our inheritance. Or a lot of us is very close to getting our inheritance. And what do I mean by that? Well, we're obtaining a peace of mind. You see what I'm saying? Don't forget about the carnality and all that. Because we all struggle carnality, right? Some of us are better off than others, but when you look at the peace of mind that we have, and you look at the spirit that the Most High has blessed us with, a lot of us have came to this inheritance. Like, the reason why some of us got decent houses and decent cars is because we did come to a peace of mind with the Most High where He gave us some things, right? But when you look at our nation, they're lost, blinded. So you look at us, we could just, damn, I got the Bible. We always say it, like, we can go back into the world with the Bible and do whatever it is that we want.
Right? It's unfair.
Whatever we want. Like, I would, any of us, like, being an EO, being around that car taught me so much. Being just being in the truth has taught me so much that I feel like if I wanted to go back into the world and become a doctor, I would. I would. Why? Because the being able to operate under pressure, staying consistent, reading now all the time, and just moving a certain type of way, I feel like I'm unstoppable. If I was to go into the world, anything I set my mind to, I feel like I'm unstoppable. You see what I'm saying? But them out there in the world, they don't have that. They don't have that. So would it be right for us to just sit down with this knowledge and use the Most High's wisdom, which is gonna bring money and whatever it is that you want, because money is a byproduct of wisdom and all that. Should I do that? Or do I keep fighting for my nation that hasn't gotten theirs yet? So when you look at us, this is another thing that we do too. You know it, so you put in the work and you're fighting for them. We're really close to our inheritance. You see what I'm saying? Really close. We fighting for it. We always looking for chariots. You talk to them about that. They like, the hell are you talking about? We're awoken to certain things, so when it happens, we ain't gonna get caught like a thief in the night, like the scripture says. So we understand certain things and we see certain things. We understand that our kingdom is coming, but they don't. So it's like, what do you do? Do you be like Gad and Reuben, like what the scripture said they were gonna do? Just kick it here with their family and their kids and be good, while the rest of our nation gotta go fight for theirs? Or do you keep fighting until everybody got it? And that's what it is. We're fighting until everybody has it. So, keep going.
Verse 20.
Uh-huh.
And Moses said unto them, if ye will do this thing, if ye will go armed before the Most High to war, and will go all of you armed over Jordan before the Most High, until he have driven out his enemies from before him.
All right, next reader. Cut off right where it was getting good, huh?
Right.
Oh!
Zar Shabbat Shal Yahuda Ben Yasha'ala Ben Abizra Amadim Barak
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Brakatam.
Let's get her done. Let's get her done. Lighting these fires and kicking these tires. Light the fires, kick the tires.
Yeah, man. See.
Good?
Yeah, exactly.
But if you would not do so, I can't see what it's doing. Your hands are laying. Down. Strange.
All right, this is Numbers chapter 32 and verse 22. 21 and verse 21. And will go all of you armed over Jordan before the Lord until he had driven out his enemies from before him, and the land be subdued before the Lord. Then afterward ye shall return and be guiltless before the Lord and before Israel, and this land shall be your possession before the Lord. But if ye will not do so, behold, ye have sinned against the Lord, and be sure your sin will find you out.
Now, again, natural consequences to your actions. What if they would have, let's do the alternate timeline, right? What if they would have said, you know what, we got ours, y'all go ahead and get yours, and good luck, right? He said if, right? So it's a stipulation, you get to or not. If you come, this will happen. If you don't, you can stay. It's still their land, right? That's their inheritance. What would have happened if they would have said, hey, okay, well, we got ours, we're going to stay, y'all go ahead and fight for yours, good luck? How would the consequences have kicked in?
One of them is probably would have just been enemies to the rest of the tribes.
That too. What else?
The inheritance would have been taken away.
By who?
The Most High.
How?
Like,
Why I'm asking is, does the Most High come out of the clouds and snatch it away from him? How's he do it?
the thought that comes into my head, like he'll have, like they'll go to war, and if they go to war, that the enemies will destroy it.
Right? And then who they gonna run to for help?
They're gonna run to Moses.
The nine tribes, the 10 tribes that they left behind, and said, good luck. What's gonna happen? The tribes gonna be like, well, yeah, good luck to you now. Right? So the consequence of the good reactions is, like it says, the wise man foreseeth the evil, right? Well, let's see. If I fight for mine and help them fight for theirs, then if somebody ever come and attack me on that side, here they come, right? They gonna return that favor. But if I sit over here and kick it, and it's just me and my tribe, what was it, Manasseh and who?
Gad and Reuben.
Oh, Gad and Reuben, right? If we just sit over here, right, and the other 10 tribes go over there, it's just gonna be us two alone against all these nations. And then what's gonna happen? Oh, I'm gonna be trying to run to them for help. They ain't gonna want to help me, and it's just gonna be us two against all them. They had to think into the future, and that's the only reason I'm saying this and bringing this out is a lot of times we don't do that. We don't think ahead. You know what I mean? We think about what kind of good or what kind of inconvenience me doing good for this person will be right now. It's inconvenient for me right now. So if I do that, then it's going to take a lot of my time or a lot of my effort or a lot of my spirit. And what good is that going to be in the future? We got to stop being, what's that word? Where you want instant gratification. That's it. We got to stop being so instantly gratified all the time. That's what this nation has given us, to cater to instant gratification. How many people get mad when their phone don't load up right on time?
Oh, bro.
You trying to look up where's Whataburger? Damn it! Why are you going so slow? Right? Not knowing that if you was an '80s baby, you was sitting there going, right? It took you all that time just to dial the damn number, and then try to find where the place was, right? Then you had to go get a map and go do all that. Now all you got to do is punch it. Ask Siri, right? Hey, where's Whataburger at? Here's the 9 Whataburgers in your area at your location. You like, damn. But now, hey Siri, where's the nearest Whataburger? Give me a minute. Oh my God! You sit over there about to lose your mind because Siri didn't instantly answer you now. Damn thing, tell me where Whataburgers are right now. Right? That's the thing, though, is we try to be into this instant gratification. And so the nation is catered to instant gratification in everything. So then what? You don't have no patience now. Now when your kids do something wrong, you ready to cut them off. When a brother do something wrong and they don't listen, you ready to cut them off. When you're not going to get an instant reward for helping this brother, helping this sister, giving this ride, cooking this meal, whatever, you instantly want to give up on the truth. But the truth ain't about instant gratification. It's about the long run. It's about you doing something consistently, continually, and then you see the growth later on. Why do you think the Most High, Christ, is always using agriculture, right? The kingdom of heaven is like the grain of a mustard seed. The kingdom of heaven is like this thing. Why? Because when you plant that mustard seed, it's this big. You can't even see it hardly. A mustard seed is like this big. It's not coriander. That's a different seed, right?
They're about the same size.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're both a little round. Actually, if you can't tell, you could mix them up.
Yeah.
But it's small.
He said when you plant it, You think about a tree, man. He said when a mustard seed grows, it becomes one of the biggest trees, and the birds of the air can nest in it and everything, right? Still, the birds of the air can nest in it and everything, right? But when you planted it, it was that big, and then you plant it. Does it just turn into that tree? Nah, you got a year. You get a little seedling. You know what I mean? You get the sprout thing. Hopefully it doesn't get burnt or chopped down or run over by something. And you get a little twig growing out of the ground. Right? I got a peach tree in my front yard. It's like, we didn't have this like for 2-3 years. And I got it already. It was a little tree. But now it took 2-3 years before we got peaches and all that stuff that was good enough to eat. You gotta wait for it. It don't just happen like that. You understand? The people you're gonna deal with, it ain't gonna be that you go out there and, oh, I learned the truth, now I gave it to them, and they're instantly gonna get it. No, you planted a seed. That's all you did. You planted a seed in their head. That one that's looking up what Judah's doing right now, you planted a seed, and what you're seeing is you're seeing the little seedling. You're seeing him start to research, right? That's what I did at the dialysis. I talked to the dude at the dialysis, and I told him, he could come through or whatever, but he didn't really jump on it. I was like, that's cool. I come in, I tell him a little bit, you know what I mean? I was like, hey man, I was like, if I give you a name, I'll give you a name to Asher. You always happy, you know what I mean? He came back next week, he's like, yeah, I looked up that name, man, I like that name. I think I'm gonna take that name. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay. I was like, what'd you look it up on? He's like, I just looked up what you said, and just to see if that's what it really meant and everything. You know what I mean? I didn't sit there beating him over the head and, hey, all the true Jews are black and da-da-da-da-da-da, and every time I come in just hitting him over. No, I just gave him that little thing. I was half passed out when I said it, you know what I mean? Came back a couple weeks later, he's like, yeah, man, I like that. You know what I mean? He's like, and you get to see that little sprout come out. You know what I mean? And that's, if none of y'all did agriculture, that's like the funnest thing in the world right there. When you done planted something and you see it poke out the ground, like, you know what I mean? Like, cause come on, I already did all the clubbing, I already did all the, been through women, did all the fun, jumped off of stuff, fell off of stuff, you know what I mean? Did all the rides at the amusement parks and all that stuff. I done did all that. But when you see that little sprout come out the ground, it's like, you know what I mean? I'm giddy and everything. I got chickens. I bought them this big. Now they laying eggs. I'm like, whoo! But it took 4 months. And me, I'm not a patient person like that. I don't like waiting on stuff. So I'm out there waiting for these chickens like, when y'all gonna do something? You know what I mean? And then one day I come out and they done laid 7 eggs. I'm like, woo! It gives you a good feeling, man. And it's the same thing when you're in the truth and you done constantly throwing seeds all over the place and you telling people, your family, your friends, and then you see that one sprout up and they come back like, hey, you know what, I was watching this video and everything you've been saying is right. You're like, that's good, you're gonna get there. But if you give up on them, you give up on yourself. Ah man, I've been throwing all these seeds everywhere, ain't nothing growing, I'm done. Guess what? You're never going to see nothing grow. He keeps using all these occupations and take patience dealing with the kingdom of heaven. I'll make you a fisher of men, right? Have you ever been fishing? Oh my God! I'm like, dude, where's the dynamite sticks? I'll throw a stick of dynamite, it'll blow up, and I'll let them all float to the top. No problem. You know what I mean? I'm sitting out there with a damn crawdad on the end of a hook. You know what I mean? Like, just waiting, like, when is this stupid fish gonna eat the hook? You eat 3-4 hours out there, just getting seasick. It's cold, right? Yep. Ain't no fish bit. Like, damn. Some days you just go home, the sun done went down, you go home, you ain't got nothing. But that one time when you go out there, you ain't never seen an unhappy fisherman that caught a fish. Whenever they catch a fish, they got the biggest damn smile on their face. Why? Because it took time. You understand? Nothing worth having is instant gratification. Y'all eating at this place. Would you rather have this, or would you rather have the brother Derek cook you some meals in the backyard? My grandpa used to barbecue for hours. He'd be out there barbecue for hours, a line around the block in Kansas City. People slobbing at the mouth trying to get some barbecue. Why is it taking so long? Just hold on, wait a minute. You know what I mean? He'd be flipping everything all slow. Lift the grill up, check stuff. Close it back up. Come on! Like, nope. But as soon as they got that burger, as soon as they got them ribs, all the drool came out, right? That was the best ribs you ever tasted. That was the best burger you ever tasted. Why? Because you had to wait for it. This ain't worth waiting for. This ain't worth the 5 minutes you spend in the drive-thru.
It's true.
All that instant gratification is never worth it. You go eat that Burger King burger, you like, well, I'm filled up, but I ain't satisfied, right? Your stomach full, but you ain't satisfied.
Got no taste.
And it's the same thing in the truth, man. You get them cats that come in and they are known with joy receive it. And they come in, oh yeah, man, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I'm da-da-da-da-da. Next thing you know, that's your fruit that you brought in, and it was an instant gratification, easy sale. They came in, first thing they was doing, hey, what's up with her? She's single. Oh, damn it, that's why you here? Yeah, that's an instant gratification. You should have took some time. You should have got to know that person. Wait for something to sprout out the ground. Don't just try to grab them over the head and drag them into the class. Sometimes it's going to take years. But if you get in here and you act like, well, damn, I ain't got no fruit, I give up. You know what I mean? You ain't even been here. You ain't even been here for a year, 2 years doing this. This takes a long time. Wait for it. You got time. Most High will prolong your years just so you can see growth. It's a beautiful thing. Where we at?
Numbers chapter 32, verse 24. Build you cities for your little ones, and folds for your sheep, and do that which hath proceeded out of your mouth. Verse 25. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben spake unto Moses, saying, Thy servants would do as my Lord commanded. Our little ones, our wives, our flocks, and all our cattle shall be there in the cities of Gilead. But thy servants will pass over, every man armed for war, before the Lord to battle, as my Lord saith. So concerning them, Moses commanded Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and the chief fathers of the tribes of the children of Israel.
Yeah, that's a lot of faith too. Gad and Reuben right there, they left their kids and their flocks behind. And every man armed for war went with the rest of Israel. Who protected their kids and their flocks? You gotta think about it. They didn't leave no servants back there. Every man that was armed for war went with Israel. Okay? So the Most High was the one making sure the nations didn't come get their flocks. The Most High was the one saying, I'm gonna respect that sacrifice y'all making. That you left everything. That you said, you know what, I'm not gonna sit here worried about my stuff. I'm gonna secure my nation. And he respected that sacrifice, and he took care of their flocks and their herds and everything, and their families. Y'all see that?
Okay.
Some of y'all riding the fence like, hey, do I want to do this truth all the way because what? I got stuff. I got my stuff over here. And if I leave that behind, who's gonna protect it? Who's gonna hold down my house? Who's gonna hold down my bills? Who's gonna hold down my family? You never did. The Most High did that. Y'all see that? That's why Gad and Reuben had their inheritance. Because they took that leap of faith and put everything in the hands of the Most High. They put their families' lives and their wealth in the hands of the Most High. And they had it when they got back. It wasn't a matter of a couple days. Y'all know that, right? To secure our lands, to secure the rest of the 10 tribes' lands. I wish we had the TV up, but if y'all only knew how big Israel really was, Y'all keep seeing Israel on TV, little strip of land. Israel was from that little strip of land all the way into past India. You understand? Yeah, we had a map I could show you, but it's like halfway to China. All right, so you dealing from the Mediterranean Sea all the way down near to China. That was Israel.
Yeah.
All right, that little strip of land ain't nothing. That's a state of Israel. That's not even a country. All right, and we had to secure all of that before Gad and Reuben can go back home. That took years away from their family, and the Most High kept them in perfect peace. When they got back, they didn't come back and, damn, the Moabites done raped my family and stole all my flocks. They didn't lose one sheep. They didn't lose one family member. Y'all see that? Most High kept them in perfect safety the whole time for years. Some of y'all worried about, damn, my wife might leave me if I go full force into this troop. You know what I mean? Some brothers, Hebrew Academy, I don't know if I can do it. I got my family. No, the Most High got your family. The Most High gave it to you, and the Most High can take it away. Huh? So, but if you go full force, the Most High is not going to disrespect your sacrifice. Y'all get that? He's going to respect that sacrifice. He's going to say, you know what? I'm going to give it to you, pressed down, shaken together, to overflowing. When you get back, your wife is still going to be your wife. She ain't going to be messing around with Jody, right? She ain't going to be messing around with some dude who's a mailman, right? She's going to be still your wife. When you get back, your kids, they're going to be grown. My son, I named him Benaiah because the Most High built him. I ain't have nothing to do with his growth. You understand? Everything I was here. I was in class. I was at EO. I was doing street teaching, whatever, when I was able. That's what I was doing. And I come home, hey, he done said his first words, and he's doing prayers now. He's writing in Hebrew. He's doing this. He's doing that. I'm like, damn. The Most High is growing this boy up. Then he's coming to class. I don't make him come to class. This dude gets up in the morning, calls for a ride, comes to class. He be here when I'm not here. I don't make him do any of that. The Most High built that up in him. Why? Because he's respected my sacrifice. That time I didn't get to spend, you always show the dad videos, right? The dad's there with the kid and he's showing him every single thing he needs to know in life and everything. I didn't get to do all that. My son was like 13, 14 before I got to show him how to work on a car the first time. And we had cars the whole time he's been alive. He was 13, 14 years old before I got to show him how to do the brakes on a car. But the Most High built everything else that you see in my son, he built that in him. I ain't have nothing to do with that. Y'all see that? The Most High will secure your family. The Most High will secure your finances. The Most High will secure everything. You just got to make the sacrifice and put it in his hands. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Numbers chapter 32, verse 29. And Moses said unto them, if the children of Gad and the children of Reuben will pass with you over Jordan, every man armed to battle before the Lord, and the land shall be subdued before you, then ye shall give them the land of Gilead for its possession. But if they will not pass over with you armed, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben answered, saying, as the Lord has said unto thy servant, so will we do.
See, they could have still, they got possessions. Even if they didn't go armed, they said they were still going to get a possession. So how many of us would settle? Because see, they would have got a possession in the land of Canaan, right? But it would have been smaller. Why? Because they would have had to share with the other tribes, right? But where they were was before you get into Canaan. It was in Gilead, right? That's where you get them songs. There's a balm in Gilead, right? That place was known for its wealth of land and agriculture. Gilead was big time. All right, that was a beautiful land. The Most High said, I'm going to give you that land if you go armed and make this sacrifice. I'm going to give you the best land. Canaan was good, Gilead was better. All right? Gilead was like, you could dig in the ground and get rich.
Can I say this real quick too?
What was that?
About the lands. You know, right now, like if you look at a map, you'll just see that whole area. Like you know how you were saying, we had our land stretched from Israel to halfway to China. If you look at that, if you look at it now, it's just all desert.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like that back then. It became like that because we left. So a lot of times now, you look at Israel and you like, Fertile Crescent. You just look over there, you're like, Fertile Crescent. Like, what are y'all talking? It just looks dusty.
It's like a dust bowl, Bill.
But that's because we're not there. The Most High said that land will be a desolation until we got back.
Yep.
So just wanted to let y'all know that, because
the bastard's still in the master.
yeah.
Verse 32. We will pass over armed before the Lord into the land of Canaan, that the possession of our inheritance on this side Jordan may be ours. And Moses gave unto them, even to the children of Gad.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the point I was making was too many of us want to settle. You know what I mean? You get to a certain point, it's like, okay, I got my house, I got my kids, I got my car, I got my money. I got mine. I'm going to settle. When the Most High is like, listen, if you make this sacrifice, I'll give you something better than that. You see that? But we've been raised in America, and what do they have? They have their little sayings. Oh, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, right? Basically meaning it's better to have the thing in your hand than have a hope of it that you might get it, or you might get something better. No, the Most High is guaranteeing you will get something better. And he's showing you historically that he always would say, listen, if you do this, I will give you something better. If you give up everything, I'll give you something better than what you ever had. Y'all see that? And now you got people, you got historically, and then you got living proof. You got all those brothers up here that could tell you, when you give up everything for the Most High, for Christ, he'll give you better. He'll give you better than you had before. Because when I came into this truth, I was single and broke. I was living in my mom's basement. Right? And that's just on the carnal side. Spiritually, I was starving. I was like, I knew. I don't even know if y'all ever had this connection, but there was a point in my life I knew when I prayed, it was like it was hitting a wall. It was like nobody's listening. I could tell. You understand? So spiritually, I was starved. Then I got in the truth, and it was like, boop, 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 everything woke up. I knew all my prayers were answered. I knew all my prayers were going up. You know what I mean? Just the other day, I looked up in the sky, and I said rain. And for 3 days, it's been raining straight. So I know there's a big difference spiritually and physically in my life. So you got living proof talking to you right now. Then you got written proof. I mean, how many damn contracts do you need for you to sign on to the Most High 100% and say, you know what? I feel like I'm running infomercials. You know what I mean? That's what I feel like. I'm trying to hype y'all into something. This is how it works. It just works like that. This is how the Most High works for people. This is what he does for people that show that 100% sacrifice, is that he will give you, like he said, pressed down, shaken together, to overflow. But you got to be willing to do what Gad and Reuben did right here. You got to be willing to leave everything and go armed and fight this battle. And then all these things will be added unto you. Go ahead.
Verse 33. And Moses gave unto them, even to the children of Gad, and to the children of Reuben, and unto half the tribe of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorites, and the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, the land, with the cities thereof in the coast, even the cities of the country round about. And the children of Gad built Dibon, and Adaroth, and Aror. And
does anybody understand any of that? Y'all gotta study, man. Y'all gotta study. These are just names and words to y'all, some of y'all. Og, king of Bashan, and the Amorites, and these people, he's not just showing you that he gave them, you're just thinking, okay, Moses gave them some land, right? He gave them 2 kings' land that were not Israelites. He gave them, that's like me saying, hey, listen, Quatzazat, man, I'm gonna give you Mexico. Do I own Mexico? Who am I to give him Mexico, right? Moses was like, here, listen, you got Og, king of Bashan's land, and you get this king of the Amorites' land over here. That king slept on a bed made out of iron. That was one of the first kingdoms to have iron weapons. If that doesn't mean nothing to you, it's like when America took over this country, and then or let's say America as they are now. Imagine being able to gift that to somebody that doesn't even have weapons yet. Being able to say, listen, you get to take over that country, and I know y'all ain't got no weapons, but they got weapons. Go ahead and take them over. Go ahead and take over America. But they got guns. Yeah, you got it. That's what Moses was doing. He's like, listen, you get king of Bashan's land. You get the what was the Amorite king's name? Og, right? These guys slept on beds made out of iron. They had iron weapons, man. That was like the height of technology at the time. We was dealing with brass and bronze and stuff like that. And these cats had iron weapons. And Moses was like, yeah, you're going to take over their land with nothing. Wait, so I'm going to leave my family and my herds, my wealth, on that side of a river, right? With no defense. I'm taking every armed man with me. Then the arms we got is only made out of like bronze and some stuff we jacked from the Egyptians. And you want me to fight guys with iron weapons whose swords can break through my sword. Iron breaks bronze every time. You understand? Iron's like one of the strongest metals. And you want me to go over there and fight for that land against them.
Remember, at this time, the land was empty. We already had fought them.
This is all in
Yeah, the land, we already killed them.
Oh, that's
so
right.
we already did that. And we went in and said we killed everybody.
Yeah.
The point still,
at the time when we had to do it, though,
the point still stands.
That's how we had to go in.
Yeah, the point still stands that they had it and we didn't, but we killed the whole city, the whole nation, everybody. It said nobody was alive, so the land was just empty.
Okay. So when he was gifting it to us, we had taken it over. I get that now. We had taken it over already. Mm-hmm. But at some point, that's how that went, that we had to go in there and fight like that. We had to go again in full faith against people that had weapons past ours.
Yep.
Y'all see that? So the Most High was now saying to Moses, listen, whose land are you going to get? Remember when you went in faith and fought them guys with hardly any weapons, and they had iron weapons? I'm giving you their land. Y'all see that? Remember when you were supposed to go up and square up against some people that were way bigger than you? I'm giving you their land. Remember when you left your families and your flocks and you fought for us? I'm giving you that land. Y'all see that? He's historically showing you he's gonna come through on his promises. You're gonna get more than you ever imagined and more than you bargained for. And all you gotta do is give up the little bit of crap you got. It sounds like an easy deal to me. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Verse 35. And Adaroth, and Shaphan, and Jahazar, and Jogbahah, and Beth Nimrah, and Beth Haran, fenced cities, and folds for sheep. And the children of Reuben built Heshbon, and Eliah, and Kirth Jathaim, and Nebo, and Baal-meon, their names being changed, and Shibmah, and gave their names unto the cities which they builded. And the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, went to Gilead, and took it, and disposed the Amorite which was in it. And Moses gave Gilead unto Machir, the son of Manasseh, and dwelt therein. And Jair, the son of Manasseh, went and took the small towns thereof, and called them Hivoth Jair.
See, they had to go conquer those. They still had to conquer those. Right there.
Numbers 21. That's when we did that.
Huh?
Numbers 21 is when we did that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying right here, this one they had to go and get Gilead.
Oh, yeah. And the children of Manasseh and the son of...
Verse 40.
and Moses gave Gilead unto the son of... And he dwelt... Wait, what verse?
Yeah, he gave it to him, but the one he just read, they had to go in and take it.
Yeah, verse 41. And Jair, the son of Manasseh, went and took the small towns thereof, and called them Hivath Jair.
Okay, right, because it was probably smaller cities that they didn't take everybody out of. Remember, it was two different places. You had Sihon and you had Og.
Right,
It was
right.
two different instances. It was Moab and Ammon. So they had more than one city.
Yeah. Moab, but what's the Amorites was
That was
yeah, Amorites, king of the
right, that was Sihon was the king of the Amorites. That was remember when we wanted to pass by?
Yeah.
And we went out, we sent messengers and they came with swords.
Right.
That was Sihon first.
Yeah.
We took them and killed them.
Right.
Then we came into Og, same thing, let us pass. No, they came with swords and they said we killed them.
Right.
But, I mean, it could have been that what? We didn't take every single city.
Yeah.
But the major cities. Yeah, when you read Numbers 21 and 21 and 34, and the Lord said unto Moses, fear him not, I have delivered him into thy hand, and all his people and his land. And thou shalt do to him as thou didst unto Sihon, king of the Amorites, which dwelt in Heshbon. So they smote him, speaking of Og,
Okay.
and his sons and his people, until there was none left him alive, and they possessed his land. But there might have been outskirt cities
Yeah.
that we didn't just go and take every single city right then and there.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like Solomon, right? Remember when Solomon, somebody had asked a question about Solomon. It said that Solomon didn't fight war, but he went into a land and took it.
Oh, yeah, I asked that.
Yeah, did he have to go into a land to fight war to take it?
Nah.
Or could he just show up
Right.
and be like, give me that? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it could have been like, oh, they occupy the land, but we don't necessarily have to go fight for that because they know it's ours as soon as we show up. And it could have been, you know.
Yeah. Well, now I remember. I'm
Recollecting.
Now, when you deal with numbers and then when you go on later on Judges, we were still having to conquer lands.
Right.
Because we hadn't completely wiped out everybody.
Right.
So this is kind of like what's going on here.
Right.
Go ahead.
Verse 42. And Naboah went and took Kenath, and the villages thereof, and called it Naboah, after his own name. Numbers chapter 33 and verse 1. These are the journeys of the children of Israel, which went forth out of the land of Egypt, with their armies under the hand of Moses and Aaron. And Moses wrote their goings out according to their journeys by the commandment of the Lord. And these are their journeys according to their goings out. And they departed from Ramses in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month. On the morrow, after Passover, the children of Israel went out with a high hand in the sight of all the Egyptians.
Now, if you don't know where these lands are, if you don't know what these places are that we conquered, how do you know what your inheritance is? Remember, that's ours by birthright to this day. It was never taken from us. We were taken from that land, but it's still ours.
That's right.
So when we get out to the wilderness, and when we get out to when all this is get burnt to ash, right? Where you gonna walk to? Which direction you gonna go if you don't know what these places are?
God, makes sense.
You gotta know where your land is. You gotta know where your boundaries are. Where you supposed to put your tent? What's that?
That's a nice point that you made up, because when it does happen, you'll remember Gad and Reuben not to renege on it. It's like, oh, let's get all the land first before I start taking plots of land.
Like when you deal with the Indians here, the Native Americans, right? they're able to go back and say, you know what, this land from here to here was our land, and we want reparations or whatever, and they're actually claiming that back. At least the $5 Indians and the ones that are grafted into the tribe and all that, they're claiming those lands back. Why? Because they're called ancestral lands, and that's theirs by birthright. Y'all see that? Well, you're going to be doing the same thing with our land back in Israel. It ain't nobody going to be able to dispute it, but what are you going to claim if you don't know where it is? What are you going to claim if you don't do the research? You going to be living out somewhere in Mexico, somewhere in Russia? Like, I'm over here, this mine, this ain't yours. You don't belong here. You belong on the fertile land. The land with gold underneath the dirt. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Verse 4. For the Egyptians buried all their firstborn, which the Lord has smitten among them, upon their gods. Also the Lord executed judgments. And the children of Israel removed from Ramses and pitched in Succoth. And they departed from Succoth and pitched in Etham, which is in the edge of the wilderness.
So when Satan tried to hit you with that doubt, the Bible ain't real, that was made up by man. That was, okay, so these places ain't real? These aren't historical places they're naming right now? Ramses, Succoth, those are real places. Egypt ain't real? Ethiopia ain't real? It's true. That's what I tell these people. I'm like, for you to say that, you acting like this is Harry Potter or something. You acting like this is damn Lord of the Rings or something where, Endor ain't real. Okay, Endor is not real. Got it. But these places ain't Endor. These places ain't damn Hogwarts. You understand? You can look on a map of the ancient lands, and these places existed. You can go into history books and read about Ramesses and Succoth in these different places. You understand? That's why I said these can't just be words y'all hear in a book no more. This got to be real to y'all, where y'all research and say, where is this place? Was this real? Because when you get on Facebook, them niggas is going to be tearing you apart. When you get out in the world, they're going to be tearing you apart. Oh, the Bible ain't real. This place right here, this ain't a real book. This is made by man. Some guy just thought this up. The feminists are going to be, it's just a chauvinistic book made by the male patriarchy trying to keep us women underfoot. Okay. So none of these places are real that we're talking about right now. Ramesses, Succoth, Nebuchadnezzar, Babylon, none of this place is real. None of these are historically significant places. Come on, man. Those are all real places. Go ahead.
Verse 7. And they removed from Etham and turned again unto Pi-hahiroth, which is before Baal Zephron. And they pitched before Migdol. And they departed from before Pi-hahiroth and passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness, and went 3 days' journey in the wilderness of Etham, and pitched in Marah. And they removed from Marah, and came unto Elim. And in Elim were 12 fountains of water, and 70 palm trees, and they pitched there. And they removed from Elim, and encamped by the Red Sea. And they removed from the Red Sea, and encamped in the wilderness of Sin. And they took their journey out of the wilderness of Sin, and encamped in Dapkah. And they departed from Dapkah, and encamped in Alush. And they removed from Alush, and encamped to Rephidim, where was no water for the people to drink. And they departed from Rephidim, and pitched in the wilderness of Sinai. And they removed from the desert of Sinai, and pitched at Kibroth Havatah. And they departed from Kibroth Havatah, and encamped in Hazeroth. And they departed from Hazeroth, and pitched in Rit Hamah. And they departed from Rit Hamah, and pitched in Rimmon Perez. And they departed from Rimmon Perez, and pitched in Libnah. And they removed from Libnah, and pitched in Rissah. And they journeyed from Rissah, and pitched in Kahal-Latha, and they went from Kahal-Latha and pitched in Mount Shafir.
Now you drive from here to Florida with your kids in the car, driving 60 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour average, right? What are you going to hear the whole way there?
Depends on what time.
Are we there yet? I gotta use the bathroom. I want water. I'm hungry. Isn't it right? Multiply that times 6 million. And walking. That's why you keep hearing, and they departed from there and went here, and they departed from there and went here, and they departed from, like, just hearing that makes me like, damn, when they gonna get there? Can you imagine you was doing it, you're walking, okay, the cloud lifted up, okay, we go. Okay, stop, we there. No, we gotta get up and go. All these different times. You wanna know what the children of Israel was murmuring about? You're listening to it. And we got there. And we're not there yet. We gotta depart from here and go there. Over and over and over again. That's what they was murmuring about, man. Man, we keep saying we're going to be in this promised land, and every time we keep being here, and then we're not there. Well, this place look good enough. Why can't we just stay here? I'm tired of walking. Nah, we got to get up and go over here. Damn. Hell, does Moses know where the hell we going? By the third one, I'd have been like, this nigga lost. Right? Because that's what the wives do when you're driving that far, right? when you driving that trip to Florida, it's like, you lost, ain't you? You know where we at. You need to pull over and ask somebody where we going. Right? She started doubting you instantly. Like, wait a minute, that sign didn't say we going to Florida. Right? Imagine, no road signs, walking, and with 6 million people, and you the leader.
And even to that point, when you look at this land, when you look at the land of Ammon and Moab that they took, and the way these cities are spread out, there was no way to conquer everything in one day. So, like it says, and the children of Gad built Dibon and Atharoth and Aror. These cities, you got Dibon here at the bottom, you got Aror right over here, and then you got Atharoth up here. So it's like a triangle, right? But there was no way to conquer, and then you got Gilead that's way north, right? You got Gilead and Jabbok, Jazer. These places are way north. If you're just walking, it took days to go through and do this.
Yeah, that's why I said they went 3 days journey,
Yeah.
and then they end up here.
Yeah, so you can see like they probably took the major capital. How do you conquer a city? How do you conquer a nation? Take the capital, just like what these monkeys are doing over there in Ukraine. They're trying to take the capital, but they haven't seized the capital. You take that capital city, it's a wrap. Let somebody come and take Washington. They already know America's done, right? So just those war tactics, they probably took the capital, and these outer lying cities, they didn't catch wind until what? We showed up.
Yeah.
Give it up. We got your capital, right? We got your flag. So just going back to that little part of it too about when we conquered Og and Sihon, we probably just didn't take all. It was a lot of cities to take. I mean, you're reading. Gad had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They had 9 cities that Gad took alone.
Damn.
Reuben took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Took 6 cities. It's a lot of cities. A lot of land to cover up by foot. You know what I mean? So, yeah, put it into like a good perspective, along with what the woman is saying. Are we here yet? Yeah.
Verse 24. And they removed from Mount Shafir and encamped in Hadarah.
Yeah, Bashan. imagine, bro. This walk is crazy. And first of all, none of this is even flat land. It's all mountain.
Yeah, wow.
So imagine trekking through the mountains. You know it took days.
Then you get somewhere and there ain't no water there.
The saddest part is all you had to do was just walk and you run right in the rivers. Salt sea. Probably can't drink that. Salt.
Michael, Shabbat Dishar Yahawada, Ban Yasharallah.
Michael, Shabbat Shal Yahuda, Bad Yasharallah, Bad Israel, Amadi, Barak.
Yahawah Hashem Yahweh Shabarakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabarakatah. Is that my child going crazy in the back? Giving up the ghost, huh? What read are we on? Alright, y'all. Let's get it going. Come on. 3 o'clock. 4 readers.
It is a long reading.
It is. It is a long reading. We're about to be in Deuteronomy again. After this is Deuteronomy. I mean, we're gonna read the whole 36, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know. Alright. Yeah, just good people, it's good dinner time for them. What time? Go ahead. Where we at? Where we started?
The book of Numbers, chapter 33 and verse 35. And they departed from Ebronah and encamped at Ezion Gabar. And they removed from Ezion Gabar and pitched in the wilderness of Zin, which is Kadesh. And they removed from Kadesh and pitched in Mount Hor in the edge of the land of Edom. And Aaron, the priest, went up into the Mount Hor at the commandment of the Lord and died there. In the 40th year after the children of Israel were come out of the land of Egypt, in the first day of the 5th month. And Aaron was 123 years old when he died in Mount Hor. And King Arad, the Canaanite, which dwelt in the south in the land of Canaan, heard of the coming of the children of Israel, and they departed from Mount Hor and pitched in Zalmonah. And they departed from Zalmonah and pitched in Punan. And they departed from Punan and pitched in Obah. And they departed from Obah.
So these are all little cities in Edom. These are all little Edomite cities that we were riding around in. Punan, that's in Edom. Kadesh Barnea. Go ahead.
And pitched in Ijobarim, and the border of Moab. And they departed from Aim and pitched in Dibon-Gad. And they removed from Dibon-Gad and encamped in Almon-Diblathaim. And they removed from Almon-Diblathaim and pitched in the mountains of Abarim before Nebo. And they departed from the mountains of Abarim and pitched in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho. And they pitched by Jordan from Beth-Jez-Amoth even unto Al-Bel-Shedem in the plains of Moab. And the Lord spake unto Moses in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, when ye are passed over Jordan into the land of Canaan, then ye shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their pictures, and destroy all their molten images, and quite pluck down all their high places. And ye shall dispossess the inhabitants of the land, and dwell therein. For I have given you the land to possess it. And ye shall divide the land by lot for an inheritance among your families, and to the more ye shall give the more in inheritance, and to the fewer ye shall give the less inheritance. Every man's inheritance shall be in the place where his lot falleth. According to the tribes of your fathers ye shall inherit. But if you will not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall come to pass that those which ye let remain of them shall be pricks in your eyes, and thorns in your sides, and shall vex you in the land wherein ye dwell.
What verse is that?
Verse 55.
Yep. I've been looking for this verse for a long time.
So you know what's crazy is we left a lot of the Canaanites in our land, right? And what's crazy is they're pricks in our eyes to this day, because what do our people like to follow? People love to follow Egyptology.
Yep.
And then when we went to war with when Saul went to war with the Amalekites,
Yep.
and he didn't slaughter all of them like the Most High said, they still pricks in our eyes to this day, because they stole your whole heritage.
Yep.
They're in your land right now.
Yep. Go ahead.
Moreover, it shall come to pass that I shall do unto you as I thought to do unto them.
Damn. That happened too.
Displaced and wiped out.
Book of Numbers, chapter 34, and verse 1.
I mean, everybody understand that, right? Self-explanatory. Go ahead.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, and say unto them, when ye come into the land of Canaan, this is the land that shall fall unto you for an inheritance, even the land of Canaan with the coast thereof. Then your south quarter shall be from the wilderness of Zin, along by the coast of Edom, and your south border shall be the outmost coast of the salt sea eastward. And your border shall turn from the south to the ascent of Akrabim, and pass on to Zin. And the going forth thereof shall be from the south to Kadesh Barnea, and shall go on to Hazar Adar, and pass on to Asmon. And the border shall fetch a compass from Asmon unto the river of Egypt, and the goings out of it shall be at the sea. And as for the western border, ye shall even have the great sea for a border. This shall be your west border, and this shall be your north border. From the great sea ye shall point out for you Mount Hor. From Mount Hor ye shall point out your border unto the entrance of Hamath.
So the Great Sea today would be the Mediterranean Sea, right? That's what Israel and all them places border. Just so you kind of got an idea. Go ahead.
And the goings forth of the border shall be to Zedad, and the border shall go on to Ziphron, and the goings out of it shall be at Hazarinan. This shall be your north border. And ye shall point out your east border from Hazarenan to Shepham. And the coast shall go down from Shepham to Riblah on the east side of Ain. And the border shall descend and shall reach unto the side of the sea of Shinnereth eastward. And the border shall go down to Jordan, and to the goings out of it shall be at the salt sea. This shall be your land, with the coast thereof round about.
Yashkar.
So the easiest way to understand that is to look at a map. It's the easiest way. Just you get a map of the land, and you just go up and down the coast, from the Gaza Strip all the way up to Tyre, and you'll understand what land was designated for us. All those names, you just gotta look up the land and it'll show you. Salt Sea, right? You got the Dead Sea. The Salt Sea is above the Dead Sea. And it's basically, there's two seas in the middle of the land. So we always had water, there was rivers that flowed. It was perfect setup.
Yashkar, Shabbat Shah, Yashkar, Banya Shalu.
Yashkar, Shabbat Tashal, Yashkar, Bani Yasha'ala, Navizra, Amadi. Barak.
Yahal Bashim Yahal Shah Brakatham.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shah Barakatah. Yeah, gotta get your maps up.
Numbers chapter 34, verse 13. And Moses commanded the children of Israel, saying, This is the land which ye shall inherit by lot, which the Lord commanded to give unto the 9 tribes and to the half tribe. For the tribe of the children of Reuben, according to the house of their fathers, and the tribe of the children of Gad, according to the house of their fathers, have received their inheritance. And half the tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance. The 2 tribes and the half tribe have received their inheritance on this side Jordan, near Jericho, eastward, toward the sun rising. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, These are the names of the men which shall divide the land unto you: Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun. And ye shall take 1 prince of every tribe to divide the land by inheritance. And the names of the men are these: of the tribe of Judah, Caleb, the son of Jephunneh; and of the tribe of the children of Simeon, Shemuel, the son of Amihud; of the tribe of Benjamin, Elidad, the son of Chislon; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Dan, Buki, the son of Jogli; the prince of the children of Joseph, for the tribe of the children of Manasseh, Aniel, the son of Ephod; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Ephraim, Kemuel, the son of Shiftan; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Zebulun, Elisaphan, the son of Parnach; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Issachar, Patiel, the son of Azan; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Asher, Ahihud, the son of Shalomim; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Naphtali, Perahel, the son of Amihud. These are they whom the Lord commanded to divide the inheritance unto the children of Israel in the land of Canaan.
Wow, that was great pronunciation of these names.
Numbers chapter 35, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses into the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho, saying, Command the children of Israel that they give unto the Levites of the inheritance of their possessions cities to dwell in. And ye shall give also unto the Levites suburbs for the cities round about them.
Hoods and slums,
Suburbs for the cities round about them.
ghettos and back streets,
Unto the Levites suburbs.
shifty go-betweens.
Suburbs
Go ahead.
for the cities round about them. The cities shall they have to dwell in, and the suburbs of them shall be for their cattle.
We were the first ones in the burbs. Right? It wasn't a bad thing to not be in the hood.
God.
It was not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to be in the suburbs. Go ahead.
And the suburbs of them shall be for their cattle and for their goods and for all their beasts. Verse 4. And the suburbs of the cities, which ye shall give unto the Levites, shall reach from the wall of the city and outward 1,000 cubits round about. And you shall measure from without the city on the east side 2,000 cubits, and on the south side 2,000 cubits, and on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side 2,000 cubits. And the city shall be in the midst. This shall be to them the suburbs of the cities. And among the cities which ye shall give unto the Levites, there shall be 6 cities for refuge, which ye shall appoint for the manslayer, that he may flee thither. And to them ye shall add 42 cities. So all the cities which ye shall give to the Levites shall be 48 cities. Them shall ye give with their suburbs. And the cities which ye shall give shall be of the possession of the children of Israel. For them that have many ye shall give many, but from them that have few ye shall give few. Everyone shall give of his cities unto the Levites according to his inheritance which he inherited. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye be come over Jordan into the land of Canaan, then ye shall appoint your cities to be cities of refuge for you, that the slayer may flee thither, which killeth any person at unawares, and they shall be unto you cities for refuge from the avenger, that the manslayer die not until he stand before the congregation in judgment. And of these cities, which ye shall give 6 cities, shall ye have for refuge. Ye shall give 3 cities on this side Jordan, and 3 cities ye shall give in the land of Canaan, which shall be cities of refuge. These cities shall be a refuge both for the children of Israel, and for the stranger, and for the sojourner among them, that everyone that killeth any person unawares may flee thither. And if he smite him with an instrument of iron so that he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. If he smite him with throwing a stone, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. Or if he smite him with a hand weapon of wood, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. The revenger of blood himself shall slay the murderer. When he meeteth him, he shall slay him. But if he thrust him of hatred, or hurl at him by laying of weight, that he die, or in enmity smite him with his hand, that he die, he that smote him shall surely be put to death, for he is a murderer. The revenger of blood shall slay the murderer when he meeteth him. Verse 22. But if he thrust him suddenly without enmity, or have cast upon him with anything without laying of weights, or with any stone, wherewith a man may die, seeing him not, and cast it upon him, that he die, and was not his enemy, neither sought his harm, then the congregation shall judge between the slayer and the revenger of the blood according to these judgments.
Right. So what is it letting us know? We had to before you put a man to death, there had to be some diligent inquiry. There had to be a trial. There had to be, was he an enemy? Did he do it by accident? Was it, you know what I'm saying? Did he see him? Did he not see him? Why were you in the way when he was swinging an axe? All these things come into play. So you weren't guilty until we went through all the steps to make sure that we ensure proper judgment. But for the meantime, you would go to one of these cities, 6 cities. You would go to one of those cities to hold up. That way, a family member, an upset family member or whatever, or a lover, husband, wife, wouldn't come and take you out before time. Go ahead.
So y'all see, outside didn't write no new law. Y'all seeing that, right? When he said if you have hatred in your heart towards your brother, you've already committed murder. Mm-hmm. Right? Is that not what the law is showing you right there? Mm-hmm. Because if you didn't have hatred in your heart and you killed your brother, you got off. Right? If you accidentally killed him, that's what we just read, right? Mm-hmm. If you accidentally killed him and you never had hatred in your heart, you're free. Right? It was an accident, but the person is still dead. Yeah, but you didn't do it with hatred in your heart.
Intent.
See that?
Yeah, what was your intent?
Yeah, so Yahushua was giving the understanding, the law was showing you if you had the intent in your heart, that was the problem. But our people weren't getting it. It was like, yeah, but I want to kill him.
I got this.
But I'm not going to kill him.
Yeah.
Right? I'm just gonna bear hatred in my heart. Well, that's the same thing, bro. That's the same thing, because the intent was what the law was judging you on anyway.
Right.
Yep.
Y'all see that?
Right.
So Christ just put it to you plainly, but all these niggas wanted to be like, oh, Christ changed the law. No, he didn't. That's what the law said. That's what the tenor of the law was that if you did it with hate in your heart, that was the problem. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Verse 25. And the congregation shall deliver the slayer out of the hand of the revenger of blood, and the congregation shall restore him to the city of his refuge, whither he was fled, and he shall abide in it until the death of the high priest, which was anointed with the holy oil. But if the slayer shall at any time come without the border of the city of his refuge, whither he was fled, and the revenger of blood find him without the borders of the city of his refuge, and the revenger of blood kill the slayer, he shall not be guilty of blood.
Alright, this is going to be verse 28. Because he should have remained in the city of his refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the slayer shall return into the land of his possession. So these things shall be for a statute of judgment unto you throughout your generations in all your dwellings. Whoso killeth any person, the murderer shall be put to death by the mouth of witnesses. But one witness shall not testify against any person to cause him to die. Moreover, ye shall take no satisfaction for the life of a murderer, which is guilty of death, but he shall surely be put to death.
Now, these are the laws our people say they can't follow, but they're subject to American laws. Right? Mm-hmm. Somebody can, like, what was the chick? She's a writer, some big time. Oh, The Lovely Bones. The writer of that book, she got a man convicted of rape just because she bumped into this dude on the street. Somebody raped her, and she bumped into this brother on the street, and like ID'd him and was like, that's him. And it turned out to not even be him. This dude went to jail for years. This chick went and wrote The Lovely Bones and all this stuff like that, and turned out the whole time she done got this dude locked up that was innocent.
Wow.
But our people be like, we can't follow all them laws. Okay, but look at here. That stuff can't happen in this kind of a country. That stuff can't happen in a biblical country. It has to take 2 or 3 witnesses for you to get put to death and then you get put to death. You don't go to jail, become a homosexual, become a bank robber, a murderer, you know what I mean? Shake 9 people, learn how to plot on other people, learn how to do Machiavellian movements in jail, and then come out and you ain't never learned nothing. You're just a worse criminal than when you went in. Mm-hmm. No, they put your ass to death. They ain't gonna group you around other criminals so you can be a better criminal. don't make no damn sense, right? Oh, okay, you murdered somebody. Okay, we're gonna put you with other murderers so you get better at it. Does that make any damn sense to y'all? Nah. That's what this country thinks is smart, right? They're like, okay, if I want to be a rocket scientist, where do you send me? You send me to MIT, you send me to some engineering college where there's a whole bunch of other people that think like me and I can talk to and conversate with, and we can all become better engineers. But if I'm a criminal, you send me to a place where there's other criminals that I can conversate with and talk to and become a better what? Yeah, I'm not going to become, what do they call it? You're supposed to be rehabilitated, right? You're not going to get rehabilitated hanging around other criminals. You're going to become a better criminal. The Most High was like, nah, we ain't doing all that. Kill them. Put an end to their life. If they make it to this city, they can go to that city of refuge, but they can't come back until the death of the high priest. So while you're out there, what are you doing? Okay, I want to get back home. I wish I could get back home. I'm homesick, right? But I can't get back home because if I step over that border, that nigga's waiting right there. The Revenger of Blood is waiting right there for you. We wish you would come over. He's going to split your head open. Is the high priest dead yet? He got about 120 years. The new high priest just came in. He's 30. He probably ain't going to die until he's about 120. So he's going to be here a while. You might as well get comfortable, right? In exile. There wasn't no jail, right? It wasn't no jail and oh, you know, you get to become a better criminal. No, you ain't gonna be no master criminal. You're gonna be in exile, wishing you could come back home, can't come back home. You could look right over the border and see all of us living it up. You was in hell, basically. Y'all understand? That was basically hell for you. You was looking at all your people in the kingdom while you was in an exiled city. No priest, no nothing. Go ahead.
Verse 32. And ye shall take no satisfaction for him that is fled to the city of his refuge, that he should come again to dwell in the land until the death of the priest. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are, for blood it defileth the land, and the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein.
Ooh. So now you know why America got burned. There's no redeeming this place. There's not enough blood you can shed to cover up what America has done over here and what they've done in foreign lands. It got to get burnt up. It's defiled to the core. Go ahead.
But by the blood of him that shed it, defile not therefore the land which ye shall inhabit, wherein I dwell. For I, the Lord, dwell among the children of Yasharallah. Chapter 36. And the chief fathers of the families of the children of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of the sons of Joseph, came near and spake before Moses, and before the princes, the chief fathers of the children of Israel. And they said, the Lord commanded my Lord to give the land for an inheritance by lot to the children of Israel. And my Lord was commanded by the Lord to give the inheritance of Zelophehad, our brother, unto his daughters. And if they be married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the children of Israel, then shall their inheritance be taken from the inheritance of our fathers.
And remember, we went over this last week, right? Yeah, that if the women wanted to inherit that land because there was no sons, what would happen is that land would translate to whatever man they married if it was outside of their tribe. That was the situation, but the problem was what? The land was given by lot according to how big the tribes were. Manasseh, who got the most land? Manasseh, right? They got East and West Manasseh. It was huge. Why? Because at the time that was the biggest tribe. So if the land was going to be taken through inheritance, the stipulation was, well, don't marry outside the tribe if you are in a situation to inherit, or else that land's going to be lost. Y'all get that? It wasn't that we couldn't marry outside the tribes, or outside your tribe, excuse me. But it was the stipulation of this land inheritance where that came into play. Okay? Go ahead.
And shall be put to the and shall be put to the inheritance of the tribe whereunto they are received. So shall it be taken from the lot of our inheritance. And when the jubilee of the children of Israel shall be, then shall their inheritance be put onto the inheritance of the tribe whereunto they are received. So shall their inheritance be taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers.
Even the jubilee wouldn't release that inheritance back to the original tribe. It stayed with whoever they married. So the land was going to be what? If we did that, the land would be broken up and dispersed, and a bigger tribe would get smaller land. You could run into those problems.
Yeah.
Smaller tribe like Benjamin would get a lot of land. Because who don't want to be with a Benjamite? Who don't want to eat some jerk chicken? Y'all capping.
Jerk chicken patties.
Yeah, man. Read on.
No. Okay.
It was a joke.
Verse 5. And Moses commanded the children of Israel according to the word of the Lord, saying, the tribe of the sons of Joseph has said well. This is the thing which the Lord doth command concerning the daughters of Jehoshaphat, saying, let them marry to whom they think best, only to the family of the tribe of their father shall they marry. So shall not the inheritance of the children of Israel remove from tribe to tribe, for every one of the children of Israel shall keep himself to the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers. And every daughter that possesses an inheritance in any tribe of the children of Israel shall be wife unto one of the family of the tribe of her father, that the children of Israel may enjoy every man the inheritance of his fathers. Neither shall the inheritance remove from one tribe to another tribe, but every one of the tribes of the children of Israel shall keep himself to his own inheritance. Even as the Lord commanded Moses, so did the daughters of Jehoshaphat. For Mahlah, Tirzah, and Haggai, and Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Jehoshaphat, were married unto their father's brothers' sons. And they were married into the families of the sons of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and their inheritance remained in the tribe of the family of their father. These are the commandments and the judgments which the Lord commanded by the hand of Moses unto the children of Israel in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho. All right. Numbers is completed.
Where we going now?
We'll go to Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 4. Book of Jeremiah chapter 2 and verse 4. Jeremiah chapter 2 and verse 4. Hear ye the word of the Lord, O house of Jacob, and all the families of the house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, what iniquity have your fathers found in me, that they are gone far from me, and have walked after vanity, and are become vain? Neither said they, where is the Lord that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, that led us through the wilderness, through a land of deserts and of pits, through a land of drought and of the shadow of death, through a land that no man passeth through, and where no man dwelt. And I brought you into a plentiful country, to eat the fruit thereof and the goodness thereof. But when ye entered, ye defiled my land, and made mine heritage an abomination. Verse 8. The priest said not, where is the Lord? And they that handle the law knew me not. The pastors also transgressed against me, and the prophets prophesied for Baal, and walked after things that do not profit. Wherefore I will yet plead with you, saith the Lord, and with your children's children will I plead. For pass over the isles of Shittim and see, and send unto Kedar, and consider diligently, and see if there be such a thing. Hath a nation changed their gods? which are yet no gods, for my people have changed their glory for that which doth not profit. Be astonished, O ye heavens, at this, and be horribly afraid. Be ye very desolate, saith the Lord.
That's why we've been having to read over everything we've been reading over, is because, and how it ties into this is that the Most High promised them these certain lands, right? And then what did he do?
Make good on his promise.
There you go. They got their lands. That's what we just read. He promised us the lands. We conquered those nations. He gave us the lands. Okay? But then when we got in there, we left off asking about the Most High. We left off studying. We left off teaching our kids, right? We left off giving him the glory for giving us the land, right? And then we act like now, where we are now, right? We in the truth. We reading this stuff and we finding out what's promised to us in the book of Revelation, what's promised to us in the book of Isaiah, and we still giving up. We still falling off and saying, oh, you know what, it ain't gonna come to pass. But he promised you last time, and then he gave it to you. Now he's promising you this, right? He promised you the kingdom. He promised you all these things, the nations under your feet. They're gonna come crouching and giving your sons and daughters to you. And you trying to chase that job. You trying to make sure you earn your paycheck. You trying to make sure you get your stock market game up. You trying to make sure you get your career set locked in. Why are you chasing after all these other gods? Those never got you and came through with a promise. Y'all see that? Because a lot of y'all got fooled into jobs that y'all at right now, and y'all in dead-end jobs. Oh, you're gonna have such an opportunity for growth, and you want to become management. We're gonna make you management. Eventually, you'll be able to buy in and become an owner, and and you still assistant manager after 20 years. Oh, sorry, we had to put a cap on your salary. What the hell is that? Well, we can't give you any more raises for the rest of your life. Wait, I'm 40 now. I got another 25 years before I get to retire, and I don't get no raises in that time? Nah, sorry. But we'll give you a good 401k, right? They make all these promises to you, then they renege on the promises, and you stay working there. The Most High make promises to you, come through on the promises, and you like, who's the Most High? What have you done for me lately? You're retarded, man. We got to read this book and be like, damn, he never failed. Every time he promised something, he will come through with it. Every time, even when he promises bad stuff. Look, if you do this, I promise I'm going to whoop your ass. Oh, look, he did it. It's historical record. Like I said, go on the internet, type in 70 AD. That's all you got to do, put in 70 AD and see if anybody cares in any part of history about any other place in the world besides what happened to Israel. That's how monumental our fall was. That nobody cares about anybody any place else in history. It ain't saying, hey, in the Qingdao province of China in 70 AD. It doesn't care. It's talking about the fall of Jerusalem. All over Google. For real, like nothing else happened in 70 AD anywhere else in the world except for Jerusalem. Because when he promises it, he's going to make sure it comes to pass. So when you look at these promises that he promised you, going in this truth, following his word, sticking to what he promised you. He ain't Buddha where he's just sitting there like, right? Little fat naked dude sitting down just laughing his ass off at you. No, he already orchestrated the entire series of history and the future to make all his promises come to pass for you. I mean, how stupid do you gotta be? That's like, I'm Harry Potter, but I try to join the other guys. I'm the bad guy. I try to join Slytherin. After I read the whole book series. I'm Superman, but I try to join Lex Luthor, and I done read all the comic books. Like, okay, so you want to join America. You want to get you a good job, get in the stock market, become successful in America. But you've read the book that says that it's going to be destroyed. What is your success going to get you? You're gonna be just a little burnt matchstick like everybody else. Y'all see that? But if you read the book, you're gonna find out we win. All you gotta do is sit down in that seat and read, and then take it home and apply, and you win. This ain't the lottery. This ain't Mega Millions. If you buy a lottery ticket, you might win. My rib just won, by the way, $4.
Oh, bro.
Right? That's the catch, right? That's how they get you, right? You won $4.
I was like, what? I was at the gas station yesterday, bro, and everybody was buying it. No, I thought I should have bought it.
Yeah,
It was like that. I was like, damn, $4 billion? $4 billion?
There was a winner.
It's $1 billion now.
No, there's a winner.
There was a winner on the 1.2.
Yeah, they won in Chicago. And then there was like 5 other winners that won $1 million.
Yeah, and then 1.2 billion turns into 47% taken by taxes.
They get 770 something cashed out.
Every year.
No, if they do the cash option, they get like 770 something million. It went up because of the sales from yesterday.
Yeah. So they just took a big ass chunk for taxes. Right?
Yeah.
So they gave you a promise.
And these had.
Then they cut almost half of it out from under you.
Yeah, it was at like 1.4.
Yeah. Then you live in Chicago, so you're gonna be dead pretty soon anyway, and ain't nobody gonna look for you. And a whole bunch of niggas gonna be running off with your money.
I don't think it was gonna I don't know. I don't know who won. I don't know what part of Chicago, but yeah.
Yeah. So
Pretty sure
but
it was a white neighborhood.
the promise the Most High told you, he said, moth and rust ain't gonna corrupt this. Thieves ain't gonna break through and steal this. And you still giving up on that promise. That don't make sense to me.
There's this, just speaking on like land being defiled because of what we did. And you had also too made a comment earlier. It's like y'all need to know what land was because we, by birthright, this is ours. There's some Judites and some Cholos, like these like white dudes with cameras, going to the hoods, right, and asking these Judites, these Israelites, these Cholos, who do you want to be president, Trump or Biden? Are you American? And these Israelites were like, oh yes, I am American. And I would want Trump back in office. But like, yeah, why is that? And their response only is like, gas is $6. When we had Trump, it was only $3. That's as far as their mind went.
Yeah.
As far as the mind went, and then in verse 7 says, when you entered, you defiled my land and made my heritage an abomination. It's crazy, just in all that. But now, you know, reading this is like, okay, I want what's mine back, and then some.
I definitely want Trump back in office.
That's my guy.
At least you know what's going on. With Biden, bro, you don't know what the hell's happening. He's too sneaky.
You can't even finish a sentence.
Yeah, he's too sneaky. There's some underlining.
Yeah, he lying so much he can't even finish
Yeah.
the rest of the promise. He like, I'm gonna lower your Disney lesson.
Falls asleep.
Yeah.
At least Trump tell you what it is.
Bro,
You niggas is doomed.
Yeah, he
Right.
lying so much he can't even take himself serious. Like, I'm not gonna finish this sentence. I'm about to laugh. Hold on. Disneyland. What?
They had a video of him reading from the teleprompter, but like, you know, we couldn't see the teleprompter, but he's reading.
You can tell you couldn't see
And then
it.
the teleprompter said, "Read the above line again."
He said-
So
he
he's
said-
reading it,
Oh,
and
he
then
did
he's like, and then he was like, "Read the above line again."
No.
And then he ended up reading
So
it
he
again.
definitely did the Anchorman. he'll read anything on the teleprompter.
You can't type that. He'll read
He'll
it.
read anything on the teleprompter. Don't screw yourselves, America. I'll take Trump, dude, because Trump will tell you what it is. Trump, you know why? Because Trump's people. As a leader of the people, so as his officers, the people tell you what it is when Trump's in office.
Yeah.
This is about the American takeover. Right? This is about upheaving what's been laid down. And I'm with it.
Bro, when he comes back, I'm telling y'all, man, when we deliver to these people's houses and you see the "Let's Go Brandon," and you see Trump flags everywhere, and I don't remember a presidency. Like, sometimes you would see signs of like Obama or McCain, you know what I'm saying? Back then, but like, Bro, they got flags.
Obama rival with the "Yes We Can" slogan.
Yeah, you'll see like that.
That's
like,
it though. Or Bush, no new taxes. Read my lips, no new taxes.
Bro, sometimes
Remember
you go in
that?
these people's houses.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes you go in these people's houses and they got a flag like as big as this wall.
Golly, I'm
That
trying to
says
see
Trump
that.
2024.
You gotta take photos of that for me.
Damn.
Bro, you don't want to. You don't want to like. You want to get out of those people's houses quick.
You know what they about.
Yeah, like you see the flag like in their living room, and then you see like the pictures on their trucks.
Trying.
Trump 2024. You ain't taking my guns, and then you could just see like, if Trump don't take office again, it's gonna be some stuff, and if he does take office, these people are gonna ratchet up even more. Yeah.
Think about it. I mean, bro, look at the Capitol. Just think about that. Like, think about that. That's insane.
Yeah.
For people to walk in and kill other so-called Americans based off of a tweet. Think about how much power that guy has. And the whole thing is that, why are they pissed off? Because he sat back and watched it. That's how dope Trump is.
And they
Nigga's
found the
dope.
one black guy that helped storm the Capitol and gave him 63 months in jail.
I thought he got 6 years.
Yeah, basically 63 months.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like 5 months,
5 months,
5
yeah.
years, 3 months.
Yeah.
My bad.
They found the one black dude that was there.
Yeah. The one black Trump, it wasn't Kanye, was it?
Dumbass, he was like, where's Waldo? He was the only one sticking out.
Yeah.
They found the one black dot in the snow,
Oh.
and they picked him out and said, you going to jail.
For a long time.
Like it wasn't thousands of white people that ran up in there and shot that lady.
A couple of them went to
Surface
jail
level.
though.
Yeah.
Couple of them, oh yeah. They got a
Yeah,
couple
blame
of
it. It
them.
would have been hard to find them.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it was a whole ass crowd.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That one brother still a loaf of bread. He's still sitting in jail.
It's a wrap for him.
You know what I mean? You got brothers sitting in jail, stole a loaf of bread in the 70s.
Yep.
And they barely talk about getting out.
Yep.
But all them people stormed the White House and you got 1 or 2 or 3. But
Nah, they
you know
got-
what that did though? That told the whole world how good our security is.
It's true.
Cause you've been living in fear, like, oh, I ain't gonna rob no banks because they'll lock you down, man. I saw Heist. You watch all these movies and they instantly get all the bank robbers, round them all up, get them all in jail. They go into jail forever, right? Somebody does something bad, they catch the rapist, right? The who's the guys?
Oh, the SVU, Special Victims Unit.
Victims Unit and all that. They on it, right? Dun, 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 dun,
They'll pull
right?
your DNA out of thin air somehow.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, we scraped his teeth. We found out he inhaled some carbon dioxide you spit out 30 years ago, and we know you was there. Like, yeah, they gonna get me. Right? You've been living in fear, like they can get me for anything. They're watching me, right? GoldenEye, or not GoldenEye, Eagle Eye, right? They had you looking like
Big Brother.
yeah, they watching everything. But then all them cats stormed the White House and they couldn't catch but 3 people.
That's true.
Or you can just go to the checkout and scan what you want. And leave.
Yeah, I don't think security's as tight as I thought it was.
Definitely not.
I mean, yeah, speaking of that, I mean, you've been in fear at Walmart, right? Well, I better make sure I check out. Everything is self-checkout, right?
Then the baby walks out with a lollipop.
Yeah. I watched a dude walk out with a whole TV and the thing didn't go off. I was like, so, I'm over here checking out my soup by myself, not getting paid. And this nigga walking out with a TV.
Nobody checking his receipt somehow. Yep.
Crazy, man. But it shows you, okay, well, that's the weakness in the fence. Our whole capital is not secure. Then the brother just sent me a video, the video that Russia did for their army, right?
Oh, it comes.
So how ready they are. Yo, you sent me that. I'm one of those sent me that. They ready for war. Their video looks like it was made by them Zack Snyder, right? These guys are getting ready for war. They're showing the gun getting loaded up and everything. The dude's getting his head shaved. He's focused, everything, right? Then they show the American video. Some chick talking about her 2 moms and how she was in the pride parades and doing all this, and she's glad to be in the army and all. Like, what are you doing? We're gearing up for pride parade, and these niggas are gearing up to blow our damn faces off and eat them. You know what I mean? You watch the Korean videos; these niggas is
Marching.
doing backflips over 3 guys and headbutting a brick on the way down,
Yep.
and like thumping a damn wood board in half and everything.
Yep.
And then you look at America and they're like, we're doing don't ask, don't tell. What?
Yep.
Well, we're making sure that our soldiers have the right to choice and the right to abort their babies.
Yep.
What? That's what we're focused on? These niggas is throwing thumbtacks by hand through trees. And our guys are getting condoms to have sex with each other. What?
God dang.
Wait. Okay, so they're getting bullets made out of titanium and lightweight materials that will shoot at supersonic speeds through a tank. And we're getting crack pipes.
Yep.
Our soldiers are on the front lines and everywhere else talking about raising GoFundMe accounts so they can buy bullets from the enemy. Because they don't got enough bullets.
Armor plating. That was a big thing. Armor plating.
You got a GoFundMe account. Look, I need bullets. They got me on the front lines and I ran out. I'm on my last clip. GoFundMe. And Russia's over there putting every dime they got, right? They ain't buying new clothes, Versace's, none of that stuff. They ain't even
They're not even eating.
Nah, they make sure all they bullets is Teflon coated. It will fly right through your face and 8 niggas with you.
Yep.
God.
They're not even
And
eating.
we're
out
focused on whether we got gays on Buzz Lightyear movies. We're making sure that our propaganda is Billy has 2 moms. They're over there teaching their kids to eat flying bullets. Listen, catch the bullet in the air because we ain't got enough money to buy 2 bullets for you. Catch the bullet, put it in your gun, shoot back. Right? And our kids are raised with what? The rock guy has 2 daddies. I need to go get me a boyfriend, and I'm a boy. And that's what we're gonna put on the front lines over there? Hey.
Yeah, don't call the monkeypox the monkeypox. It's derogatory.
Really?
Yeah, they're trying to change the name. If you notice, when they talk about the monkeypox, they never say homosexual men.
Yeah.
They say men that sleep with men.
Yep.
I'm like, why don't you just call them faggots and get it over with?
You know,
You call them lesbians and bisexuals and get it over with. They know what it is.
They don't want to discourse how dirty they are. That HIV used to be SIV. Human immunodeficiency virus used to be simian immunodeficiency virus, meaning apes, monkeys.
Yep.
You understand? How the hell did we transfer a simian immunodeficiency virus over to a human immunodeficiency virus?
Somebody was visiting the apes too much.
Right, and then it spread big in San Francisco, the homosexual mecca.
And they just declared monkeypox in San Francisco. It's what the World Organization, it's what WHO didn't want to do.
Right.
Call it like a pandemic.
Yeah.
Or a world health epidemic, but they did that in San Francisco. It's the first American city.
Wow.
Because it done blew up.
But see, they're every time they release the thing, they're showing you
they
they
probably
were
just
just
did
around
it.
with monkeys.
They probably just did it. I listened to the news this morning on the way here. They said San Francisco. So they just did it in New York too because it's blowing up.
Yeah.
San Francisco and New York. Come on, you talking about homo?
Yeah, but they're getting this stuff from monkeys.
No,
What are you
no.
doing with monkeys?
I'm
man?
sorry. Men with men.
How filthy are you? You're starting it with monkeys, and then coincidentally it transfers over to the homosexual community. True. That means these homosexual niggas don't have no boundaries.
No, they touching on monkeys,
Yeah.
spiders,
God
snakes.
It ain't just men with men.
Dogs, pets.
They ain't just after your kids. They after your pets.
Listen,
Joe, man.
look,
Joe.
check this out. My aunt, I remember when I was young, I used to go to the Bronx, or White Plains, New York, right above the Bronx. And my aunt, she used to work in White Plains Hospital. Now, White Plains, if you know about that area, it's predominantly Esau, right? Upper class, they got dough. But she would say the amount of gay men that would go into that hospital with rodents stuck in their rectum was unbelievable.
Right.
And I'm like, wait, huh? I didn't get it. I'm like, why they want the rat? And she would tell me. She told me. Because what would a rat do when he's up in there? He's scratching around trying to get out. And that's what would excite them. But then it would get stuck. Dead rats, dead gerbils. little dead baby mice just stuck. She said the amount of men daily that would come in there, gay white men. But think about when an animal is scratching around in your rectum and busting that open, and then the disease from its teeth and nails.
It's true.
And then you heal up, but you think you heal up, and then you go lay with another man, and you pass on corona, the novel coronavirus, which was an animal disease, and you pass on SARS, and you pass on now monkeypox. There's a reason why it was called monkeypox.
Who would think
And
of
where
that?
was it at? See, in Africa, they'll call it monkeypox because niggas got it. But you gotta believe that Ham was out there doing some weird things too. They drinking monkey blood and doing all the weird stuff with animals and cows, right?
Yep. And then that white boy's going over there,
Get him a little African.
finding him a mandingo,
Oh yeah,
Right.
a baby man bingo boy.
getting schlonged down and coming right back over here with monkeypox. It ain't a coincidence that when every time you trail back these diseases, they go right back to San Francisco and then right over to Africa.
Yep.
It's not a coincidence no more. Y'all nasty niggas need to stop getting to go to Africa. You need to cut off all white people's passports.
And it ain't just white people, because there was a reggae artist. He was known to be a homosexual, but he literally, you know Frankie Paul? You know Frankie Paul? Anyway, but he was known to have a house in Africa, but what did he do? He slept with a bunch of little boys. Because out there, nobody was tripping on that. But he couldn't be in Jamaica doing that. But he would be, he had a spot in Africa. He lived in
Burn you
Africa.
alive in Jamaica, right?
Huh?
I said they burn you alive in Jamaica. In
Bro,
most, in some
after
in
they,
Africa.
after they stoned you. But now they like, oh, you know, we kind of down with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they wearing tight pants out there too. And bleaching skin and men wearing weaves and all that type of crap. So
Yeah, see, I ain't been updated. Last time I saw, they was beating a dude in the street, lighting him on fire.
certain places,
Yeah.
certain people, but they got a gay flag at the Capitol. So yeah, everybody's been infiltrated. So, but where we at? Let's. I'm cold. I ain't gonna front. It's cold up in here, man. This AC works too good.
You over there.
Jesus. Where we at? It's your reading, right?
Oh, it is.
Yeah. Read.
Verse 13. Jeremiah 2:13.
So the point is, don't catch monkeypox. Go ahead.
Or you know.
Yeah, just on that real quick. There was an episode
Oh damn, of South Park.
of South Park. And I didn't think, you know, it's South Park.
The future, man.
It's South Park. so I
South
didn't
Park and
think-
The Simpsons.
I didn't think it was like that, but then
Oh, it's
I
like
found
that.
out it's like that. Like there's another episode on South Park about PETA. You know, PETA is like
Yep.
Yeah.
they love animals.
Yeah.
But on South Park, they show you like they really love animals.
Oh yeah, they was doing NAMBLA. They brought out NAMBLA, PETA, all that stuff, man. There was like the National American or North American Man Boy Love Association.
Oh, I heard about
What
that.
was bringing all that out on South Park years ago, 2000, 2001. And
Yeah.
some of y'all watching the news like, and I'm like, yeah, they said it was coming. I was watching the cartoons. It was, the cartoons was telling me that. I ain't
South
shocked.
Park. Yeah.
Like, they got, what's his
Family Guy,
name?
all that.
Weinstein or whatever. Oh, they got Weinstein. He's been raping kids. Yeah,
Hey, we've
so
been on
all the
that.
people on his island.
Yep.
And now, you just now catching up to this, but South Park was trying to tell you FC been doing that forever.
Yep.
You know what I mean? South Park been trying to tell you all these movie stars been doing, drinking blood, raping kids, eating people, all this stuff. And you just sitting there, oh, that's a cartoon. I ain't gonna watch that. Okay. Okay.
You've been trying to get me to watch South Park for a long time.
Oh,
But good, it's good, right?
I'm like, nigga, how many times you gonna kill Kenny?
Sex with dolphins. That dude was having sex with dolphins.
Yeah. The dolphin, the guy married the dolphin?
Yeah.
Yep.
But then the guy actually, in real life, wrote a book about his
dolphin
love affair
wife.
with a dolphin.
Yeah. And married it.
Wet love or whatever it's called.
I don't know.
Are you serious right now?
I don't know what it's
Now,
called.
we're living in the damn cartoon. Y'all ain't seeing it.
Yep.
But then when we say, hey, here's the Bible. That's fiction. Are you serious? You're living in fiction right now.
It's true.
You're living in a cartoon. You're living in the plot of a damn cartoon written 20 years ago.
Yep.
That's your life now. And you want to throw away the Bible? See?
The Simpsons does it. South Park, Family Guy.
Yep.
They all be
All of them.
on point. But yeah, go ahead. Let's read.
Verse 13. For my people have committed two evils. They have forsaken me, the fountain of living waters, and hewed them out cisterns, broken cisterns, that can hold no water. Is Israel a servant? Is he a homeborn slave? Why is he spoiled? Young lions roared upon him and yelled, and they made his land waste. His cities are burned without inhabitant. Also the children of Naph and Tahpanhes have broken the crown of thy head.
Right, those are two
Yeah, go ahead.
two Egyptian cities.
If Israelites ain't black, who uses the term homeborn slave? What would we say homeborn slave is today?
A baby boy. Oh no, a house nigga. Yeah, Sambo.
That title's only been put on one people. You don't hear Chinese people calling each other house niggas, home slaves, nothing like that. Homeborn slave is a term that transferred over to us only. You understand? We done carried that throughout our history, and we're spoiled.
All right.
All right.
Verse 17. Hast thou not procured this unto thyself, and that thou hast forsaken the Lord thy God when he led thee by the way? And now, what hast thou to do in the way of Egypt, to drink the waters of Sihor? Or what hast thou to do in the way of Assyria, to drink the waters of the river?
What he's showing us is that throughout our destructions from the Assyrian captivity, the Egyptian captivity, he asked, didn't you bring it on yourself? I'm trying to lead you one way, but then it's like a child that you're trying to guide across the street. Here, hold my hand. You grab their hand, they pull away and run. Bah! Oh, damn. You did that to yourself. That's what he's showing us here, that we put ourselves in captivity. Kanye West was right. Slavery was a choice. And when I heard him say that, I was like, man, that's the smartest thing that came out that man's mouth. Because he was right.
And everybody else thought he was a fool.
Yeah, they still hating on it. They still hate on him. They banned his music across the world in certain parts for that statement. And I'm like, bro, that was the most intelligent thing he ever said. Because it was a choice. We chose not to follow the Most High and run to our own captivity, man.
And drinking of the waters of the river is an idiom. It's you partaking in their riches.
Yep.
You understand? When you drink from the waters of the river was like the best place you could live.
Yep.
Right? Just like even now, if you live on a house by a lake or a river, you got good land. Why? Because everything grows there, right? So he's saying
he shall be like a tree planted by the river.
Yeah, he's saying what you trying to do? You trying to live by their rivers and drink off their fatness? You trying to eat off of them? You trying to eat off America, eat off of Assyria, eat off of Egypt? You think you're gonna grow big and strong off of them? It's not gonna happen. Yep. You don't have nothing to do with them. That's why I try it. Go out there and get you a business degree, right? Go get you an MBA. Go get you a license. Go get you a incorporation or whatever, and go out there and see how hard they make it for a black person to get business loans, to get ahead in their society. You ain't gonna drink off this river. They look at you like, okay, yeah, you got an MBA. Get in the mailroom.
Because now you're overqualified for every job, so you really get hired.
Yeah, because you're black with an MBA, so now you're overqualified.
Yeah.
We just wanted you to be black.
We can't hire you because you might not stick around. So
yeah,
not hired.
They find a reason, but the reason is you ain't gonna be able to drink off their rivers.
Nope.
You're not gonna get fat off them. They doing it in the housing markets, everything. These people just found out. They went to one real estate agent. The real estate agent was talking about they're gonna sell their house that they would only be able to make like $700,000 off their house, but they had just put $300,000 into improvements in the house, and it was $700,000 when they bought it. And the real estate agent was like, "Yeah,
they appraised it.
They appraised it for $700,000." And they're like, so they went to another real estate agent, found out that real estate agent was always doing that to black people.
I seen that story. There was a black woman and a man and they had a kid, and they had the people come through and check. Yeah, I seen that story. Yep.
Did they change it to a white guy to do it though?
They had a white dude go act like he lived in the house.
Yeah.
And they came and appraised it. They put white pit. Yep. I seen that story.
And they got their full value out the house. And
yep.
Like, well, why y'all do it when they were black? It was $700,000, but now when they're white, it's $1.2 million.
Yeah. Because you ain't gonna live off they, like you said, you're not gonna live off their fatness.
Yeah, and there was another one. I was it keeps going in and out of my head. But they had what was it? Oh, they were building the house. They thought they came up. They were getting the house built, signed the contract, everything. They were waiting for their house. They hit them up, said, oh yeah, there's a delay. This and this happened, and okay. So they're waiting. They're renting places to live in the whole time. They're waiting for this house to get built. Years. Then the time finally come around. The house is finally done, and yeah, there was another delay. Blah 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 blah. And then a couple weeks later, they find out they sold their house to somebody else.
Whoa. Oh,
And because it was in the contract that at any time they could do that, and they missed it. And this is again a Judite family thinking they gonna drink from the waters of Egypt. You gonna drink from the waters of Assyria? No, you're not. They got everything on lock. That redlining, you thought that was done in the 50s and 60s? Nope. They just buried it and called it something else. You understand? I mean, shoot, I'm living in what's supposed to be a $250,000 house, $300,000 house. But if you go down my street, it look like the hood, man. The cracks in the ground, grass is growing up in the street. Like, what the hell is this? But they know black people live there, so they don't come fix it. So when we wanted to go sell our house, it was like the realtor's coming through, like, yeah, no.
Sit down.
Like, you ain't gonna get that for this house. Why? Because they could drive down the street and they got to drive over grass in the street. The street's cracked. They got an open sewer thing right there in front of my house in the street. So when somebody flushes their toilet, you smell the shit. Excuse me, but that you smell the doo. You know what I mean? And they think, and they don't do that. You ain't going to Sugar Land and seeing that.
Yeah.
You ain't going to no street in the Woodlands, driving down the street, and there's an open sewage
Like in the middle of the
pipe
street.
right there. Yeah.
Nah.
With just a grating over it, no manhole cover. No, they gonna cover that up, make sure you don't even see that. Y'all see that?
Yeah.
But go to our neighborhoods and see if they care about your neighborhood. See if the city is coming down to fix your streets. See if the city is coming down to. They ain't gonna do nothing until a white man runs his BMW over a pothole, and then, hey, you guys need to fix this. Oh, we're right on it, Bob. Right? But you lose your whole damn car in a sinkhole, and they won't cover that up. You'll be like them cats on Bob's Burgers. Big old sinkhole in front of your house. Like, I can't go outside for weeks, and they won't fix that. And this is why. The Most High ain't lied about nothing. Everything he put in here is true. If it ain't true, am I lying? Is it not on the news? Is it not in your neighborhoods right now? Then everything the Bible said was true. He didn't lie. You ain't gonna drink from the waters of Assyria. You ain't gonna drink from the waters of Egypt. Go ahead.
All right. Verse 19. Thine own wickedness shall correct thee, and thy backslidings shall reprove thee. Know therefore and see that it is an evil thing and bitter that thou hast forsaken the Lord thy power, and that my fear is not in thee, saith the Lord Yahweh of hosts.
Yeah. You wanted them white girls, you wanted them American girls, you wanted the American way, you wanted the American dream. Let it save you. Let it save you from the destruction. You know what I mean? Let your 401k save you. Oh yeah, all the electricity went out in the town. Oh, but I got a 401k. Right? No, nobody likes me. I ain't got no brotherhood, no sisterhood. All the people I thought was friends, they just employees, and they only smile at me because I'm at work right next to them, or what the hell else they gonna do? Right? I'm in the cubicle right across from them. How the hell else they gonna act? They can't throw their own doo-doo at me like they do in their house. How else they gonna act, right? And you gonna rest on that. Oh, they love me. If something goes down, Bob will protect me. If something goes down, my boss, he'll surely take care of me. No, your boss waits for you to barely have a limp and you fired. Well, what happened? Nothing. I'm fine. I can work. Give me more work. I'm fine. You got to do just like you did in slavery. Because if they see you limping, they gonna be like, oh, I ain't paying out that. Nah, you ain't getting no. You ain't catching no 401k. You ain't catching no workers' comp from me. You fired. Was that while you were on vacation? They make sure they ask you that on the slide, because if they know if it was work related, they gotta pay. That's what the question really is. They don't care.
Yep.
Your dumb ass in there sitting there thinking they care.
Yep.
They asking you specific, pointed questions.
Yep.
Oh, was that while you were out at the club this weekend? No.
You did it right here.
The elevator slammed my foot in the door 13 times because the button don't work, and I told you. Oh, yeah, okay, we'll get right back to you on that.
Yep.
Talk to HR, right? You get to run around for 3 years. But the Most High promised you things, said he's going to come through, did it, right? Promised you negative things was going to happen, came through on that too. You still don't believe it. You still looking at the book like, I don't know. It's funny to me going through Facebook. I'm just like, do y'all just read the book looking for contradictions? These niggas just go in the Bible only to look to see where they can see it was wrong.
Yes.
It's like, okay, but what about all them promises and prophecies we are currently living in? Okay, you found out that Paul recited the story of how he got kicked off his horse in Damascus, different than how Peter said it. Okay, you found that, cool. What about when he said we was going to be homeborn slaves? And we are. What about that part? He was lying then? What about when he said we was going to be in the last hire, first fire, we was going to be between a rock and a hard place? What about all them curses of Deuteronomy? What about when he said your wife was going to leave you and sleep with another man, and I just seen you post the other day how your wife was sleeping with the mailman?
God dang.
What about how that prophecy came true? Why you don't want to talk about that? Oh, the Bible's a fairy tale. Jesus was a lie. He wasn't real. He said stuff against the law. Okay, cool. Okay, well, if I give you that, are you going to tell me what's up with Deuteronomy 28? Are you going to tell me what's up with Jeremiah 2, verse 14? Are you going to tell me why our own wickedness has really, literally corrected us in every single way? What's up with monkeypox? Most High said, thou shalt not lust, thou shalt not commit adultery, right? Don't sleep with animals. Slept with animals, now we got monkeypox. Now you looking shocked. I'm not shocked, because the Bible told me don't sleep with monkeys.
Con.
Bible didn't have to tell me that, right? The Bible didn't have to tell me that. National Geographic told me not to sleep with monkeys, but you want to ignore all that, slept with a monkey, now you got monkeypox and you looking shocked. What do? Stop sleeping with monkeys. Obey the laws of the Bible. Oh, I got high blood pressure and heart disease and one of my eyes don't see straight. Well, what's wrong with me? Stop eating pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster. Here you go with that Bible again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yep.
Okay. But have fun with your crooked eye and your diabetes and your high blood pressure then. Keep taking your pills. Y'all see that? We got to get back here. We got to listen to these words of the Bible and say, this is true, man. There ain't no lies. I got to follow this. Go ahead.
Verse 20. For of old time I have broken thy yoke and burst thy bands, and thou saidest, I will not transgress. And upon every high hill and under every green tree thou wanderest playing the harlot. Yet I had planted thee a noble vine, holy, a right seed. How then art thou turned into the degenerate plant of a strange vine unto me? Verse 22. For though thou wash thee with nitrate, and take thee much soap, yet thine iniquity is marked before me, saith the Lord Yahweh.
Oh, I got hand sanitizer. I ain't gonna get COVID. Okay, you got that monkeypox though. Wash that off. Antibacterialize that.
God, that is so deep. That scripture's so deep.
Ain't it funny that these things just keep happening one after another after another?
Wow.
Oh, we got a pill for AIDS. Look, Magic cured himself. Well, we're just gonna eat right and do this and do that, and we'll get around that. We got a pill. Now you got COVID. Breathe that in. Oh, we got masks, we got vaccinations, we got shots, we got this, we got that. Okay, cool. Now we got monkeypox. Deal with that one. We're still not gonna turn back to the Most High though. That ain't the way. It's gonna be what are we gonna do for monkeypox now? Okay, so you can still have sex with monkeys. Just make sure you wear a condom and a face mask and get 3 vaccinations, and then you'll be okay. Okay, now you got Gorilla Glue Plus. What the hell is that? I don't even know what the hell that is. Like, we just gonna keep making up weirder and weirder things to jump into because why?
That's true.
We ain't gonna turn back to the Bible.
Yeah.
That's the solution right there sitting in front of your face. And the whole time you just trying to get weirder and weirder and weirder. If it ain't true, I must be lying, right? It ain't happening in the world.
It's happening.
It's right outside your window, man. I ain't gotta make nothing up. Go look outside. Your neighbor got monkey packs. Really? See, I know because my wife's in the next room, and I gotta close my door so I don't laugh at niggas. My wife works with the people that tell you got STDs and tell you the baby daddy. All right. She works for the company. She tells you, she gives you your results. She gets 90 damn calls a day. I did this with this gerbil and it's stuck here and am I gonna get AIDS? Like, I gotta close the door. Like, stop, I'm dying. You're killing me. I don't know how she does that job. She's stronger than me. Cause I would have been hung up on her day. Like, yep. Sorry, I'm sorry. Hold on, I'll call you back. Everybody be a hold. I'll be turning blue. That's the stuff she hears. I'm like, wow. Take them off speaker before I laugh at her. She be on the phone. I can hear them. I'm like, oh no, stop, stop it. I did this with a stripper, and then I went back home to my boyfriend, and then da 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 da. It's like, what is that? Who are you talking to? Oh, it was some guy. Did something with a stripper, went home to his boyfriend, and they did something with an animal, and now they're trying to figure out, are they gonna get monkeypox if it was from a dog? God damn. What? Is it still monkeypox if I did it with my dog? What? You see, I'm laughing right now. I don't know how she does that job. I'd be dead on the floor. Heart attack, straight up. But this is America. This is what we want to hold on to.
That's true.
This is that little voice in your head that wants to keep pulling you away from the truth. That's what it's trying to get you into. Yeah. Go ahead, man.
Verse 23. How canst thou say, I am not polluted? I have not gone after Baalim. See thy way in the valley. Know what thou hast done.
Oh, you gonna say you're not polluted? You gonna say America's all good and gravy? Okay, look at your past. That's all the Most High is telling me. He ain't even gonna sit there and argue with you. Look at your own past. Right? I'm looking y'all in the eye, because some of y'all can't even meet my eye contact when I say that. The Most High is telling you the same thing. Oh, you wanna argue? Oh, I ain't real? Oh, you ain't polluted? Okay, you're righteous. What did you do 3 years ago? What were you doing 15 years ago? Okay, get your ass back in the Bible. You ain't righteous. Hang your head in shame and put your head back in the Bible. Because I know, I've never said, oh, I was righteous, I did everything right, and I deserve to be in the kingdom. Hell nah. All I gotta do is rewind about 25 years. Okay. You're right, I should be in hell right now.
Yep.
But I'll just read this Bible. Thank you for your grace. Yep, that chick, and then that, and then, oh my God, wow, never mind. I rest your case. Come on, man. Can any of y'all look at your past and say you was righteous? Nah. That's why he said he ain't gonna argue with you. Look at your past. Look at yourself. Look at your own ways. Look what you did under every green tree. Oh, and we righteous, we shall overcome, right? We got out of slavery. Look, we're gonna now go seek the Most High, right? We were singing all the Negro spirituals to God. Swing low, sweet chariot, right? Coming for to carry me home, right? I'm gonna follow the man in the wade in the water, and I'm gonna follow Moses and do all this, and we was all praising God on the cotton fields. Then we got out of slavery, and then what?
Yep, right back to you.
I want a boyfriend. I want to be a man. I want to be a girl. Like what? How do we go from I need to be free to I want a penis and I'm a woman?
Wow. It's true.
Where did our priorities get switched up? I gotta get away from master hitting me in the head with whips, busting my ankles so I can't run. I need to get free to I need to turn my penis inside out.
God, man.
Our priorities are way, way, way off.
That's true. God.
And we want to sit before the Most High and say, we're righteous. I go to church every Sunday. Yeah, you went to church after you got out of the abortion clinic.
Yep.
You went to church after you got out of the whole house, after you got out of the massage parlor next door. Who cares? Your righteousness is filthy, disgusting, putrid, nasty-ass premenstrual rags, postmenstrual rags. And we think we're going to die and go to heaven. That's the hilarious part. Church got people thinking you're going to die and go to heaven just because you went to church.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
As long as you were saying your prayers, you're going to die and go to heaven. God ain't having you up there. Yo nasty ass going to heaven? No. Your mom don't even let you in her clean house after she done mopped the floor and you walked in the mud. You think you gonna run through 8 niggas and you a dude got your penis turned inside out, turned into a woman, got ran through by every dude on the block, and then go up into heaven?
God.
Cause you said, I accept Jesus into my heart. I ain't gay no more.
Yep.
Man, you gotta do some work. You better look at your past and see how you've been laid with under every green tree. That's what Jeremiah is about. He's calling us hoes the whole book. When you want to feel bad about yourself and you're standing in life, if you ever get prideful, read Jeremiah and you will be humble. Go ahead.
Excuse me. Verse 23, second precept. Thou art a swift dromedary traversing her ways, a wild ass used to the wilderness, that snuffed up the wind at her pleasure, and her occasion who can turn her away? All they that seek her will not weary themselves. In her mouth and her month they shall find her.
Ooh. Do you even know what he's saying right there? You know how dirty he just got? Has me thinking I'm graphic. I'm graphic, but that is nasty. He said you a wild ass donkey, and when you get in heat, everybody gonna find you and have their way. I got a dog next door. There's a dog next door, a pit bull, and it went in heat. And my dog is whimpering all day long in the house, like trying to get at this dog. But that dog will walk up to my dog to try to get it. My dog is like this big. He was trying to get it. The dog is a pit bull. He can't even get in it. But that dog will lay down right in front of my dog to try to get it. Try to jump on me. I'm like, damn. That's what he's calling Israel. He's saying you a nasty ass donkey in heat. And you let everybody get it. You let Nike take your money, Versace take your money, Gucci take your money, BMW take your money, right? Then when your kids want something, you get tight. Then when the truth say, hey, you gotta pay tithes. When the Most High say, hey, you gotta pay 10%, you get tight. Your fist gets clenched. But Louis Vuitton got $500 from it. It's crazy. You're a wild ass in heat. Go ahead.
Connor. Verse 25. Withhold thy foot from being unshod, and thy throat from thirst. But thou saidest, there is no hope. No, for I have loved strangers, and after them will I go.
Oh my God. You say you a thirsty hoe. You say you a thirsty hoe. He said, withhold your throat from thirst. He was like, nah, I got strangers that'll
Water me?
Yeah, water me. And he's speaking very eloquently, but I'm having to break it down because some people don't understand the eloquence. That's what he's saying to you. If you thought the Bible was all sunshine and roses, it's not Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
That's right.
The Most High is putting you right on blast. You a hoe, a thirsty hoe. Read on.
Verse 26. As the thief is ashamed when he is found, so is the house of Israel ashamed. They, their kings, their princes, and their priests, and their prophets.
And if you ain't seeing that come to pass, come on, man. You ain't been seeing all these preachers talking about, I'm sorry, I've been lying to y'all. Creflo Dollar just did it. Joyce Myers just did it. All these preachers is popping up now. All your preachers that you was putting all that money into and giving them your whole paycheck, they popping out saying, yeah, we lied to you. We were false prophets. And they all getting put on blast for it. But they're admitting it now. Why? Prophecy's coming to pass.
They see it.
I mean, that's why I said I ain't gotta lie to you about the Bible and say and try to make it something it ain't. Look outside your window. Look at your TV. Every word of this prophecy is coming to pass right now. Read on.
Verse 26. Verse 27. Say unto a stock, thou art my father, and to a stone, thou hast brought me forth.
What are our people doing? What's a stock? What's a stone? Huh?
Idols.
Idols. Yeah, wood and stone. Saying that's my father. Going to that Kaaba stone. You're my father. I'm from Islam, right? Not knowing that you worshiping a damn rock that is dedicated to the planet Venus that ain't really even a planet, that was really some Roman goddess, and that Muhammad thought Ezra was representing somehow. And his dumbass is worshiping Ezra, making the Kaaba stone something you need to go worship. He's worshiping a man, you're worshiping God knows what, and all saying it's all about Allah. Because they said it in Arabic and it sounded exotic. Dumbass. We saying to a stock, you're my father, and to a stone, you begot me. You helped me, you delivered me. Go ahead.
For they have turned their back unto me, and not their face. But in the time of their trouble, they will say, arise and save us.
Right. And then when they get in trouble, who they all call on? Oh, Jesus, help me! Jesus, take the wheel. Jesus, what you know about Jesus? You was Oshun. You was worshiping the ocean and everything. What happened to that? Tell the ocean to save you. Tell Aquaman come get you. He was out there burning sage, dressing all white, knee deep in the damn ocean, talking about your mother is the ocean. Tell the ocean come save you, man. Right? You was in that movie theater every damn time the damn Marvel movies came out, but you wasn't in class every time class was on. Tell Aquaman come get you. Tell Doctor Strange and his multiverse of madness to save you. That's what you was putting stock in. That's what the Most High gonna say to you. Oh yeah, I'm about to nuke America. You got what's his name, right? Shazam and all them guys you was watching. You got them to save you, right? Yeah, Iron Man. You covered, right? Yeah, Iron Man. Tony Stark got you, right? Oops. Or wait, I'm sorry. Some of us are grown, right? I'm more grown than that. I don't do that comic book stuff. Oh, okay. Well, who's Nimrod? Tesla? Who's the guy? Elon Musk. He got you, right? Elon Musk can't even pay his own bills. Y'all know that? There's a video. There's a guy in some place, man. He was covering up his gas pump things, but he was covering up the electric ones, so people couldn't use them no more. And they were like, "Why are you covering up all the electric things, all the charging stations?" He's like, "Cause Tesla hasn't paid me for 2 years." And you think Elon Musk got money? You chasing that dream? I'm gonna put all my stock in everything Elon Musk says. Elon Musk is buying Alpo for his dog. I'm buying Alpo stock right now. I'm grown. No, the Most High gonna tell you the same thing. Have Elon Musk save me. Have Elon Musk and what's his name, the white boy that the old white man that buys all the stocks and everybody takes everything he says as the word of God.
Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett. Tell him to come get you. But I'm dropping these nukes. Go ahead.
You're up. Start with verse 28.
Where we at?
Jeremiah 2:28.
Yeah, I gotta read all. Oh wow.
Yeah,
It's really big. All right, man. Let's do this. Jeremiah 2:28. But where are thy gods that thou hast made thee? Let them arise, if they can save thee in the time of thy trouble. For according to the number of the cities of thy God, according to the number of thy cities are thy gods, O Judah.
And is that not true? In every city a nigga live in, don't he act like he repping that city? Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm repping 404. Oh, I'm 313, nigga. Ah. Like, what? Are you seriously acting like you holding down all of Chi-Town? You're seriously trying to act like you hold down single-handedly all of South California?
That's funny.
Like, you made this. This is yours. As soon as your landlord come through, you don't own nothing. As soon as your landlord comes through, you over there holding down the block, shooting the nigga from, you shooting the nigga from 404 because you from 303. Yep. And then your landlord come through and show you you don't own nothing. Pay me my money.
Eviction notice.
Yeah, you evicted.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. But that's our people. Ain't no other people doing this.
Yep.
No other people are trying to rep the place they live. You don't see Chinese people come over here and rep Southern California. Chinese people don't come over here like, yeah, I'm South Compton, nigga. No, they're Xinjiang province from wherever the hell, and that's where they stay to until they die. They don't come over here trying to rep some place that they paying rent on. Only niggas do that, man. And I'm including Mexicans, I'm including Native Americans, right? Native Americans will be on there. No, we're not Israelites. We're native to this country. We're the first nation. We were always here all the time. I was there. Like, what? No, dumbass, you're not from here. How come your ancestors was writing in Hebrew then, dummy? Right. Y'all living on the rocks that are carved right up under your feet. But our people will rep that to death. Why? Because you just said it. Read it again.
But where are thy gods that thou hast made thee? Let them arise, if they can save thee in the time of thy trouble. For according to the number of thy cities are thy gods.
According to the number of your cities are your gods. You rep your city like it's God. Rep your city, right? That's us. White people ain't saying that dumb stuff. Rep your city. What your city do for you? Your city will bury you, let your brain get blown out all over the street, and not even mop you up for 3 days.
Houston is very big on that.
Yeah, we talking about
every
rep
Houston
your
rapper,
city.
Every Houston rapper gotta talk about their city.
That's niggas. We tell on ourselves that we're the children of Israel. Them Amalekites ain't doing that.
That's funny.
Oy vey, dreidel, rep Eilat. They don't do that crap. I'm from Jerusalem till I die, nigga. They don't do that crap. The real Jews do that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Wherefore will ye plead with me? Ye all have transgressed against me, saith the Lord. In vain have I smitten your children.
Oh.
Are we jumping?
Yeah, Jeremiah 3:40.
He said, in vain have I smitten your children. Like, I've been killing Trayvon Martins all day. Y'all niggas still ain't waking up.
Damn.
What was the other?
So I jumped to 3 and 4 and 4 and 1. I thought I
The
read.
brother they choked out, what was his name? They've been killing so many Tamir Rices and
We gotta update the names. today.
Christopher Dorners and everybody else. I don't forgot the names. Philandro Castiles, we got all that. He done killed our sons and daughters, and for what? We still ain't learning. We still ain't waking up. We still acting like we got options when we in the truth. Right. I can study today, man, and get more wiser and knowledgeable and closer to the Most High. Or I could watch what's on Netflix today. Or I could make sure I get this good job. Or I could just, like, what? Those ain't options, man. We are in captivity. Our sons and our daughters are dying.
Okay.
Like, them cops in Uvalde literally waited outside until as many kids could get smoked as possible. Yeah. And the door was unlocked. They wouldn't even have to use a battering ram to get in. They'll battering ram your house for a warrant that you got for a speeding ticket. But they wouldn't rush in on that nigga that was killing children.
Yeah.
And you ain't getting it yet? You still trying to make sure you secure the future for your kids here? Secure the future for your kids in Israel. Do that. Go ahead.
Jeremiah 3 and 4. Wilt thou not from this time cry unto me, my Father, thou art the God of my youth?
Good.
Jump over to Jeremiah 4 and 1.
Is he the God of your youth? Is that who you was calling on when you was in your youth? That's why he's laughing at us. Yeah, I think God don't help me. Our people love doing that. Now, I don't mess with that Bible, man. God ain't never did nothing for me. I called on God on that one Christmas and he never got me a home. Like, what the hell? That was 30 years ago. You still ain't got a pony, even with all this stuff you doing. That's why I don't believe in God. Like, wow. But you gonna act like that's the God you was worshiping? No, you wasn't worshiping that. You was worshiping ass. You was worshiping them phone sex lines. You was worshiping the websites. You was worshiping Backpage. You was worshiping drugs and gangs and violence and how to come up. And then you gonna say, God ain't never did nothing for me. You ain't never did nothing for God. You ain't never even known him. What the hell are you talking about? But again, niggas, white people ain't doing that. White people don't act like they just say there ain't no God. Why? Because to him there ain't. He ain't their God. They know the truth. Right? But our people swear the God that we reading about right now is the one they've been serving their whole life. Oh yeah, I know about that. My daddy a preacher. I know all about that. But it ain't never did nothing for me. It ain't never did nothing for my daddy. Your daddy never served this God. Your daddy served that white Jesus on TV. Your daddy served the gay Jesus on TV that said, come as you are, stay as you are, do all the drugs you want, play with little boys, do everything you feel like. Not this guy. That's why, like I said, if you don't know this is black people, read what Jeremiah is saying. Only black people make these statements. Oh, he's the God of our youth. No, he's not. No, he's not. He ain't the God you was raised with.
Beast.
You ain't been serving this guy. Go ahead.
This is Jeremiah 4 and 1. If thou wilt return, O Israel, saith the Lord, return unto me. And if thou wilt put away thine abominations out of my sight, then shalt thou not remove. Verse 2, and thou shalt swear, the Lord liveth in truth and in judgment and in righteousness, and the nations shall bless themselves in him, and in him shall they glory. Let's go to Luke. Everybody, y'all get that, right?
Yeah.
Go to Luke 13 and 1. We got a whole other chapter to read, so. Read. Luke 13, right? Get there real quick. Luke chapter 13 and 1. There were present at the season some that told him of the Galileans whose blood Pilate had mingled with their sacrifices. And Yahushua answering said unto them, suppose ye that these Galileans were sinners above all the Galileans because they suffered such things? I tell you, nay, but except you repent, ye shall all likewise perish. I like this one because, you know, sometimes we sit back and we talk about how a person dies, and it's like, oh, they were wicked and they deserved it. Yahushua is cutting that down. He's like, look, you could die just like them.
They were in the middle of sacrificing. And this dude killed them and mingled their blood with their own sacrifices.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And he basically they're trying to point out how wicked were they really. But Yahushua kept coming back and saying, look, you could die just like them.
Yep.
If a house fall on top of a man, damn, that's a cold-ass way to go out. Most High must have hated him, but you could die just like that.
He was constantly having to check them for trying to justify themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what our people do, man. You know what I mean? You be like, yeah, man, listen, you gotta give everything to Christ. Yeah, I do, man. I be studying, I read, I pray. Like they swear, just like the dude that met him at night, right? In John 4. Or not John 4, what was it? John 16, something like that. But I've followed the commandments from my youth up. I've done everything, right? But these people were righteous. They were in the middle of sacrificing. And they've met death too. You know, see that? Because if you ain't doing it with that pure heart, if you ain't doing that toward the Most High, if you ain't doing righteousness, you don't care about your sacrifices. He's showing you, what we're just led into, we went from Jeremiah, him calling us filthy, nasty whore, donkeys that walk through the wilderness and let everybody hit it. And then we segued over to Luke, where now we're trying to cover it up with some sacrifices. And he already told us, man, look, you need to go into your past and repent for that. You need to change your damn ways. You need to change the path you're on. But we want to cover it up and be sacrificing. That's what the Galileans were doing. Y'all see that? Like, they weren't wicked above nobody else. All y'all niggas is unrighteous. All y'all niggas is filthy.
Basically.
That's what Christ was telling them. Y'all ain't no better. The Galileans was in the middle of sacrifices and I killed them. Go ahead.
Or these 18 upon whom the tower in Siloam fell and slew them. Think ye that they were sinners above all men that dwelt in Jerusalem? I tell you, nay.
Yeah, you think they were the worst? You think they were the worst people I killed? No, they was in the middle of giving praise to God. And I killed them. Your time is up. Jeremiah tried to tell you. You hoes need to stop being hoes. You didn't do that? It ain't no time for sacrifices now. I'm it. We don't.
But except you repent, ye shall all likewise perish. He spake also this parable. A certain
Repent don't mean unless you go out and sacrifice a bunch of lambs and sheep. Repent means you gotta change. You gotta do a 180-degree turn from what you were doing. Look it up. Look up the word repent. Repent don't mean, oh, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna do it again. Right? No. Repent
go
means
back.
I never do that anymore. My whole spirit is changed.
Yeah.
And that's what we don't want to do. We want to say we changed, but we don't want to actually change. He said, unless you repent, you're going to die just like that. A whole tower just fall on your ass. That's some Final Destination stuff. A tower fell on you. I can imagine you go to heaven, right? You die, you go to heaven. You're at the pearly gates as they set it up, right? And you got to explain that. Oh, what were you doing? I don't know. I was in the middle of sacrificing. A big ass tower just fell on me. Damn. They must not like you on this side. Why? Why would you have to die like that? Just because you wouldn't give up your old ways? And there's so many other ways to die now, I don't even want to think about it. It's crazy, man. The way the Most High can kill you now, He said, unless you repent, you likewise gonna perish the same way. Go ahead.
6. He spoke also this parable. A certain man had a fig tree planted in his vineyard, and he came and sought fruit thereon and found none. Then said he unto the dresser of this vineyard, behold, these 3 years I come seeking fruit on this fig tree, and find none. Cut it down. Why cumbereth it the ground? And he answering said unto him, Lord, let it alone this year also till I shall dig about it and dung it. And if it bear fruit, well, and if not, then after that thou shalt cut it down. And he was teaching in one of the synagogues on the Sabbath.
Hey, if y'all think the Most High changed,
That's it on that.
if y'all think the Most High changed and He has all this abundant mercy that the churches taught you about, who is that conversation representing?
Us.
We're the fig tree.
Who's the fig tree? Us, right?
Yep.
Okay. Who's the what did it say? The dresser of the vineyard. Who's that?
It's the Most High.
No. Then said he unto the dresser, a certain man had a fig tree planted in his vineyard, and he came and sought fruit thereon, and found none. Then said he unto the dresser of his vineyard. Who's the dresser of the vineyard? Christ. All right. Christ is the dresser of the vineyard. Who's the man telling him to cut the tree down and put another tree there?
That's the Most High.
That's the Most High. That's how this conversation goes in the heavens. And Christ is like, no, let me dump doo-doo on him and put him through crap. And then he might bear some fruit. That's you. Alright? No, the Most High is not of that abundant mercy. He said he changes not. He's still that guy that's like, this nigga ain't doing nothing, kill him. Christ is the one to be like, let me just put him through some things and he'll grow. Y'all see that? That's where you're getting the mercy from. Go ahead.
Right. Jump over to Mark. That was go to Mark 11:23.
Yeah, y'all gotta understand these conversations. Christ is giving you these parables. He's giving you the insight on the conversations that happen in heaven. And y'all think he's talking about fig trees and vine dresses. This is how they decide your life up there. This is how they decide what you're gonna get to do tomorrow up there. You're the fig tree. And you better bear fruit, or when he look down, he might just be like, piano. That's how he thinks still. Nothing's changed. Y'all understand that? Go ahead.
This is Mark 11:20 through 11 and 12. And on the morrow, when they were come from Bethany, he was hungry. And seeing a fig tree afar, having leaves, he came, if haply he might find anything thereon. And when he came to it, he found nothing but leaves, for the time of figs was not yet. And Yahushua answered and said unto it, no man eat the fruit thereof hereafter. And his disciples heard it. And they came to Jerusalem, and Yahushua went into the temple and began to cast out them that sold and that bought in the temple, and overthrew the tables of the money changers and the seats of them that sold doves, and would not suffer that any man should carry any vessels through the temple. And he taught, saying unto them, is it not written, my house shall be called of all nations the house of prayer? But ye have made it a den of thieves. And the scribes and the chief priests heard it, and sought how they might destroy him. For they feared him, because all the people was astonished at his doctrine. And when even was come, they went out of the city. And in the morning, as they passed by, they saw the fig tree dried up from the roots. And Peter, calling to remembrance, saith unto him, Master, behold, the fig tree which thou cursed is withered away. And Yahushua answering said unto him, have faith in the Most High. For verily I say unto you, that whosoever shall say unto this mountain, be thou removed, it shall be cast into the sea. And shall not doubt in his heart, but shall believe that those things which he saith shall come to pass, he shall have whatsoever he saith. And you know, when you look at that fig tree, think about the current event, like the fig tree, then the temple. The fig tree, just think about it, it had leaves on it, right? Yeah. So you would think like, oh damn, let me go eat from that. A fig tree produces twice a year fruit. Fall and spring and fall. So the tree looked like it was ready, right? Nice, beautiful. Damn, it gotta have fruit. Just like the temple. The temple was nice and beautiful, right? But what was going on inside of it? On the outside, it was good. Same thing with the Pharisees. They look all fringed out, bearded up, right? But it said they're full of dead man's bones. So, you know, you look at it like that, the appearance of things, it's not always necessarily what's on the outside, but what's going on the inside of things.
That's what Christ was seeing. It was like, wait a minute. all this beauty in the temple, all this beauty of the priests and the Pharisees and all the leaders of the people. Our whole nation should be saved, man. If they all living this good and everything's looking this beautiful, but when you go in the temple,
No profit.
it ain't saving people.
Yeah.
It wasn't helping people. It was just about money inside, right? So what was he? What is this conversation? Christ looking at Israel. This tree's on fruit.
Yep. You can't eat from it.
Yeah,
You can't get nothing from it. It's just good looking. That was what we were. I mean, come on. That's what we are now. Looking good.
yeah,
We like peacocks.
yeah.
We want to look good in our Dior, Versace, this, that, and the third. But then, and that's the world, right? But then what about those Israelites that just want to look good in Israelite apparel, right? And then they still drunkards, still beating their women, still want to argue, still want to fight, still want to gangbang, still want to pull up to the club, still want to pull up on a nigga, still want to pull up on a brother, fighting over a block. You look good in the garment, but inside, what do you have to offer to people that need you, right? Ain't about the garment, ain't about the outward, it's about the inward.
And can you imagine how pissed off Christ was seeing that? Like, damn, we got all this. We should be safe. We should. How are we in captivity? How are we still servants? How are we still full-born slaves? That Jeremiah 2:14 is what Yahweh was seeing when he was looking at Jerusalem. Is this what servant? Are we homeborn slaves? How the hell are we got all this? How are we so beautiful and our phylactery so long and everything like that, but we still got women bleeding for 12 years? We still got people possessed with devils. We still got all these problems. We still got all these black people problems, right? And we the only ones known for having these problems. But we got all this beauty. We look this good. Men as trees walking. It's pathetic, man. Why? Because in here, full of dead man's bones. In here, we're trash. In here, we're still those wild asses in heat that he was talking about in Jeremiah. We got to see this, man. This is what Yahweh was getting pissed off about. Go ahead.
Go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 13. Wisdom of Solomon 13:1. Surely, vain are all men by nature, who are ignorant of the Most High, and cannot out of the good things that are seen know him that is. Neither by considering the works did they acknowledge the workmaster, but deemed either fire, or wind, or swift air, or the circle of the stars, or the violent water, or the lights of heaven to be gods which govern the world. Now, we didn't, obviously we just added the Apocrypha in, but it kind of goes with the theme. What is man? What are they going to turn their power to, or turn their power into?
That's what I was just gonna say, man. You know this is the spirit because we just add this on.
Yeah, it always lines up.
It coincides right with what the theme of the thing is.
It always lines up. It's weird.
Say to a stock, you're my father. To a
Yep.
stone, you begot me. Right?
Earth, wind, fire, water, right? You make those your God. We've been doing that. But all we did, and when you go through it, what were we following? The Egyptians. And then the Greeks, then the Romans. Then now we following this society who they turn everything. They got damn taco day and pizza day and ice cream day and this day and that day to make you do what? Follow the gods of these days, right? Everything is now worshipped. I'll read on. With whose beauty, if they being delighted, took them to be gods. Let them know how much better the Lord of them is, for the first author of beauty here hath created them. But if they were astonished at their power and virtue, let them understand by them how much mightier he is that made them. So if you can look at the sun, the moon, the stars, and be in awe, imagine what created it. When you look at that beautiful baby, like, oh, that's a beautiful baby. But think about what created it. Think about the power that created it. How much more beautiful that is. How much more you should be in awe at the Most High. Yeah. But for by the greatness and beauty of the creatures, proportionably the maker of them is seen. You see that? So you only see a proportion of the Most High in the most beautiful creature that you can. You look at a horse and you're like, damn, that's majestic. But think about the Most High. You only see a proportion of the Most High in each creature, is what Solomon is telling us.
I was watching the whales. I was watching the sea creatures and stuff on Disney Channel. And they used to have blue whales and humpback whales is 50,000 pounds, man. No, what was it, 50 tons or something like that?
Something like that.
They're like 100,000 pounds. And when they fight, they just slam into each other.
You seen the one that came up on the boat?
Yeah.
The other day and just smashed onto the boat.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, big ass sperm whale or blue whale just came up out of the water and just purposely landed on a boat. Like, get up out of here.
Oh, I was watching the thing about sperm whales on YouTube. The sperm whale, that sound that they make, it could literally turn your body inside out. That clicking sound they make, it's so loud that they are talking to whales on the other side of the planet.
Yeah.
All right, and when the divers were in there, the diver was stretching out his hand so that the blue whale wouldn't hit him. He was stretching out his hand like this, and the sound that the clicking sound it made paralyzed his whole arm. Whoa! They said when they were swimming with him, because you can only observe them by free diving. You can't get a drone and do all that. They'll take off, but they'll let you free dive with them. They'll let you just be in there with them, and they're cool. But that clicking sound, it was literally warming them up from the inside. They said, like microwaving their ass. And that's just the whales. That's just some dumbass whales floating around, having sex, doing nothing. And the Most High made that. He got them in order. Wow. They do whatever he tells them to do. And we sit there worshiping the damn whale.
Yeah, it's a lot of things you can look at just in this world and say, damn, this is crazy, this is beautiful. But the Most High that created it, that's what it's showing us, the most beautiful place on the earth, the eighth wonder of the world. You can look at those and say, man, this is dope. But imagine the kingdom.
That's true.
Imagine, you only get a proportion. You only get a little bit through the things that we see. Where we at? But yet, verse 6, but yet for this they are the less to be blamed. For they preadventure errors, seeking God and desirous to find him. For being conversant in his works, they search him diligently and believe their sight, because the things are beautiful that are seen. Howbeit neither are they to be pardoned. For if they were able to know so much that they could aim at the world, how did they not sooner find out the Lord thereof? But miserable are they, and in dead things is their hope. The stocks, the stones, right? Who call them gods, which are the works of man's hands. Gold and silver, to show art in. You see that? The resemblances of beasts, or a stone good for nothing. The work of the ancient hand. Now a carpenter that falleth timber, after he had sawn down a tree meet for the purpose, and taken off all the bark skillfully round about, and hath wrought it handsomely. Your little totem poles that you worship, right? And they carve little heads into them and make statues, and your little cross that they worship, and all your little statues. They make them handsome, but they're good for nothing. And made a vessel thereof fit for the service of man's life. And after spending the refuse of his works to dress his meat, hath filled himself, and taken the very refuse among those which served to no use, being a crooked piece of wood full of knots, had carved it diligently, when he had nothing else to do, and formed it by the skill of his understanding, and fashioned it to the image of a man, or made it like some vile beast, laying it over with vermilion and with paint, coloring it red, and covering every spot therein. And when he had made a convenient room for it, set it in a wall, and made it fast with iron. So what is he showing you? Solomon is literally showing you how to worship an idol. He's literally showing you how to set up a temple. Right? From start, like, think about it when it said that they took Saul and they put his body with
They hung him up.
They hung him up. Where was he at? Or was it the Ark? And their statue kept falling?
Oh yeah, in Gideon's time.
Was it Gideon?
Oh no.
No.
They have on Gideon, but he did that. But when they brought the ark to the Philistines.
The Philistines, and they put it in their little temple.
Dagon.
Dagon. They said the statue kept falling.
Yeah.
Because this is what we would do. They'd carve out a statue out of wood. Whatever deity, right? Half animal, half bird. Half man, half bird, half man, half cat, whatever. Pin it to a wall and pray to it. Right? Issachar does that today, just with candles.
Dagon is Dagwan. It's literally fish.
Wagwan?
Dagwan.
Yeah.
It's a fish. It's a fish god. That's what you worship in Catholicism.
Yep.
Right, the fish.
Little fish hat. You
Right.
worshiping Dagon.
Yeah, man.
They brought it all to you.
But he's showing you here. They got rooms. Your little worship room, your little temple room. Right? Solomon would know best, right? I mean, it's like he would know best. He was, hey, at one point, he was in them high places, right? For he provided it, for 16, for he provided for it that it might not fall, knowing that it was unable to help itself. For it is an image and have need of help. Think about that. You worship something that needs your help to be propped up.
Yeah.
Crazy. Then maketh he prayer for his goods.
It's like that video they show where they all carrying the big statue of Jesus and then
It just falls on
it
them.
breaks.
Yeah.
Like y'all worshiping that, it couldn't even save itself.
It was like the parade. They were like at a parade and it just fell. Yeah. Same thing. Then he maketh then maketh he prayer for his goods, for his wife and children, and is not ashamed to speak to that which hath no life. You sitting there with your prayer candles, you sitting there with your sage, right? You sitting there with your little what they call it when you make the doll of a person?
Voodoo doll?
You little voodoo dolls, right? And you praying to something, you ain't got no damn shame. How you gonna pray to these things and they can't do nothing? They can't do nothing for you, right?
Bro, you want to see shameful? The Shinto festival in Japan.
Is that the one where they like praying the penises?
Yeah.
Right.
What?
Riding them down the street.
Yeah.
Praising them, kissing them.
Phalluses. It's like the phallus fest. Everything is shaped in a phallus.
Yeah.
And they're just, like you said, riding them.
Penis festival.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. And they ain't ashamed of it either.
Nope.
They proud.
They dressing up like them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane. Little kids.
Got the little penis lollipops.
Oh, you go to Spencer's for that. That's easy.
Grown ass man going down
Yeah.
the street with a penis lollipop.
Yep.
With the testes.
Yep. So, and he maketh, and then maketh he prayer for his goods and for his wife, children, and is not ashamed to speak to that which have no life. For health he calleth upon that which is weak. For life prayeth to that which is dead. For aid humbly beseecheth that which hath least means to help. And for a good journey he asketh of that which cannot set a foot forward. And for gaining and getting, and for good success of his hands, asketh ability to do of him that is most unable to do anything.
Wow.
So they humbly beseech you, like they come with respect.
Oh yeah, you bow down to the rock. Like, what's that rock for? Oh, if I rub it, it's gonna protect me.
That's what you do with the
That's the protection stone.
Then you watch all their movies and everything, and as soon as God comes up, the God of the Bible comes up,
No
there ain't no
respect.
God.
Yep.
F God. They going off on the Most High.
Yep.
On every TV show, cartoon, whatever, they always make sure they got to throw a shot at God. But they humbly beseech a damn statue.
That's true. So
They
Or their
humbly beseech
stones.
at that Bohemian Grove and all these other things.
Yep.
And praying to rocks and wood stumps and everything else.
Listen, I went to the night that we had the fashion show. Me and Shatak went over here to the gas station, and I had on my armbands, the ones for Passover, and they got the peridot stones inside, the green stones. And Judah was in there. He had like some thick stones, like boulders around his neck. And I'm like, dude, what the hell? So he see my armbands. He's like, man, what you know about that? And I'm like, nothing. It's just decorations. It's just art. And he was like, man, that's the peridot. And he was like, yeah. And he's like, that's for healing and good mood. And he started going into every property of the paradigm. I was like, damn, you like really into this? He was like, man, I know about all them stones. He's like, most people think you only got one stone for your birth. He's like, what month you born in? I said, I'm born in November. He said, you got 12 stones. I was like, oh, really? What you know about the 12 stones of Israel? He glitched a little bit like, right? I'm like, yeah, what you know about that? What you know, right? But what's crazy is this, and I was thinking about it, I was giving it some thought. When you think about the 12 stones of Israel and you think about the onyx stones and you think about the ephod and all the things that it was doing, right? Those stones, they definitely had some type of properties, some type of something going on for the Most High to choose those. But the problem with our people is we take it too far, right? Like the zodiacs and all that stuff, which is not called the zodiac in the scriptures. It definitely got something to do with something, right? But what does our people do? What have we been conditioned to lean on that more than the Most High?
That's true.
Those stones definitely got properties, right? They definitely got something going on with them. That's why the Most High chose those 12 to represent the 12 tribes. Then the 2 onyx stones on the shoulder to do what? Light up and bedazzle and do this and do that.
Yep.
But what's our problem? We'll lean more to that and give that, like he said, we'll humble to that. We'll learn and research. I bet you if I ask him about every stone, he'd be able to tell me about every stone in the spectrum. Topaz, right? This stone, that stone, diamond. I'm pretty sure he can break it down. But if I ask him what's his nationality, I'm just from Missouri City. Or ask him, his history. Oh, well, slavery. That's all I know. Or what's his diet like? Oh, the pig has always been good to me.
Hey, what you gonna do when America gets destroyed?
I'm gonna rub these 2 stones together on my neck, because this one right here, when I rub it with this other one, it gives me wings.
He's gonna be out there getting the news in your hailstorm.
Yeah.
He'll be out there like a Power Ranger.
No, the other one, when I rub it, it makes me disappear and I can block nuclear fallout. It's the nuclear stone, right? And when I throw it above my head, it spins and then it shields me. I don't know, but y'all see the point, right? So, when he was saying that, it just hit me. I was like, man, those stones, the first thing I thought about was the ephod. I was like, why did the Most High choose those 12 specific stones? They got something going on with them, right? The gold, the silver, they all got things and properties, right? But our problem is we give too much to that. We give all of it to it. We come humbly to things that ain't going to save us. That the Most High, he stripped that power from those things to even do anything for us. It's not even worth what we try to put the worth on. What's the worth of a diamond? Who can determine that? I had a brother from the jewelry store come and tell me he's a diamondologist. I'm like, what the hell is that? He said, bro, I just went to a class and they taught me how to value a diamond based on the cut. I'm like, okay, so what does that mean? He's like, well, you got to know math. I'm like, well, sign me out. Right? You got to know millimeters and this and who cut it in what region and this and that. And I'm like, damn, well, if I got to know all that for the value of a diamond, well, sign me out of that. Right? Because it don't matter. Because that means that a man is putting that value on it based on what he wants it to be valued at.
It's true. It's absolutely true, because there's some place in Europe where they got a whole warehouse full of all the diamonds in the world. They mine them out of Africa, break them down, put them someplace in Belgium in some big ass warehouse, and they only release 100 a year, and that's what makes them.
That's what makes the value go up.
But there's a whole damn warehouse full of them to the ceiling.
Yeah, that's what makes the value. That's why diamonds are so. That's why diamonds got their value, because of the scarcity.
And it ain't nothing but carbon. It's the same as coal.
Yep.
It's hardened coal.
Yep. Compressed through the ages.
Yep.
Through the millions and millions. No. Anyway, let's get up out of here. Y'all got any questions? I know we. Right? We went long. We didn't go that long though, because we missed an hour. Right? Time. Definitely long. I'm cold. I feel like an icicle. They got anything online?
No.
They probably all sleeping. They probably all tired. Oh, okay. Read. All right, I might want to point out the down. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Make sure y'all don't walk over here by this camera. Diamonds on the forever. Think about the onyx stone being the anchor to the ephod. Why did you choose those two stones? Why did you choose the onyx, black stones? I mean, I'm not saying I know. It's just food for thought, right?
All right. Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Shai.
Baruch Shai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
No. Shalach Ma'aka'ala.
Shalach Ma'aka'ala.
Waha Alahayim.
Waha'alayim.
Yashmor Al.
Yashmor Al.
Barak.
Barak.
Pa. Chazak.
Chazak.
Magun.
Magun.
Hagun.
Hagun.
Wa.
Wa.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Chazak.
Chazak.
Ha'ayin.
Ha'ayin.
Yashur Allah.
Yashur Allah.
Gam Shalach.
Gam Shalach.
Manawa.
Manawa.
Rab.
Rab.
Chachama.
Chachama.
Rab.
Rab.
Da'ith.
Da'ith.
Rab.
Rab.
Bayanab.
Bayanab.
Rab.
Rab.
Sabalan.
Sabalan.
Rab.
Rab.
Amawan.
Amawan.
Rab.
Rab.
Achadwat.
Achadwat.
Wa.
Wa.
Rab.
Rab.
Ahab.
Ahab.
Racha.
Racha.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Wasalachnawa.
Wasalachnawa.
Kol.
Kol.
Chatayimyim.
Chatayimyim.
Yahweh Shai.
Yahushai.
Ba'a.
Ba'a.
Mahayar.
Mahayar.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Ba'ata.
Ba'ata.
Yachal Nawa.
Yachal Nawa.
Lamyad.
Lamyad.
Wa.
Wa.
La'ayolanium.
La'ayolanium.
Aman.
Aman.
Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now, right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Lanawa.
Hawa'ah.
Hatawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Lanawa. Awar. Bara'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Lanawa.
Hayol.
Bara'ah.
Bara'ah.
Ha'ayin.
Ha'ayin.
Ha'ayin. Slakia.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Lanawa. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashat. Yashur Allah.
Yashur Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that give to us the oil to anoint Israel.
And of course, we'll anoint at the end. This is Psalms chapter 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Most High.
O Most High.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon a psaltery.
And upon a psaltery.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
But thou, Yahweh.
But thou, Yahweh.
Hast made me glad with thy word.
Hast made me glad with thy word.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands. hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works,
how great are thy works,
and thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very
A
deep.
brutish man knoweth not,
A brutish man knoweth not,
neither doth a fool understand this.
neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass,
When the wicked spring as the
and
grass,
all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
and all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou,
But thou,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
Will thy enemies,
For though thy enemies,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
will thy enemies,
for though thy enemies
shall perish.
shall perish,
All the workers of iniquity
all the workers of iniquity
shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
My horn
But my horn
shalt thou exalt,
shalt thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
I also shall see.
My desire, my enemies.
My desire of my enemies.
And mine ears shall hear.
And my ears shall
My
hear.
desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh
shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourish.
They shall be fat and
To
flourish.
show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rod.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Go ahead. Psalm chapter 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Malawad.
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 Hana.
Hana.
Matawab.
Matawab.
Wamad.
Wamad.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yechai.
Yechai.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Matawab.
Matawab.
Ayil.
Ayil.
Para'ash.
Para'ash.
Yerad.
Yerad.
Ayil.
Ayil.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharon.
Aharon.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Alpayah.
Alpayah.
Matyawa.
Matyawa.
Katol.
Katol.
Karamrun.
Karamrun.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayil.
Ayil.
Harayah.
Harayah.
Keziah 1.
Keziah 1.
Kayah.
Kayah.
Shum.
Shum.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ath.
Ath.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayam.
Kayayam.
Ayil.
Ayil.
Ha'aywalam.
Ha'aywalam.
Amen.
Amen. Psalm chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Most High commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
Yah.
Tamiyah.
Amen.
Amen.
Circle up.
Call it.
But of Israel, Amadi. Barak.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Kunashwala.
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 Get him a time. Turn and face the sisters. Call it.
Salute not the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amadi. Barak.
Yahushua, Bahashem Yahushai.
Get him a time. Let's say shalom to everybody online.
Shalom.